Uh, I'm pretty sure it's live. Can
Oh, it's.
y'all put a 1 in the chat if you actually hear me, just to make sure?
I don't even know how to see the chat from here.
There should be a little, like a little nav menu looking thing on the bottom or the right side where you can press the little chat button, I think. I'm on desktop, so if you're on mobile, I don't actually know what it looks like. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I muted myself. Oh yeah, I can see. I see Free, Ricky Bay, and Breon.
Hi to everybody. Okay, so I just told Fiend I'll tell y'all my plan for tonight is I'm going to go through this thing page by page, but I'm going to stop after every page and actually check the chat, even though I'm usually very bad at it. But what I'm hoping to do is comb through this because the whole reason I'm making it is so that we have a very quick reference, because a lot of times people say, well, he said this or he said that. Well, you know what? I have all these footnotes now, and I've gotten it to the point. Let me see if I can scroll down and just pull it up for one of the interviews. Yeah, here we go. So it'll pull it up. I'll have to share this, and it pulls up the exact page where the exact words spoken are. I have gone through this, through the transcripts for the interviews over and over and over to get them as accurate as possible, to catch every possible like interruption, even so much as a from the other person while they're talking, and even time stamped all of those. Every now and then I catch one where I'm like, let me go back and listen to it, but I've made it as accurate as possible so that it's actually a useful tool to
Well, now
reference
I
on
have no
what.
audio.
You have no audio? What do you mean? I hear you. Did we did you just mute it? Can y'all hear Fiend? I hear Fiend. Or I did. I don't hear him now. So yeah, here's my point is I'm gonna try to make this to where, because there was a few things in here where I've said it so many times thinking it was one way and it was similar but not quite. So it was actually even good for me to go through this because I'm trying to remember which thing it was specifically where I'm like, I really thought, oh, it was when he was going, they were asking him about what would you guys usually do when you were out there? And then he ended up, they would ask him a question, and while he's trying to answer it, they would interrupt him to ask another question. So then he was in a position where if you're just reading the transcript, sometimes it looks like he's answering one question when he's actually answering the first question before he gets to the next one. And so I didn't really catch on to that until, I don't know, the 20th time I reread and re-listened to all of this to really catch on that, oh, he's actually answering that question that was like 30 seconds ago, because they were interrupting him and redirecting him because they were trying to elicit a very specific thing with each question. They didn't actually want the truth. They walked into this thing with their minds already made up that he was connected to the Kleins. This man was about to become their nexus to the Kleins. The mindset they were in at the time of this interview on the 13th was that this man was just on his way back from Peru. And what are the odds that someone from Peru would go straight to the trails? Because in their minds, anybody who lives in Peru has to know the Kleins, I guess. But they had just wrapped up a gazillion-dollar river search because they actually
They
believe.
asked some very weird questions as well.
Yeah, and a lot of this is cut out. They had to cut out. We only have portions of all of these videos that don't include the third party stuff that he was asked about. So you have to realize that there is some context that we don't actually have specifics, but we do at least understand what it entails. One, because Holman told us in his deposition, and we've heard it several times from Baldwin in different interviews he's given, that when they contacted Richard Allen, they were convinced he was connected to the Kleins. They, in my opinion, I still don't have any confirmation, but I have felt this way for a long time. I still feel this way, and if it's not the case, then I would be very interested to know what else does make sense. But after that river search, they lit a gazillion dollars on fire based on Keegan Klein's word because they were dumb enough to believe a word he said. And they searched this thing for 5 or 6 weeks. It turned up nothing. So they're going back to the tips, looking for something at this point to justify the river search that
I
produced
mean, I would be
absolutely
cautious in
nothing.
saying that it turned up nothing because even if you find something, like how likely is it that you can actually, like, it's useful? Like,
Okay, but I
you
don't
you
think
can you can
Kathy
find a
I don't think
weapon
Kathy
or
Shank was
or
on
a
that kind of
phone pretty quick.
mindset. I think she was nosing around for something. She was just doing her own little sleuthing. She was digging through the tips. She was keyword searching stuff. When you see all of the people she was going in and clearing, and now we know that now that we have a time or a date for the picture where he's beat to hell in the screenshot from the DOC footage, days after he supposedly gives this confession about only the killer would know, days later, Kathy Shank is pulling up Reese Davis's tip narrative and clearing Ron Logan's box cutter confession. A day before a whole bunch of other stuff, like they're interviewing the inmates, like Holman and Mullen and Liggett show up to Westville to interview these other inmates who supposedly took the first time he talked about the box cutter. But all of this stuff is happening within the same week, and there's just a lot of shit fuckery. But Kathy Shank keeps coming up in the middle of all of it.
Did you happen to hear Reese calling in earlier
I
today?
caught part of it. I don't know how far I got into that live because when you sign in on mobile, you can't see anymore how long ago it started. So I don't even know how much I missed, but I caught about 20 minutes of it, and it was right before he got on the phone. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to finish this later because I just was doing other stuff. But I only caught part of it, enough to know I need to watch it later. But
I mean,
I
I would
wanted.
at least hear him out and what he had to say, because I mean,
Well, I believe he is telling
I
himself.
find it somewhat compelling.
I would too, but the more I step back and look at all of like what are all of these, because there's a lot of people who confessed. And what do they all have in common? The person is incarcerated, they're being told certain things, and in some cases it's coming from the supposed killer himself. Not immediately, not when they're first there, they deny it at first, and then after a series of events, all of a sudden they're just going along with stuff. And when you look at Vito's history of, like, I don't trust a word Vito says any more than I trust Keegan. I do believe Keegan's a predator, and I think the evidence on his devices is sufficient to call him a predator. And that's what he's charged with, and I'm glad he
I
was.
mean, I would just be cautious as far as Keegan Kline is concerned. I would just be cautious that, yes, because somebody is a liar and lies all the time, that everything that they say is a lie.
That's not
That's
what I
not
said. That's why I said that
right. Like
the evidence on his
some things
devices
can
for me is sufficient.
well be true.
Yeah, but I'm
You're
not
just
talking
more
about like what
unsure
he
about
said.
it.
I'm talking about the evidence. I'm talking about the stuff on his phones and his devices. That to me is sufficient to call him a predator and to understand what he did and what he didn't do. I'm not going to turn around and because of that, then just take Vito's word that all this other stuff that turns out the only source that actually started this whole thing was Kelsey saying that these girls were talking to Anthony Shots. When you go back to it, she is the single source of why Vito even started looking into it. So I'm going to be skeptical, and it's not because Keegan lies or whatever. I have no doubt that he lies about all kinds of stuff, but I feel pretty strongly that if all of that other stuff is on his phone, this would be too. But then Sleuthia has said a couple times through some of the last streams that her and T did, there is no evidence on any of Libby's devices that she ever spoke to Keegan Kline.
Yeah,
There's none of that.
Michael has said that as well.
Yes, and then you
He
look at
would
the
be the
fact
best
that,
one to
oh,
actually
well,
know.
he was searching up the Marathon gas station. Oh, like Richard Allen was searching disturbing stuff. Vito is the one coming up with all these searches. So when I say it's not, like, I don't believe either of them, and I'm just going to stick with, okay, if that's true, then show us the searches. It's not hard. We got Richard Allen searches. That wasn't hard to show us what he actually searched. It didn't have any like, it wasn't even remotely close to what we were told it was going to be. And if you look at what Murder Sheet wrote in their book about it, it's,
Correct.
I mean, they're, and you, and who might they have gotten that idea from about all that? Probably the same person they interviewed and thanked in their book, and the only other person who was actually doing these searches and writing up reports on it. So when I say all this stuff about Keegan, I don't mean I'm going to throw it all out the window, and I'm not saying I'm going to throw all the Reese stuff out the window. I'm at this stage where I am like, okay, we all need to take a step back and just look at the pattern among all of them,
Oh,
because a
I'm right
lot of
there with
these
you.
things
I
are
mean,
definitely,
that's where I've always been. Like,
even a fucking dirtbag can be
whatever
gaslit by
anybody
law enforcement. That is kind of
whatever
where I'm at.
anybody says is just words. Like, I
Yeah,
don't care who it is. It doesn't matter if it's a witness. It doesn't matter if the cops. It doesn't matter if it's Rick
right,
Allen.
right.
Words are just words.
Like,
But
Reese seems like a totally stand-up
back
dude, and I
something
believe
up
he's
with
telling the
actual
truth
evidence.
about what he was told. I believe him fully. I don't know that there's any, I don't think that means there's any merit to it because of this, like, the information's only as good as the person who gave it to you. And we know who gave it to him,
Well,
both people. You know what I
people
mean?
are also even good people are wrong about things all the time.
Yes, that's my next point. But yeah, that's probably a better way to put it. But that's kind of where I'm at, where I'm just like, okay, we have this probable cause affidavit. I think what we need to start with is what people actually said. And what I stuck with was people's actual transcript testimony where they are on the stand under oath or they're on video being recorded, and we can all look at it and check with our own eyes and ears what it actually said. And the same thing with Libby's video. I described it down to the second for the very specific reason that we need to be very clear that before this man even approached the girls, like a whole 12 seconds before, Libby is already telling Abby, this is the path we go down. There's no path this way. We've got to go down here. And then 10 seconds later, someone walks up and you can hear them faintly in the background saying, guys down the hill. Then the video ends 4 seconds later. There's no gun. The victim never says gun. Like the whole context of everything, it's just at a point where I'm like, okay, even just for like a mental brain exercise, we all need to just pretend like we're wiping the slate clean. We're gonna both give everyone a clean slate and everyone a critical eye. Like that's just where I'm at. That's what I did with this probable cause affidavit, so we can at least have some sort of shared reality before we diverge to our areas of disagreement. Because I don't really, I have too many questions to have a theory or be stuck on anything. Like, I genuinely don't give a shit who the killer actually is. I don't care who the truth actually helps or hurts. I just want something to add up. That's all. Like, that's just where I'm at.
I mean,
Because,
I'm with you, but I
yeah,
actually
I
do
I know. I'm not I
do that.
didn't mean that as like a lecture. I'm trying to be very clear where my head is at because I've been in the weeds with so much of this for weeks now because I'm just frustrated. Um, it's almost demoralizing watching this unfold because the evidence is like, this is when I say the evidence, I'm talking about the state's own record of facts. They're very clear. But when you understand it, like when it comes to confirmation bias, nobody, most people don't think they're biased. And the people who think they're not biased are usually the most biased. And like their perception is warped because if they already think they're not, there's already an issue because we're all biased, and that, and treating that as if it's some sort of bad thing to stick. It's not. It's just a thing to be aware of. And it's good to be like to keep yourself in check, to just do things like gut checks, and more importantly, use that. Like you can use it for good. You should be biased towards facts, regardless of what people end up on the side that you're up on. Like if you're doing fact finding, that's all you should be worried about. Does this check out or not? Like trying to just sort out what is what can I verify, what, and even if it's not verified, it doesn't mean you toss it completely, but you do need to put it in a very clear column that is not verified, and you don't get to just like snowball off of it like law enforcement did with this. They walked into these interviews already believing that this man came from Peru, somehow having to do with luring the girls with declines and all. Like they had already come up with a theory and decided, regardless of what actually transpired, he was at least connected. We know now that that is not
Well,
true.
we know that they only thought that he was connected because of the way they
Right.
charged him. Actually,
But the
they did
thing
not
about
charge him with
confirmation
murder.
bias with all that is that when you already have your mind made up on something, like once you have formed a belief, the facts no it's kind of like people in their faith. Faith is not something that's fact based. Like it wouldn't be faith unless it was all in unless it was all you had. Like, you choose to believe it regardless, despite whatever else. Like, it is a choice, it's something you believe in, and you just put your faith in. Like,
People say that a lot, but I tend to disagree with that a little bit.
I think there's more to it. The more I look into the connections between memories and beliefs and false confessions and confirmation bias, I think there's a lot of things in there that we do without being really aware of it. Some like
I
it's
think
like
that
once
logic and faith can align very, very closely.
Yes, but my point is that some people believe it despite that. Like, even if it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, when there's contradictions, whether it's in scripture or in
But
practice or whatever, like, they will not, instead of like taking a step back to reevaluate or like recalibrate or like change their perspective, they just ignore it. It's like a cognitive dissonance. Like, that's kind of the aspect I'm talking about. I'm not trying to shit talk anybody's faith or say that there's not logic in it. I just mean when it comes to confirmation bias, the same principle of once you place your faith in something, most people will hold on to it regardless of the facts because it's their faith.
I agree with everything
Yeah,
you're.
and that a lot of that goes into what law enforcement does, especially when they're dealing with circumstantial innuendo because they don't actually have any evidence against this man. And the other thing about this whole thing that has really been like, I haven't figured out a way to really either demonstrate it or convey it, but there's this thing that happens, like, when you're in the midst of trauma or grieving or something was very stressful, like a car wreck, like just some crazy event happens. Our brains try to cope and just manage all kinds of stuff. But when you have gone for an extensive period of time without answers or relief, our brains will cling to the first thing that makes sense, even if it's not what happened. Like, that's kind of a thing that law enforcement experiences just like the public does because they are still humans, even though these ones are fucking dipshits.
Well, it's
They're
also
still human and
they
they do
believe one thing and then
a lot of
on the
people
dime
mistake make
change it to
sense
believe
with
in
what
something else.
happened. And I think a lot of that is what's happening here. They're like, okay, well, what else? You know, and the other thing that drives me crazy is when they're like, well, if not him, who? I'm like, well, I don't have the discovery. Then the if you think it's a gotcha that we don't know who did it, somehow means that we can't say this man didn't do it after looking at like we know what they have against this man. So we can make a judgment based on what the jury was presented, based on the filings, based on everything we've learned. We can absolutely make a judgment based on him. We don't know about all the other people that they missed. We don't know about all the other tips. So for people to expect like if they're saying that they won't even listen to this because we can't prove who did it, the fact that they would hold us to a higher burden that they're holding the state number one bothers me.
No, that's complete.
You
That's
know, but
complete.
a lot of people
Completely,
do that.
completely correct. There's no burden on
Yes, but they do a
the
lot of the burden
skeptic because
shifting.
I mean, what the most convincing thing that there's nothing regarding Rick Allen being involved
Yes,
is
but then they just repeat
the
these same
totality
talking
of the
points.
lack of evidence against Rick Allen is is the evidence. Like,
They don't seem to understand that, which is partly also why I did this PCA because I'm like, no, I don't think you understand because they just keep saying, well, even if you take that out, there's still a totality of evidence. They keep saying there's a totality. I'm like, actually, no, there's not.
there's a totality of lack of evidence, actually.
Yeah, there's a totality of evidence that this was a wrongful conviction. There's no evidence that this man was even on the trail after the girls were dropped off. Like, all the evidence
There's actually
indicates
zero
that he
evidence that he was ever on the trail,
That's
other than his own
true.
words.
Very
Other than
true.
his own words, there's zero actual evidence.
Yes, but I'm trying like, I get so frustrated with all of these people that in my sparkling personality ends up coming out and winning. And so I'm trying really hard to find ways because I get frustrated because it's hard to watch something that is, in my opinion, so obviously wrong. And like, I can even like, I can't stand these investigators, like, they make my blood boil. The shit they've done, the lines they've crossed, using these families as human shields to avoid owning up to their own mistakes. I hate all of that. The fact that they gave us more to question this case than they gave these families to defend it with, it bothers me. For the same reason it would bother me if I was in the family's position. I'd be really mad if they thought my daughters all they deserved were the psychosis rantings of the guy they're telling me killed my children. They're letting him dictate the last chapter. Like, what, you guys can't, I don't know, get your own stuff. So like I would think if I'm going to the grave, I'd want to be able to like hold up shit that we figured out, not that the dude who supposedly killed them did. I obviously don't think Richard Allen did it, but if I did, it would make me even more angry. So there's clearly like
You know what the worst thing is that there actually is evidence, and none of us have seen any of it, and they've hidden actual
yes.
evidence that points to actual people,
Yeah. It makes
we
my
know
blood
that it doesn't
boil.
point to Rick Allen because we don't have it.
Also
Otherwise,
that.
we would definitely have it.
But I do think there's at least enough here to clear him.
There's a lot of evidence that does exist, and it's being suppressed.
Yeah, a lot of it is. Okay, I'm going to read the first page is very boring because I could probably rant for 24 hours straight about these investigators because it's so frustrating, and it's hard for me to know that because I don't have a dog in this fight, I am able to be more than okay. Like, I started out on the other side. I don't know how much more proof people need that I can change my mind than the fact that I'm even on the side that I landed on because I really
I
did
started
start
on the other
out.
side as well.
I
Like,
thought I was gonna I saw these people who were who were like questioning the state, and I'm like, okay, law enforcement doesn't just arrest people without a good reason, like all the dumb shit that we're used to hearing.
right,
I hate
right.
that dumb shit because I really believed it. And in some cases, it's true. Not all cases, but it is most of the time, law enforcement does not have the nerve to do this kind of shit. But I am learning in more cases than I ever wanted to accept. It does happen. It is happening in this case. We are not out here doing, I don't know Richard Allen. I don't know Kathy Allen. I don't know these people from Adam. What I do know is that I don't like watching these officers lower the bar for what is acceptable. Like, if my kids turn up dead in Indiana, I want all of these investigators kept the fuck away from the investigation and my family. I don't want them anywhere near, because when these families are grieving, like when a law enforcement officer knocks on your door after 5 years of just like, I would imagine it's agony. I genuinely don't know how. I can't even like empathize. Like, I can't imagine going a day without knowing what happened, let alone 5 years and 8 months. If somebody knocked on my door after that amount of time and it was an officer and they're like, "We got him," like, I don't think I would ever be able to, after getting at least that much, I don't know that I'd even like, I don't think my brain would ever work the same again. I just don't. So I don't fault these people for not being more aware that law enforcement does the same thing to families that they do to these defendants, just like what they did to Kathy Allen. She didn't do shit, and they treated her like an object to be leveraged for their own gain. They do it to victims' families just the same, and they are more than happy to let these victims' families think they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart when it's all manipulation. It just is. That's just how it is, and I don't like it. I don't like that that's how it is, but whatever. It is what it is. But I don't know how to, I don't have a filter, I think is probably a good way to put it. I don't have a good filter. And so it's hard for me to ever get to these points where I'm like, it I honestly think if these officers finally did fess up to all these mistakes, the families would still, for some reason, forgive them and make excuses for them still, because they are trauma bonded, which is why I think it makes me even more angry that they won't, when there's so much evidence staring us all in the face that they got this wrong. They jumped to a wrong conclusion, And everything after that was just confirmation bias on top of confirmation bias. And it was just, it's gotten to a point where it's a totality of confirmation bias and not any actual evidence. And it's not even what they're saying it is. But because people like to fill in the blanks and they just don't ever take, if they don't take a step back to look at everything on its own, this is how this happens. But then it's hard to get people to unsee what they've seen or unthink what they've thought, because then they've made all these other connections, and it's hard to explain to people those things that you saw, like those, it's not that those connections were imaginary, like you're not crazy for seeing them, it's just they're
Oh
not
no, they
what.
they're crazy. They're
Well, I
totally
know, but
crazy. I mean,
I'm
like
trying to be
the
kind of.
connections that people make, like anybody that is like a guilter, quote unquote, like if they try to explain anything to you, you immediately run into things that are completely not like logical at all. Like they don't make any sense.
Yeah, but then even with the Keegan stuff, like I go back and forth on it because, yeah, like if he was supposed to meet him there that day, then what are the odds? But what if he wasn't? Like, what if he was just like going with it because he's in this interview and he's just going, like, he's just all over the place in that interview with the Clinton and Vito? That's the read technique works on guilty and innocent people. It's not useful in getting real information that you can actually rely on. You should never rely on anything anybody says until there's actual evidence. If you're backing it up because, oh, well, this other thing they also said that really checks out. Well, that's why they said it. That's why they want confessions, because it breaks people's brains and they no longer want, Fiend just dropped out. They no longer even want these. Hang on, let me pop you back. There we go. Sorry, I don't know if that was me or if it just fell out. But yeah, okay, no, I'm for hi to everybody who's come in. I'm watching all of these chats fly by and I'm so, y'all know how it is. I wait way too long in between doing all these streams and then I just like unload. I just like end up ranting and ranting and ranting because of all this stuff that I've been like reading through and sorting through and trying to think through. And I do this very annoying thing where like if I accidentally form a conclusion, I try to like counter it just to like make sure that I'm not getting lazy or filling in things that aren't there. Like I try, you'll see with this thing as we go through it, like every single fact is footnoted so that I can check myself along the way. But if y'all see something, I am for real going to start reading it, at least get past the first page because it's a boring one. Hang on, where's my tab? Let me just get the first, because the first couple of pages are more like there's also like graphy things. So let me get past that and then I'll come back to the chat. Okay, so this is Liggett supposedly writing this, even though I think Nick helped him, but whatever. I, the undersigned affiant, submit the following information pursuant to IC 353372 as a sworn affidavit setting forth the facts and circumstances known to law enforcement of Carroll County as the basis for probable cause to arrest without a warrant or to establish probable cause for issuance of an arrest warrant for the above named defendant. That the facts and circumstances described below would be sufficient basis for a person of reasonable caution and prudence to believe that the accused has committed or attempted to commit the offenses described, and if arrested without a warrant, such would be authorized under whatever. I can't see it from here, sorry. That the hearsay statements of witnesses contained herein are considered reliable and credible due to the witness's personal knowledge and or are corroborated by the totality of the circumstances. Now, when you look at the original affidavit, that's some bullshit. What I have done is filled in this to make his statement true. We're only going to look at what actually turned out to be true based on the witness testimony at trial that we can all verify, and we don't have to trust anybody's bro about what they said in their interview. We have their actual statements on the stand under oath, and we have the words from the interrogations, and then a few of the exhibits. So on February 14th, Abigail Williams and Liberty German were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 miles northeast of the Monon High Bridge of Carroll County. Their bodies were located on the north side of the Deer Creek. At the time, the Monon High Bridge was an approximately 1-mile gravel trail terminating at the Monon High Bridge. The bridge is an abandoned railroad trestle approximately 0.25 miles long, spanning the Deer Creek and Deer Creek Valley on the southeast end of the trail. Approximately zero point 0.7 miles northwest on the trail from the northwestern edge of Monon High Bridge is the Freedom Bridge, which is a pedestrian bridge spanning State Road 25. Approximately 350 feet west of Freedom Bridge was a former railroad overpass over Old State Road 25, also known as CR 300 North. The trail terminates just west of the former railroad overpass. The majority of the trail is in a wooded area with a steep embankment on the south side of the trail. The entirety of the trail and the location of the girls' bodies were and are located in Carroll County, Indiana. Through interviews, reviews of electronic records, and review of video of the Hoosier Harvestor, investigators believe Abigail and Liberty were dropped off across from Mears Farm at 1:49 p.m. on February 13th by Kelsey German. When Derek German arrived at 3:15 to pick the girls up, Abigail and Liberty were nowhere to be found. At 1:43 p.m., Liberty uploaded a photo to Snapchat showing the girls in the car on the way to the trail. At 2:05 p.m., Liberty uploaded a photo to Snapchat showing an empty Monon High Bridge in front of her and Abigail. At 2:07 p.m., Liberty uploaded a photo to Snapchat showing an empty Monon High Bridge behind her and Abigail. I should probably word that showing. I'm trying to communicate that at 2:05, the south end of the bridge is empty. At 2:07, when she turns around, the north end is empty. There's nobody in front of her in this 2:05 pic. There's nobody behind them at 2:07. I need to reword that. I'll probably do that
I think
later.
that I've got a little bit of an issue with like conflating this with the PCA, because it's actually important that the PCA is written at the time that it's written, and
Well, he included portions of it.
revising it, it's fine if you call it something else, but revising it like in 2025 is just not a that.
Well, I'm not trying to write a real
It doesn't
PCA. I'm
approximate.
trying to show what he
I know what you're trying
conflated.
to do, but I don't think that you can conflate it to call it anything approximating PCA, like, because
Well, okay, I'll rename it, but like I'm trying to show that I'm trying to correct what he put in there. Like he put in some of the phone data, but he left out the important parts about it.
yeah, I understand that. I just
He's talking, he like makes vague
think I
references
think it's
so that nobody can draw too specific a conclusion. But I'm also trying to do this for reference. So that way, like we can go and like have in one document all of the things that they used to present to the judge. Like, here's what we know. They did know about these pictures and they knew about her video. That was part of the basis of the PCA was how they connected Richard Allen to being the person who just like when you get down to it, of like right after these little charts, they leave all these other things out and they make it seem like the only thing that happened was they were dropped off at 1:49. They took a video at 2:13 and this man is just suddenly there and there's no like they just skip.
I mean, it
They also left
the
out
whole
entire that were there
the
while it
whole
was happening.
situation with what's disclosed in the PCA is very murky, because a lot of, and especially when it comes to how it like pertains to a Franks hearing, because the judge could have been made aware of many things that are not in this PCA, and he's already aware of them because they were in other
Yes, but
search
I'm not
warrants.
submitting this to a judge. I'm rewriting it so that people who try to be real selective with the facts, it's all in one document, so we can be like, actually,
But we need. I mean,
it's
we
for
don't know
reference.
that, and we don't know, like, when you add stuff to it, we don't know that any of this was actually presented to a judge ever.
No, that's my point. This is all stuff that they left out and changes the whole context of what they did present. Like I'm correcting the stuff that Liggett assert because he would like with Betsy Blair, he's like, oh, her and Terry Wilson drew a diagram. Same. Uh-oh. Did he pop out again? Hold on. Hang on, I just heard it.
I think
Oh, hey!
What are
Hey,
you guys
T.
doing?
I thought Fiend popped out.
No, I popped in.
I'm doing a walkthrough of my thing here so that we can either, like, what Fiend's doing, basically, where I'm trying to figure out, because it's hard to know, like, picking and choosing, because there's so many things I could have added back into it and didn't. But I do want to find the strongest stuff. I'm obviously not writing a real PCA. I'm just trying to make sure that the stuff that Liggett put in there, that we actually put, like, if he's going to put the phone data, let's put the stuff in there that probably would make a difference to a judge.
Okay,
That's
so
kinda where I'm at.
you're like rewriting a PCA. I'm just trying to make sure I understand because I know I talked in here
I'm
late.
doing a corrected PCA where I footnoted everything. You'll see there's 172 footnotes in this thing because I footnoted
Okay,
every
but you're
single
rewriting
fact.
a PCA with the actual like factual information that we do know,
Yes.
removing the false information that Liggett put in there.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I literally opened Liggett's PCA in Google Docs and I started
Okay.
with the parts that we found out were not true. Or if he was like, Betsy Blair said, instead of leaving in what he wrote, I went to the court transcript of Betsy Blair and I copy and
Okay.
pasted her actual words and replaced Liggett's words with hers. And I put that in there. And then when it got to the other witnesses, I did the same thing. And then when it got to Richard Allen, what they were saying about him and Kathy, I went to her transcript and his transcript, because I made a transcript for the interview or interrogation videos. And I replaced all and with Bree and Riley. And I made sure to include that there were 4 girls with them. Like, I put 3 of the 4 girls were interviewed. Like, I just made the distinctions that this whole time they've just kind of, because sometimes they refer to the 3 girls when we know it was 4, and then other times they do acknowledge that there was 4. So what I did was just like nitpicked it.
Okay, so is that what you're reviewing right now?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I got to get through the first 2 pages because for me that's just for reference.
Pages?
To what?
You have 24 pages?
Well, it's mostly because of the footnotes, because I wanted it for a reference so that we can, because when it gets to the part where Richard Allen said, I was looking at my stock ticker, and actually I think that's the reason I went home. I wanted a footnote for every one of these with the minute mark for every statement so that we don't have to track it down every time.
This better not end up with a page 2048.
But no, there's not. It's really just for reference so that we can go through and actually establish the facts based on the witnesses at trial, on their own sworn testimony, and then also correcting, because they put words in some of the witnesses' mouth, not just Richard Allen's, like in some of the young girls' mouths. They did that, and with Betsy, they left out Brad Heath. But when I get past these first 2 pages, that's what I was saying. Like the first pages are all this. That part is just for reference, so I don't have to track it down later. But when I get to the actual witness statements, like I basically just included also, so people who are unfamiliar with this case, I'm trying to do like a start here. Here's the actual facts of the day. All of the like these
is
are
it
the
me
main.
or is she cutting out really bad?
Am I? Hang on. Let me unplug my thing.
I think it's you.
I don't know. I want to know if it was me or not.
I don't know. Look, is it cutting out still?
It was me?
I don't know. It might just because I'm moving my
Fiend,
hands a lot. I don't think so.
I can't hear it on
It's
YouTube.
probably just me.
If I
think something's going on with my internet.
If I go onto YouTube, it cuts my audio.
Oh, I hate that. Okay, I'm going to skip past the phone. We all know about the phone stuff. But I actually used the information from Eldridge's testimony for all of this just to put it into perspective. Because again, this is all for new people coming into the case who don't even know where to start. Like they don't even really understand what happened that day. So for this, it's like, okay, this kind of serves as 2 things. One, it's a quick intro to the whole, like while we're all here, what happened that day. And it also gives you, because at the end of this, I'll link to the original PCA so they can see how it changed, like what Liggett said versus what the person's words actually were. But I even included like the search was called off and then they came back in the morning and now they find the bullet, like he kind of just casually opens up his PCA with, we found the girls, he skips all this pertinent information. And then he just randomly is like, oh, and then by the way, we found a 40 caliber cartridge. And so I made sure to include, it was because in his PCA, he also makes this weird statement where he says it was later located, like after the girls were moved. We know that now because we have the CSI testimony, that was very strategic and careful on his part to
I
explain
love
that they found it after.
I love that you have a 24-page document
I
that you
know.
now consider to be a quick intro to the case.
I mean, okay, well, how else am I supposed to break down like 24 pages is better than my like 200-page timeline, in my opinion. Like for me, this is pretty good. Well, that's also why I'm doing this because
I
it's
can't
hard
believe
for
that you're
me
gonna arrest Rick Allen though. Like that's just hardcore.
Well, I've also I sent this to a family friend who is in a position to tell me, like, okay, these are actually the known facts, and they know how I am, so they know I use way too many words. So they were like, they don't need that kind of prefacing. Like they already know how I am. I'm like, tell me if this makes any sense to you that they would have arrested this guy. If these are the known facts, tell me what you think. And they're like, I
No,
don't
yeah.
understand. You know, they're like, why did they think like they had so many questions. I'm like, that's where we're at. But
But
that's kind of,
it's I don't think that it's any better with the original page 8, like 8-page PCA. Like that was not more convincing
I
to.
don't either. But when you're trying to fill somebody in who's new, like if you show them that, that doesn't just help them understand, well, what did happen. So like in this instance, it's just like I'm filling in those pieces. Like I'm trying to do both, but I don't know how to cut it down anymore. Like I'm real good at filling in all kinds of details and more information, but when it comes time to take it out, I really have a hard time knowing which part needs to go.
Well, I mean, even if you give like complete like credence to like everything in the 8-page PCA is actually like true, which we know that it's not.
It's not.
It's not. And but even if it was, no, you also wouldn't like arrest this person for murder, and that is the entire reason that they did not provide page 8 of the PCA
Mhm.
ever.
I knew. I was waiting for me to bring up the
never
I know.
provided it.
There's no way we were gonna get by without that.
When we got it was when the appellate attorneys included it
Yeah,
in their brief. That's
but
the only time that we
they
actually got it.
excluded the search warrant, which I thought was so funny because I was like, okay, let me get the search warrant. You know, I'm like, they probably put it in there because that was part of the original action where they're not allowed to
We've
exclude
gotten.
it.
I've got like a whole handful of different page 8s, and
Mhm.
not a single one of them has come from the state. Actually,
I
like
know. Same. We've all tried.
not a single one has ever been disclosed by the state.
Hang on, I lost my spot. Okay, let me
Okay,
get
so
the
my question, all eyes, before you keep going then,
yeah.
is are you marking in any way, shape, or form what you've added versus what is originally there?
I have one document where I'm trying to do like a 2-column thing to show,
No,
but
I
I
mean
have
like
like
everything
Liggett
that was from the
versus
original PCA is in red, and everything from that you've added is in black.
yes and no. Like I footnoted, like I put a footnote, like anytime it came from the original PCA, I put a footnote for that. Like every single fact, once I get to the, because I was trying to do the intro so that way if somebody has no clue coming into this case, they can see how it started at least.
Okay, so then everything you're adding that we know to be factual, are you footnoting that with a link to where to find that in a document?
Yes, like here, let me click one, let me scroll here. So like for here where I'm talking about the time, like this is the only thing that's probably not from the court record is the David Erskine stuff, and it's the interview he gave. And so I screenshotted the page of the transcript where he challenges the time frame, and I forgot until after I did this. I found the time in the police scanner that he called in what he's telling Art of Deduction where he's like radioing in, like, hey, I need you to call me on my cell phone. I found it, and this time does line up. So that's also why I am kind of leaning into this. But even when it's not, let me go back to this one. But with like the state trial exhibit, when it comes down to someone else's, this is like I just screenshotted one page instead of linking to the whole transcript and saying what minute mark. I actually each footnote is just the exact portion of whatever I'm linking to so that you can see this is literally what he said. Because a lot of people kind of get semantic with his words. No, he said this. I'm like, well, now you can link right down to it and pull it right up. The only thing I don't have a footnote for is for the bullet in the ground because we don't have those photos. But out of 172 footnotes, that's the only one I don't have something to link to.
Well, you could probably link it to what is his name? Garino. Who's the guy that found the bullet that just saw the flashy light because he didn't have the glasses on?
That was, I think Datzman was the one who didn't wear the goggles.
The CSI guy.
Mm-hmm.
Datzman.
Yeah. He's the one who.
Yeah, you could link it to him because he's the one who technically says he found it.
I probably should do that so that way he can, and because I don't remember if it was him or Alehi that explained that.
I don't know. Is that what you invited me here for? So I could help you figure. I don't even know what. Well, she was like, "Come talk," and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'll come talk."
If you want to hop in,
what we're doing. So I was like, "Whatever."
Well, you know how sometimes if you work on something and you're like in a hole with it and you're like in the zone until you say it out loud, you don't catch your own mistakes. That's kind of where I'm at because I do the thing where like I will do like a marathon stream and then nobody here like no streams for like months because I'm like in the weeds trying to find stuff or sort stuff or organize it or hunt something else down. And once I either hit a wall and need to just like, unwind a little bit or I got to talk through something, that's where I'm at. So pretty much I sent it to a few people. I'm like, if you want to pop in, because I feel like I've done as good a job as I can at being as impartial.
She was going to say she did an amazing job. She won't pat herself on the back for shit, but she does. She does an amazing job.
I'm trying to be impartial.
I'll fucking say it, all eyes.
Because I'm really trying to make sure that everything that I'm representing, because Liggett didn't do that. Nobody else got that courtesy. Like we're at a point where we just need to all have a shared reality that we can all agree on. These are the words that were spoken before we diverge to the areas of disagreement. That's kind of where I'm at. But I also made sure it was very important to me to include the actual words that Libby spoke and making sure that we didn't include this bullshit about a victim mentions the word gun. That's kind of where.
That'd be a gun.
Yeah. So I put in here and I changed Liggett's words and I put a video recovered from Liberty's phone on February 15th shows that Abigail was walking southeast on the bridge while an unknown male wearing a blue windbreaker, jeans, boots, and a baseball cap is walking behind her. As Abigail approaches Liberty at the end of the bridge, Liberty is heard saying, "This is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here." 12 seconds later, an unknown male is heard faintly in the background saying, "Guys, down the hill." The video ends 4 seconds later. I feel like that is very different than what Liggett said with, "Oh, she took a video and there's a man behind her," and you hear the word gun. Those are just like the amount of leaps he took for all of that drives me crazy. So I made sure to at least put her actual words that the victims did actually say. And I don't even know if it'll make a difference to some, but because there are some new people coming in, I'm like, I think it is important. But that's kind of the stuff I'm doing, is just cleaning up the stuff where he's kind of gaslighty about it. Because I didn't hear the word gun. I understand where he thinks, like, where they can, that's why he said mentions the word gun. Instead of saying what she actually said, he just literally cherry picked that one word. That's intentional to me. It bothers me. He drives me he's designed in a lab to stay on my last nerve. I can't stand Liggett. He drives me crazy because he also pulls this all shucks thing where he's just like, "I'm just a small town country sheriff." I'm not buying it. I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
I think that he's also a tool.
Yeah, true.
I absolutely think that he's a tool in McClelland Holman's game.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like, do what we tell you to do, and we'll get you where you want to be. So just shut up, keep your head down, and just say yes, sir, when I ask you a question.
And I do think they do a lot of just taking each other's word for stuff instead of following up on anything themselves.
Oh yeah, no.
One of them says, "Yeah, I checked it." They're like, "Okay."
Walk over hot shards of glass.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I also, mine is longer because my font is a little bit bigger.
All right, I'm going to shut up. I'm just going to listen.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you for letting me come up and say whatever the hell I wanted to for a couple of minutes.
Send me notes, by the way, if you got any, because that's where I'm at. Okay, so I'm going to skip the part about the press conferences. I only included that because Liggett included some of those. I don't know why he included it, but I at least put the rest of the dates on there just to complete it. So here we go. This is where I actually do want to start. To assist investigators in identifying the unknown male, an altered photograph taken from the video was released on February 15th. An altered clip of Guys Down the Hill audio was subsequently released. Both of them were worse quality than the actual clip itself, so that's why I put altered, because they did alter it and it made it worse. But that was released on February 22nd. But on February 16th, law enforcement announced a new tip line asking anyone on the trail on February 13th to contact them. Rick Allen went to the sheriff's office on February 16th to let them know he was on the trail around noon to 1 or 1:30 that day. The reason I footnoted all this is so people, hang on, where's 16? This is 16. Where did I get? He went to the sheriff's office. He said, I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple days, but shortly after they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down. I got home from work and my wife said, they want to talk, because I had obviously told her that I was there. And she said, they want to talk to anybody that was down there if they have any information. I don't know how much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station. That's where I got that from. Earlier, somebody was DMing me an absolute hissy fit that I would even suggest such a thing, but that's what he said. So that's what my footnotes are for. That's why there's so many. He advised seeing 3 girls near the trailhead entrance. I footnoted that because he literally said, quote, trailhead entrance. Rick was told that they were busy and asked to provide his contact information for, hang on. I'm looking for the thing. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Did I accidentally hit the wrong one? I don't know if she's back, but I brought her in anyway. So
You talking about me? You
Yeah.
didn't lose me. I'm here.
Oh, I thought it. Sorry, the little the Streamlabs thing keeps talking in my ear anytime like something pops in and out. It keeps distracting me because I'm not used to it. I don't know how to turn that part off. Okay, so that's where I got the sheriff's office thing. That is how the whole thing started. I know that in the Frank's memo, they said that he called the tip line. There's been a few different ways that even defense has characterized it. I'm sticking with what he remembered because I also remember the stuff that Sergio says about pronouns. We always tell on ourselves with pronouns. If you accidentally say we, it's not on accident. Like, it's just the way our brains work. And the more I understand about statement analysis and the pronouns, I'm like, okay, he said we went down to the sheriff's office. So I'm just going to do the same thing that I did with him, that I did with all the other witnesses, because at this point, I have no reason not to. I think it's really weird that we give all these other witnesses all this benefit of a doubt and grace, but we can't with him. I'm giving him the same grace that everybody else got, and that's just how I feel about it. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me be able to scroll. I don't think I meant to share this part when I was reading the part about the sheriff's station. Can y'all see that? Let me close this other one. I already opened too many. Let me get my way back to, let me see. There it is. Sorry. Too many tabs. There we go. Okay, back to the PCA. So on February 18th, DNR officer Dan Doolin called Rick to follow up with him. Rick was on his way to town and offered to meet DNR officer Doolin at the Save-A-Lot parking lot. I included that portion too because at trial, the state tried to present it as if we tried to call him and go to his house, but he didn't want us to come into his house. Like, it was sinister. It's because he pulled over in his car. He was already on his way to town. He's like, hey, I'll meet you there. Totally normal thing to do, but they even painted that as sinister, so I included it. Rick advised that he got to the trail around noon and stayed for about an hour. He advised that he parked near the old railroad bridge over Old State Road 25, and he walked to Freedom Bridge. Rick advised that he saw 3 girls at the trailhead entrance. He described one as taller with black or brown hair. He later told law enforcement that he believed the taller one may have been older, probably babysitting the other 2. Just for reference, I'm going to pull up 26. Hang on, where? These are tiny. The reason I'm saying the babysitter stuff and including all of this detail is because that's what he actually said, and it gets lost on people. That's pretty much it. I mean, I gave him the account. Forgive me, it's been years, and I thought about it a lot. As time goes on, it's like I said, I think I was there probably around noon. It could have been a little before noon, a little after noon. I walked down and back an hour or so, probably 1:30, 1:35, 1:45, depending on what time I got there. He gets cut off And he's like, exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail, and I had told him that when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I call it, there was 3 girls walking on the trail, and I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching, not babysitting, but watching the other 2 because it looked a little younger. And it still included the babysitting thing at the end of the PCA when they restate all this. I include the part where he does say, well, maybe babysitting. That's kind of my interpretation of both of his statements about it. That's kind of why I just stuck with it. They look very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead, and I didn't really see anybody. That's why I included all those details, because I do think it's important, especially now that I know that the Madison girl was a lot younger. I thought she was older at the time, but she was younger. So I know they weren't in this area, or they supposedly weren't. I don't know, but still, I'm including his words regardless.
Talking about Madison Mata.
Yeah, like one of those girls, like I know I've been trying to get somebody to show me that text for a long time. I finally saw the text where she's supposedly saying that they never left City Park, but that's a little bit different than what one of the other girls has told other people. And I don't know what to make of it. All I know is there also were other people out there. There were other people placing their stepdaughters out there, their friends' daughters out there. And it doesn't change the fact that he believes he saw someone who was.
There were a lot of people out there. And
there's more people than we realized.
There was 100% a group of 3 girls that were out there, which were Kelsey, Libby, and Abby. Like, that's a group of 3 girls that were on the premises at one point.
Yeah. I mean,
that is a group of 3 girls.
I agree, but then there's.
He said he saw a group of 3 girls that were acting weird.
According to Kathy, I've been going back and forth on whether to include that because we only have that one transcript, and she talked to them more than once. I don't like only having one transcript, and it's not transcribed like normal things are transcribed. It looks like Vito sat in his office and transcribed it. Like I'm using it, like I'm open to it, but I need more than whatever that was. And I know defense admitted it, so I'm trying to be more open to it because I feel like they would have checked it, but I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm not going to assume they did. Anytime Vito is involved, I just get extra suspicious. Same reason, or same way I do, like if I see Holman's name attached to something, Richie Davies, I always get Reese Davis and Richie Davies. I can't ever say either of their names right, but this, the FBI guy who was Special Agent Richie Davies, who retired and then came back and was made a special deputy after all this. He's a red flag to me. Vito's a red flag, and so is Holman. All 3 of them. Anytime I hear anything with their name on it, I'm like, I'm going to need more. But yeah, she did say it was weird, and I wonder about that because other people described those girls that way too. But I also didn't want to emphasize that because I didn't want it to turn into a pile-on because they were just there that day. Maybe they were being weird. I don't know. But I just didn't want to open that can of worms because that one goes to other places too, and it's just weird. I don't know. But I do have a footnote in my edited doc that's like a constant work in progress. Okay, so anyway, where did I leave off? Okay, he advised that he then walked to the Monon High Bridge, walked back to the overlook bench near the trail split, and sat for a while to check his day trades on his phone. I don't like just saying he was looking at a stock ticker. I think that's just how they were like simplifying it, but he was actually looking at his actual trades. He was watching the actual dashboards, and he kind of goes into a tiny bit more detail later. I feel like somebody who's new to this case, that is a more accurate way to frame it. That's just my opinion because that's how it actually works. Before walking back to his vehicle, he advised observing a sedan and an SUV parked at the farmer's entrance. He advised that he did not recall seeing anyone else on the trail. Rick advised that he did not take any photos or video that day. He provided his phone to DNR Officer Doolin who documented all of its identifying information. After the follow-up interview, Doolin submitted a narrative report and sent Rick's phone information to the Indiana State Police. After cross-referencing Rick's phone information with the tower data obtained by law enforcement, Rick's lead was cleared on February 18th. And then I put his information that Doolin got just because it's in there. Because they did have it. They still have it. They've always had it. It's weird to me that they're acting like they never had it or like they needed his physical phone. Otherwise, they would have taken everybody's phones. Like, they did 101 phone extractions, but they got a whole lot more people's information than that. It bothers me that they act like they need the physical phone, but he did. He tried to give it to them anyway. People seem to forget that. Investigators interviewed Betsy Blair on February 17th. She advised she was on the Monon High Bridge Trail. She made 2 trips to the trail that day. Video from the Hoosier Harbor Store captured her vehicle traveling eastbound. Like, all of these are basically just footnoting all of... Oh, that's the wrong footnote. Hold on. I'm only going to click on a couple just so people can see. Like, this is really just for other people to see. Hang on. Where'd my tab go? Am I on the right one? There it is. Like, all of these are really just the page where they say the actual words. I feel like I've shown that enough for people to understand all these little footnotes. It's every single sentence has a footnote because I'm trying to actually mark every one so we don't have to look it up every time. But here's the other thing about the Betsy thing, making the 2 trails. This is one of those things that always sends me on a totally different side tangent because I got in an argument with Turbo about this on her page a long time ago.
Well, she's an idiot. So.
Well, she was right, though, about this. And that was what the argument was, because she was posting certain things about the PCA between the search warrant and the PCA, like, because they're very similar. And she was picking and choosing between the 2 of them. And she was like, I really think Betsy Blair went to the trail. It says she's returning to the trails. But the examples she was using, I'm like, no, that's saying she turned around to, like, return on her walk. Like, Liggett's copying and pasting. It wasn't enough. Like, what she was saying, now that we know she did make 2 trips, yeah, what she's saying was making sense. But at the time, we didn't have that information. She did. And I think she realized that. She was like, when the trial happens, she was like, I'm pinning this so that when you're proven wrong, we can come back to this. And when I was proven wrong, I
Yeah.
did go back to it. You know what she did? She deleted it because
Of course she did.
because I'm like, hey, you were right. How did you know that, by the way? Because that came from Betsy Blair's law enforcement interview. That wasn't just something that was in any of the filings. And that's also why this thing is 24 pages long, because it does tell a story that only very few people knew. And they were treating us like we were crazy for not just going, like, trusting them, bro. I'm like, if that's true, then just show it. But when people say, trust me, and they won't show me, I'm like, okay, it's either wrong, it's a trap, or like, I don't know what's going on. But like, things that are true, you can't hurt the truth. So if it's true, just let the information speak for itself. And when people won't do that, I'm like, okay, come back when you got something I can point to. If I can't point to it, I don't care. I can't do anything with something that I can't point to or reference or cite. But she knew an awful lot of this stuff. And I always, even down to like the colors of different cars that are very suspicious to me, but still, whatever. So I included the part about Betsy getting there. What I haven't known how to do is tell the fact that Betsy was on the trail at the same time that these 4 girls were on the trail. So I pretty much just kind of glaze over that without, like, I still acknowledge what time they were all there. And I change all of Bree's statements to the ones that she gave at trial. We already know Anna's. We already know Betsy's, so I'm going to skip to that just for the sake of the parts that I need. Oh, this is the part, like, right here. I don't know if I can highlight it. I don't know if it's a little too bold to put that, but I'm pretty sure this is true. On the evening of February 13th, Brianne Wilbur spoke to law enforcement. She uploaded a Snapchat photo taken while the 4 girls crossed Freedom Bridge at 12:25, and another taken while the 4 girls were at Monon High Bridge at 12:43. In 2020, she showed investigators these pictures during her interview pertaining to the Anthony Shots investigation. They never explicitly say that she met with Vito in 2020 for Anthony Shots, but when you look at the dates that Vito was assigned to Anthony Shots, that does line up. And they never specify it. I don't know if I should take it out, but I do feel like that's important, that because then she also kind of changes the way she describes the person she saw. What she said on Friday night, I always say Friday night, on the Monday night, she gives them one description of someone, and then years later when they're like, hey, could it have been Anthony Shots? All of a sudden the person she sees is muscular and tall and like kind of like Anthony Shots was, even though that was a catfish account. Hang on, where is it? The other thing I run into with this, how did Betsy not see the 4 girls while they were on the trail? And how did Betsy see 4 girls leaving when they would have been gone 10 minutes before Betsy even returned back to the trails? That's kind of what this whole section is. Hang on. Where is Bree's next section? I lost it. I'm not on the.
I had a question.
I'm not even sharing the right page. Hang on, sorry. I've just found my way back to my tab.
That's fine. I'm going to answer Jaletta's question. So you think that Ellie showed Brad Holder the crime scene pics to get his take on it? Because remember, they were talking to him about what he knew. They were talking to him as like an onanism expert. The only thing I would say about that is that the picture that he posted of the 2 girls with the sticks on them was prior to the murders, not after.
Right.
So I don't think it would be relevant in that circumstance. But these guys are a bunch of bozos. So would they show him crime scene photos? Shit, possibly. I have no idea what they would do.
Well, also, even with Turco, they didn't show him the actual crime scene photos. They sent him the sketches of sticks.
Right.
And a sketch of the F tree, which is the same one that Barbara McDonald showed on Court TV. Now that we've seen the F tree pic, that little graphic that they sent to Turco and to Barbara is not very, in my opinion, it's not a very good depiction of what's actually on the tree. I don't know who made the graphic to send it to Turco, but Turco is out of the country, so that's what they sent him. And so that's what he based his analysis on, was on the sketch. And I do wonder if that's what they showed the other Odinist cops that they consulted. Like, I still find it incredible that they consulted Brad Holder and other Odinist cops. Like, hey, do you think any of your Odinist buddies would have done this? Of course they're not. They all think that that's not my group. That would be.
I still think it's bullshit. I think that he went back to talk to. I think Purdy went back to talk to Holder.
I think so
too. Because he actually thought Holder was involved, but he was not allowed to be talking to him and wasn't supposed to be talking to him.
So he's doing it on the down low.
So that's why nobody fucking knew about it. It wasn't reported anywhere. There's no report.
I think that's correct as well.
Well, when you read the transcript testimony from the 3-day hearings of him, when you read the first one, and then they put him back up on the stand and he does a complete 180. It's so slimy when he walks back all of what all these reports are like, yeah, I forwarded this on. I thought they should have re-interviewed him. I went back and re-interviewed him. And then a day later, I think it was actually 2 days later, because he testified the first time on the 30th and then not until August 1st. And then August 1st, he's like, oh yeah, actually, no, I wasn't actually, he just took all of it back because he was no shame whatsoever.
Because these people will destroy you and your career if you do not side with them.
Well, we saw what happened with Todd Click. And what makes me mad about the Todd Click thing too is they turned on him so aggressively without even realizing he thought he was saving their asses. He's like, oh shit, this prosecutor probably doesn't even have a clue. There was, because Ives was still on the case at one point when they were first investigating. And then he retires, and then Nick comes on. So in his mind, he's like, "Oh shit, they're gonna get themselves in trouble. Like, what if they don't know about this? I need to send it to him." Like, he thinks, because Todd Click, if you look at his old interviews and other stuff, he's a very normal, very administrative, straightforward, upfront. Like, he doesn't play games.
I think they were fine with him doing that. I think they discounted it, but when
McLeland acted like he was just mad because they didn't take his theory seriously when he was talking more about Click.
I don't think Click was a problem until he went on the stand, and then it was a problem.
For sure.
Then he crossed the line.
I think that Click sending the stuff to McLeland was fine because he just buried it and didn't really give a shit. As soon as Click reached out to the defense attorneys and the prosecutor and crew caught wind of that, Click was fucked.
Well, and I think it has a lot to do with that Alicia Cole.
I was at the
because Holman said he was going to go pick it up, and then he didn't.
Between
oh yeah, you were at that one. That's right.
How the cops there were looking at him and how he was looking back at them. That was the moment where
everybody said you could cut the tension with a knife at that, during that testimony. You could feel just like they were trying to laser into his brain, shut the fuck up kind of thing.
This is 100%.
Yeah, I think because Holman got his favorite trick is saying, "Yeah, I'll go pick up that evidence," and then he doesn't, because then they don't have to turn it over. He did it with Alicia Cole's phone. He told her that he was going to pick it up, and then he didn't. Todd Click followed up with her. "Hey, I just want to make sure somebody came and got that." And she's like, "Nope, nobody came and got it." So he sent it to Alvy, Brazi's guy. He's like, "Okay, well, they need to have it." And Holman did the same thing, we now know, thanks to Cecil's testimony. The FBI cast team called Cecil and requested all of his reports for Libby's phone. And so he told Holman, "Hey, they're requesting it. Somebody needs to send it." And Holman's like, "Yeah, I'll send it." And then he doesn't send it. And then you read his deposition, and he's accusing them of not sharing information with them. Like, all of his accusations are confessions when it comes to Holman. He's the one who was like running interference, telling everybody, "No, look, don't look here. We cleared that. No, we got that covered." He's the one where Ferenczi and Murphy were saying, "Hey, can we get search warrants?" They're requesting follow-up action. "Hey, can we do this?" And Holman just ghosted them. I think Harper did too, but I think it was mostly Holman because he
We
kind
don't
of
know
just,
who wrote the search warrant for.
they didn't write it. They were requesting search
No,
warrants for Elvis.
right.
Well, you're talking about the phone
as far
ones.
as what we know, that somebody did write search warrants.
Well, we have the search warrant for Johnny Messer's phone in 2018, and the search warrant returned for that.
But
And
no,
we know,
Westfall and Holder.
well, we only know that they had 2 warrants in August of 2023 for Holder and for Westfall. For some reason, they just didn't even ask, like, they had the warrant and just didn't even execute it when he was there. But they did do that with Westfall. They did say, "Hey," but I guess they didn't have to execute it because he was like, "Yeah, you can look at my phone." It's because he had already deleted everything. And then they asked Click to look at it. So that's the only reason we know that it exists at all. But they didn't even do that with Holder. But at the same time, Holder apparently got rid of his phone and his vehicle by March 1st.
Yes.
Well, he
Which
got
is the
rid
day
more than
he cleared
that.
it.
He got rid of his dog. He got rid of his
Got rid of
cat.
his,
Got rid of
Yep.
his house.
I didn't know he got rid of his
Yeah,
dog.
he got rid of
got rid of his dog.
literally everything.
Yeah, got rid of his dog, moved, got rid of his car.
Well, apparently Westfall changed phones and vehicles several times as well. I didn't know that until recently when Amy was going through those messages. He
Yeah.
apparently changed all of his
Well-
quite a few times too.
Take those as a grain of salt
I
because
know.
I mean, people on the internet like to talk shit. So
That's true.
it's not. I mean, not anything against Amy. It's against like.
No,
we
I
don't
know, but
yeah.
I mean, we at least do have some records of some of the stuff in those, like with the weird couple that they were friends with and the stuff.
Right.
Like there's actual court cases and court documents for that.
Documented everything that he did, like publicly.
Right.
Well, his significant other's daughter came forward before all of this, making those accusations. So I tend to
that's
believe that one. I don't like to draw attention to it though, because I don't know how old she is, and I don't want to. I'm always worried that, I mean, he's the type to apparently, historically, according to his my case, he will take it out on him for speaking up, and so I get nervous about that. But I understand some of the stuff in there, like even when they're saying, at one point she said that Nick was his attorney, like he was the prosecutor on that case, not the actual attorney. He may have not been as hard on him as he should have been, but I don't think he was actually assisting him. But still, like some of those things, like I know a lot of it does not add up, but some of it there's court records to back up. I haven't finished going through all those. There's a lot to unpack in all of that. That's a whole other stream though. I'll let Amy continue her vault series on that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even include any of those bozos in this thing. Like what I was trying to do was just point out that Liggett literally changed what all these people put to like create this. I mean, it's already incredible to me that they ignored all of these other there's more evidence against all these other people than there is against Roger Allen. So already it's just confusing to me that they even pursued this, other than they really thought he was their nexus to Keegan Klein at the time. That's the only reason. Like they thought he was their nexus, and by the time they figured out he wasn't, they had already crossed too many lines to fess up to it. And I think that is why we have the PCA that we have. It's because what else were they going to, like, I just don't think they were ever going to own up to it, or they had just succumbed to their tunnel vision and thought, well, maybe it was just him. And they were like, he is involved because he did say these things. I don't really understand it, because when you look at what these people actually said, it's hard for me to keep even
Well, I mean,
trying
I'll tell you
to.
what I mean. I don't think it's very deep. I think it's very straightforward. That they the bar for getting a search warrant, and there were very, very many in this case, and we
Yeah.
have not seen
I know.
the vast majority of them. It's a low bar. There's a low
Yeah.
bar for probable cause to do a search. What they didn't expect was that somebody would on the fly arrest somebody that they
Yeah,
had every intention of letting go.
they didn't anticipate Holman's
They
hissy
just
fit.
copy and pasted the whole search
Yeah.
warrant affidavit and made it their probable cause affidavit.
The
And
only new information was
they
the gun.
didn't have anything else to
Yeah.
really add to it.
They didn't get any new information during that interview. Like everything they had at the end of that interview, they already had prior to the interview. They got nothing new. So the fact that they arrested him in the interview and not before is crazy to me.
Hastily done on the fly.
Yeah.
And it was not premeditated. That his arrest was just not premeditated. And you run out your 48 hours of having to write up a PCA, and they just slapped it together and were like, he's probably involved. And then the part that like insinuated that he's just only probably involved, they did not provide. They shredded page 8 to make sure that like it didn't sound that way.
Back at page 8.
Well, it's, I mean, we saw Rosie was able to at least get the actual last page on its own, but it bothered me that we couldn't get one
Why are you saying
complete,
Rosie was able
accurate.
to get it?
Why did you say Rosie was able to get it? What do you mean?
Didn't she post? She said she got it from.
Oh, you not
Rosie Palfy, not Brad Rosie.
Oh, Rosie.
Yeah, sorry, Rosie.
That was way later. That's way.
I know, but like the reason we've had it for a while, but I'm just now back on this kick because it wasn't until I saw it in the brief where I was able to read it from start to finish, all in one thing, like the actual one where I don't have to worry, is this the right one? Did someone just like it was, for some reason when I saw it in the appellate brief, it finally felt real and trustworthy because I don't.
I mean, I mocked it up exactly.
I know.
Like way ahead of when anybody had a copy of it, because.
Yeah, but my point was when I finally read page 8 in that context, when I finally was like, okay, I'll take this seriously now, like as an actual, like, okay, I'll give it another go. Like when I did get to the last page, the way it's worded, I'm like, they were going out of their way to be very clear. We just think he's somehow involved. We don't think he actually killed the girls. Like it reads that way to me. Like they were aware he was not the killer. And at worst, he was somehow just friends with the killers. Like that seems to be as far as they were even willing to go. And I find that incredible. But that's also what makes me so angry about all this, because they ended up like, oh, hang on. This little Streamlabs lady.
Like they said that.
Sorry, you dropped out for a minute. I don't know why, but I just added you back. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, even McClellan came out and said that, they thought that there was maybe other people involved. Like they said that early on.
Yeah.
And that would have made a lot of sense if you had page 8 of the PCA, because that's exactly what. Then it lines up. They made sure to like.
I'm actually
to pretend that just to leave it gray. They just left it gray the whole time. so they could switch, and they did switch. So they're actually.
I gotta go pick up my daughter. So I'm gonna listen to you guys while I go pick her up, and then if you guys are still on, I'll try to come back.
Thanks for popping in.
Be careful, T.
Always. It was nice chatting with you guys, though. I miss you.
I know. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a long time.
I know. Sucks.
What is time, really?
Yeah, time is hard. All eyes. Time is hard. All right, bye, Fiend.
Bye.
Okay, I know I keep saying this. I'm going to read one more excerpt, and then I'm for real going to go to the chat because I feel like I've missed a gazillion things that I probably need to go back and look. What I want to read is the Betsy Blair and the Brad Heath stuff, because I do think, as far as the PCA goes, that was the biggest mistake that they made. I do think that makes a huge difference. But okay, so after completing her third loop around the trail, Betsy returned to her vehicle to leave. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store captured Betsy's vehicle traveling westbound at 2:18 p.m. Betsy advised that as she was leaving, she observed a vehicle parked in the vicinity of the former Welfare Services building. Betsy stated that the shape of the vehicle stood out to her, adding, "It looked to me like it had sharp angles. It looked like a four-door sedan." Betsy advised after thinking about it later, it reminded her of a car that her father had years ago that was a 1965 Ford Comet. Betsy would have been on the trail for her last exercise loop between 1:46 p.m. and 2:18 p.m. I skipped the Brad Heath paragraph. My bad. Pretend, I mean, they're right next to each other, whatever.
Rewind.
At approximately 2:10 p.m., Brad Heath finished spraying bait stations at Anderson's on CR 300 North across the street from a residential home that served as the former Child Welfare Services building. Brad advised that he observed the same older model vehicle parked along the road in the vicinity of the former Child Welfare, I can't say that, the former CPS building, that he drove by and observed at approximately 8:45 a.m. that morning. Brad's work records show that he was at Anderson's between 1:43 p.m. and 2:06. So he is at Anderson's at 1:43. Betsy's back at the trail at 1:46. He leaves around 2:06 and she leaves at 2:18. So that is the reason I included both of those, because both Betsy Blair and Brad Heath gave similar descriptions of an older model vehicle parked in the same vicinity of the former CPS building. In the PCA, Liggett chooses to group Betsy Blair and Terry Wilson together. And he's like, well, they also described in the same general area. He said same general area. Well, that is also true of Brad Heath. That's why I replaced Brad Heath's testimony with what Liggett went with, because Brad and Betsy both described an older model vehicle. They both described it more
So I
along
haven't read this whole document that you've
It's
mocked
really
up
just
here.
everybody's
But
testimony.
do you have in there what Richard Allen's car actually is?
Yes. When it gets
Okay.
back to the
Hey,
part where they're interviewing, yeah.
do you know, like, I mean, maybe you have this in here, but you know what I think it's probably missing? The one sentence in this mock-up as well is just, quote, Richard Allen is 5'5".
I know,
End
right?
quote. Is
I
is that
probably
in there?
should add
Because
that.
no, you absolutely should add
That's
that.
true, because
Because
nobody described
that
that. Yeah,
is 1,000,000% irrelevant and available information that should have been provided to the judge.
that's
And when
very
it is
true.
provided to the judge,
I'll
they
probably
would
go back through and add
a,
that in
lo- a
the
logical
first
person
intro.
would be like, no, get the fuck out of here. Like, no, like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay, I am going to skip the next part, but it's pretty much what I included was David Riley. And I included all of the people who were on the trail at the time that the state says the girls were being kidnapped and murdered. There were people on the trail while Libby's phone was still on, actively logging movement. They were either just leaving and or just arriving, or they were pulling into the cemetery and exiting the cemetery while her phone was still logging movement. So I did include all of them, including Daniel Pearson. But this is the other part I want to get to, because Amy showed us part of, on one of the Vault episodes, she showed part of one of Daniel Pearson's incident reports. In his incident report, it says Mr. Pearson did state when he parked, he noticed two other cars. He's talking about he parked. That was the words, like verbatim words from the incident report. And then later we have Shelby saying, yeah, after we walked off from the bridge and back to the Mears lot, we drove around Amish country and he dropped me and they dropped me back off at my car. Well, what car were they driving around in? And I'm guessing it would have been Daniel Pearson's, but I do think that's important because that was another vehicle that was there. And it means that he could have been there earlier than she did. And it could actually turn out that he got there before her because he was waiting for her to finish lunch with her friends, like she told other people she was doing before she went to the trail. That's a whole other thing. But this is I tried really hard to stick to only things that came from the actual reports or the testimony from witnesses who were actually at trial. But I'm trying to give like the gist before I get back to the other stuff. But I also included, hey, by the way, at 3 p.m. there was a phone that did not belong to victim 2, which when they redacted the names, Libby was victim 2, Abby was victim 1. The phone from the FBI cast report did not belong to victim 2 or Richard Allen. And even if it was one of Libby's other phones, that would have also come back to her. Even it didn't belong to Libby, and it wasn't one of her other phones either. It happened at 3:02 and again at 3:27, so I included both of those. I included Derek's role in like showing up. But I'm gonna go to the chat after I figure out what page Richard Allen's words start. Oh, I did put this one line in here for Sarah Carbaugh where it's talking to, let me read her paragraph and then because then it goes to his. Investigators identified Sarah Carbaugh in the tower data obtained by law enforcement because she said that on the stand. Sarah advised that she was traveling eastbound when she observed an unknown male walking westbound on the north side of 300 North. She advised that the last time she drove by around 4 o'clock, she noticed a group of people at the Mears entrance. Sarah described a girl that she noticed, a group of people at the Mears entrance. She described a girl that she believed had bright blonde hair, either something hot pink, either she was wearing hot pink, or the moped she was driving was hot pink. Sarah just remembered the girl was talking to a group of people and looking stressed out. Sarah also advised seeing a man walking out in the open on 300 North wearing a tan coat and muddy jeans with a little bit of hair poking out. I don't know why she included that, but she did. Investigators were able to determine from watching the Hoosier Harvest Tour video that she was traveling on 300 North at approximately 3:57. It is unknown if Sarah observed the unknown male on her first, second, third, or fourth time driving back and forth by the Mears lot, because she also testified that she drove by 3 or 4 times. And then she contributed to the following sketch. Okay, so now that I've gotten that part out of the way, I'm going to go back to chat if I can find the. There it is. I'm in the right one. I know there's. Spooks just said too many names. PCA needs to pick up Bloody McCain too. I thought about that, but it was already getting so long. I know this is supposed to be like a brief intro to the case, but like how do you exclude all, like if somebody's new to this case, how do you explain to them really what happened that day without including the most basic stuff of who was like you have to at least acknowledge who was on the trail. You just have to. And you have to acknowledge that they all described seeing someone completely different than the other person, except for Betsy and Brad Heath. They are the only two people who described really the same car that was there, but according to Brad Heath, it was also there at 8:45 a.m. that morning. So somebody had been there all day throughout all of this. Where were they? I don't know. Nobody seems to know where that person was. There was all kinds of people on the trail in the morning as well. Even Riley testified. It was Riley and Bree. They said they saw, quote, a few people on there like while they were out walking back and forth. But the only one that they were really questioned about was the unknown male around 1:30. And the same happened with, who was it? Like even with David McCain, he tells Derek, "Oh no, I didn't see I didn't see two girls. I just saw a couple by the bridge." Well, that's weird because Cheyenne and Shelby, a couple of girls, literally walked right past him, and Cheyenne testified that she said hi to him, and he didn't say hi back, which is exactly the way Riley and Bree described the man. So there's just all of these things where it just like you at a certain point somebody's got to understand like all of these are like these are a problem. Law enforcement really just instead of going back to the person and being like, here's a lineup. Which one of these people did you see? Were any of these people the person you saw? Yes or no? Instead of doing that, they're just like, well, this person said that and this person said this. So this must be true. They didn't go back and actually verify any of it. They just started moving pieces around playing Tetris until they felt like it fit. And at one point, they couldn't figure out who Daniel Pearson saw because he says that him and Shelby saw a weird guy when they first got there at the trail entrance. And then they remembered seeing another person walking his dog later. But the sketch that they drew looks nothing like David McCain, like not even a little bit. it looks more like Judge Fouts, to be honest. I don't know. Okay, I'm trying to, like, wait, these are, like, hours ago. I'm at, like, 10 minutes on the comments. Fiend, are you still in here? Did he
I
fall
am
out?
still in here.
Okay, I don't know if you've got some shit talk you wanna do. I'm trying to scroll through these. I'm, like, way, way behind on comments.
That's
promised I was gonna
awesome.
actually keep up with them, and I'm already behind on them. Hold on, let me see. Oh, Veronica, I just saw Veronica's comment where she says, "I fully believe they were arguing now. I don't believe." I think she's talking about Shelby and Daniel. Like when I first heard Sarah Carball's testimony about seeing the person either on a hot pink moped or hot pink hair or wearing hot pink, and people were just arguing and stressed out. At first, I thought that was probably Tara German and Derek German. I don't think that anymore because Tara German wasn't there yet. And we now know, though, that Maya Abbott and Carl Abbott were there. He was in a blue muscle car and she was on her scooter. And eventually her boyfriend met them there on his Razor something or other. I have it written down. I can't remember. I always mix up which one of them had like the ATV and which one of them had the little scooter. But they met up there. And for some reason, they met her dad there. And I would think it was either Daniel and Shelby arguing in the parking lot. Like maybe they did get in a fight in the parking lot, or maybe it was Maya and Evan and like, it would have had to have been one of them because they were all at this time at the mirror's entrance, and when David Riley described the people that he saw, which I do believe was Daniel Pearson and Shelby, he said she was wearing a hot pink like a pink shirt. So
Wasn't it Carbaugh that said the hot pink?
she did too, but so did David Riley.
Okay. Okay.
And the defense investigator notes, I don't know how else to describe them, but on that live with Gritty, when they were just going through their notes from following up on tips and interviews, he was very specific, or at least her notes were very specific about David Riley's interview and who he described and what, like, down to what they were wearing. She even remembered that he had a receipt from US, like the post office at, I think it was 211, and then later he went to Horizon Vet by, like, 10 minutes after he left. Like, her defense investigator notes for David Riley were very detailed,
So
and
who's in the hot pink?
apparently Shelby Hicks was wearing a pink shirt, and Sarah Carball said hot pink, but she was like, I don't know if it was hot pink hair or a shirt, or maybe it was a hot pink mug, like, she just remembers the color pink. Well, so did David Riley.
I mean, this is while they're missing. The Carbaugh was while they were missing, right? Like,
I think all of that's kind of the point. While Daniel and Shelby were there, they were missing, and Carball. Like nobody knew they were missing yet, though. But like they're still supposedly like, and Daniel and Shelby were on platform too, and so was David McCain. They were within earshot of where the girls were found. They just were. And the other thing that drives me crazy is David Riley got there at like 2:25, 2:30. Well, Libby's phone was still active and moving. Even if David Riley didn't hear anything happening, how did the dog not hear anything? He was with his, like, dogs can hear a lot better than humans. Like he would have, I would think a dog would be freaking out if there was any disturbance. I
I
don't know
mean,
how
I'm
else to put
pretty
it.
firm that the whole area is easily traversable, and
Well, yeah, it's really compact. Like the whole
yes,
area, it's very close together.
I
Like
think
even though
that's
you can't,
misconstrued over and
well,
over.
because in a picture, maybe you can't really see very clearly from one end to the other, but like while you're there, you apparently can. But even all the searchers who testified, like the civilian searchers, they were very clear about how, like, well, I couldn't see Pat Brown, but we could hear each other. Like we were just talking across the creek. But what's also crazy to me is just like even from the end of the bridge, if you just look to the left, you can see to the crime scene, especially back then when there was no, it wasn't green and lush. It was all barren trees, and all the leaves were on the ground. You could see straight across, and that was from a way higher elevation, so you could see across and down. So the fact that there were people there for hours and then searching supposedly right up to the creek all morning, and nobody saw these girls until Erskine walks up. Like, I don't think it was actually how they, like, all just, "Oh, they all got here at the same time." According to Erskine, he found them closer to 10:20. He found the clothes, but he didn't wanna say it over the radio because he didn't want the rest of the family to hear it for the first time over the radio. So he got his radio and he was like, "Hey, I need somebody to contact me on my cell phone." I found it in the police scanner audio around the time he remembers it being, or at least the time he said it was. I found it in the police scanner audio where he's calling over saying, "Hey, call me on my cell phone." And it's not the same one where, like, Shane Evans later is saying that. It's, like, at earlier in the morning, but it takes forever for them to send someone out to do that. So he finds the clothes first, and then not long after, he does find the girls. But while he's, like, kind of patrolling the area to keep people away, waiting on other people to show up for, like,
But that
backup and
isn't the
stuff.
official narrative,
I
right?
know it's not, but it's in the that's it's I mean, it's according to his testimony, and the reason I want to include him in all this is because he places Sean Kingery at the trail with Yoder earlier than Giancola testified. Giancola's acting like Yoder was with him around 12:15, driving off to go look for these trail cams when they get a call from Liggett saying, "Hey, people found some stuff down by the creek. We need you to go down there." And then Yoder and Giancola walk in for the first time. Well, according to Erskine, he found the clothes, and, like, within an hour or so, Yoder and Kingery are the ones who showed up. That's another problem for me because he knows who they are. They all know who each other are. I don't think he's mistaking them. I don't think he misspoke. And I also think there's a lot of weird stuff about Gene Cola and Yoder. I'm learning more and more. He's a fucking lunatic. He's a hothead. Something's wrong with him. Like, he acts like one of those people that has, like, a brain trauma injury, and they're just, like, freaking out on people all the time. Like, when I saw that body cam of him, or I guess it wasn't body cam, it was just someone's cell phone video. These people are sitting in their car waiting to pick their kids up from school, and he shows up, and he just starts talking to him like like he's being a dick off the bat to these people
I mean,
waiting
that
for their
just
kid
sounds
to get
like
out of school.
me.
And then he, like, opens the dude's door and starts yanking him out for no reason. Like, he just goes from 0 to lunatic in the span of, like, a minute and a half. It was not normal, and I'm like, "Well, no wonder they didn't want him to testify because he's loose cannon. He's not very stable. He's not very nice. I don't trust a word out of his mouth." But Erskine is saying that Yoder was there earlier with Kingery. I think that's a problem. I meant to keep scrolling through these comments. I always go off on tangents because it's impossible to just, like, condense any of this because it all matters, and it's like, "Well, that's not the official thing." I'm like, "Okay, how do we pick and choose then?" Because, like, I genuinely have no preference on which one of these people is correct, but I'm trying to, even though I think Yoder's a lunatic and I have questions about Erskine, I'm trying to give each of them because even if people are a shit person or not very good, like, they're in their minds, they're always doing what they think is right, even if they're doing it to justify something. And you can usually get closer to what they actually meant or what they were actually saying if you give them the benefit of the doubt. Even if there's no merit to the statement they made, you can at least figure out what they were trying to say and or what they were trying to whitewash, if that makes sense. Like, that's at least, I don't know what to make of Giancola and Erskine because they have two very contradicting stories, and I don't think Erskine had any reason to make shit up. Like, I think he did stumble upon this shit. He didn't want the family to hear it about what he found over the radio for the first time. He was hoping one of the dipshits at Unified Command, who was not doing anything but sitting in the office telling everybody else what to go do, he's waiting on one of them to send someone to help him, and it took, like, an hour, and then while he's waiting, Shane Haygood and Jake Johns make their way under Ramona and High Bridge, and they are like, "Oh my gosh, look, these clothes." And there was a fireman standing right there. Well, yeah, it's because he was still waiting on someone to show up. And he's like, "I can't get a hold of," like, You can tell he's not wanting anybody to use their radio to call. He just wants someone on their cell phone to call, but, like, apparently at the same time, they all cannot get through to the I think they called it fire command at this point. It was because it was just the fire department leading everything. That's where they set up their comms stations and all of that. It was through the fire department. So they kept trying to contact him, but it took like an hour, almost an hour and a half before anybody actually showed up. And by then, that's when Shane Evans and them and Brad Weaver had like more people were eventually coming through. But David Erskine had actually found them earlier, and he was trying to get the actual first responders out there before the searchers did, but without letting them know because some of the searchers were also family members. It was just, it definitely was a, I mean, I don't know how I would have handled that. I probably would have done the same thing. Like, I don't want to I wouldn't have wanted to take a lead on any of that if one, I was a family member and a certain, like, I would think like the specially trained side of you would actually be concerned about like, okay, I just need to keep people away from it until people can get here to secure the scene instead of causing panic. But they took so long getting there, it caused panic anyway, because apparently Melissa stumbled up onto the bodies and then she ran away squealing and then like that ended up not working out great. Hang on. Derek and Tara were oh, hang on. I know. There was a comment earlier where somebody was saying I found the text message where Cheyenne was saying that when her and Shelby Hicks left the bridge, they saw a couple in the car, and she used the word sketchy. She didn't say anything about it looked like they were doing meth. It just said, quote, sketchy. They look sketchy. But I don't know if she's talking about Derek and Tara or if she's talking about Carl Abbott and Maya Abbott, because I don't know if Tara was there because we do not have Hoosier Harvestor arrival times for Cheyenne or departure times. It's like one of the things that drives me the craziest, even though I know some people don't think that part's important. I think it matters what time all these people actually got here. Hang on. Was it a golden doodle? I think that I've heard 3 different descriptions of dogs. I know David Riley's dog was supposedly a black dog. And then someone who showed up on the 14th also had a black dog, the Brian Moss guy, I forget his name. He didn't even know what was going on until he got there, and then he ended up going away, but I don't know if both of those dogs were black or if one was black and the other one just got mixed up with the other one. And then I heard there was a tiny dog that someone had out there, and then I also heard there was what was the other one? Maybe like a terry like the wishbone dog. What are those dogs called? Anybody remember that TV show? Wasn't that dog's name Wishbone?
Was it a border collie?
No, it's like he's got the little spot around his eye. Like the TV show. It's like an old kids TV show, Wishbone.
A bull terrier.
Something, yeah, whatever that dog is. I've heard that dog, and then a black dog. When I saw a picture of David Riley's dog, it looks kind of like, I mean, he does look a little bit like a mutt. Like he's not any one thing, but he kind of looks more like a lab or golden retriever to me, but he's all black. So I don't think he would be. I don't know. The other one is just the only other description I've heard is a tiny dog. I don't know any of the dogs' names. Hang on. Let's see.
Oh, is it a Jack Russell? That's what chat.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what
Jack Russells are fun dogs.
Yeah, I've heard one of the people's dogs was that, but I don't know if that was on the 14th or the 13th. I just I have all of these like these miscellaneous screenshots of people, like the one person which I guess now looking back was probably David Riley, where they were saying their dad was out there on the trail. And they had a dog. I'm guessing that was David Riley's. I don't know how old his children are, but like I have a lot of those where they don't actually give a name, so it's kind of just like it could be one of these. But they give sort of details, but they don't specify anything. Hang on. What the dog doing?
I have confirmed that Wishbone was a Jack Russell Terrier.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you. This what Ellie really knew versus that bill of goods presented a trial, making it sound like it was desolate out there. Yeah, that's the other thing. And then I have all these
Spuds
other.
McKenzie was the bull terrier.
Who was?
Spuds McKenzie?
I don't know what that is. Is that another show?
I think he was in commercials.
Oh, oh, okay, yeah. What you're talking about. I don't know why I was still thinking Wishbone area. Hang on. David Riley walked towards Freedom Bridge, not High Bridge. Yes, that's true. But my point is like his dog, like dogs still have a different sense of smell and like their hearing is different. And I guess it's hard.
Unindicted, I think it was actually Bud Light, not actual Budweiser.
I'm trying to imagine a scenario where any dog I've ever had would not bark if something like what we know was happening within earshot, especially when all of these people are talking about how they could hear things pretty clearly. And if it wasn't actually that loud and there was very few people there, it would be even easier to hear because there's less people drowning other noises out. And so it bothers me that there's a dog on the trail while this is supposedly happening, especially when her phone is still logging movement technically. And Betsy Blair was on the trail this whole time too. Like while they were first being supposedly kidnapped and walked under the first trestle and undressed and stuff. Like I understand she was on a different side of it, but again, it is so much closer together than like when people time it and I watch all the like I've watched so much footage and I know it's different than being there, but like when people do the lives while they're there, like even getting from the north end of the bridge to the crime scene, if you go around the secluded path, it's like 6 minutes. Like you can get there pretty quick. And it's just, I just feel like a dog would have made some sort of noise or like the owner would have been like, "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" And I feel like that would have occurred to them later because I've never had a dog that would not have some sort of reaction to what we know was happening out there. It's just hard for me to imagine a dog not even alerting or reacting some way. I don't know. Um, Becky said the deer found the girls. I'm way behind on this, like way behind. I'm trying to scroll through these to look for actual questions. Hometown hero wannabe Yoder. Something is wrong with him. Like for real. I have a short on my page. I think it I think it's on YouTube, not Twitter. Like Yoder, this video that somebody posted on Facebook, I did a re-upload to it because I do think more people should see that. The the level he escalated it so quickly over absolutely nothing. It was just it almost stunned me to watch it because there was no need for it. It was so unnecessary and he lost control of his emotions so quickly. The way he snapped is what people describe when they're talking about Richard Allen. And I'm like, you want me, this dude who he took demotions because you literally can't pay him to order people around because it gives him too much anxiety. I'm supposed to believe that he just woke up and all of a sudden just broke all of his habits and developed a whole new personality and did this. But none of these people, like someone like Holman, someone like Yoder, no, we're not supposed to even consider someone like that. I don't get it. Makes no sense to me. Ron Logan made an odd comment about being able to get to the creek. Can you get to the creek? No. Well, if you need to, you can. Oh, yeah. He did say a lot of stuff he said was weird, though. When Pat Brown was testifying, he talked about before he went to meet Tom Mears to help him search, he stopped at Ron Logan's house to knock on the door and say, "Hey, we're going to be searching. Just want to let you know there's two girls missing." And apparently, after he said there's two girls missing, all Ron said was, "Okay." He just said, "Okay." And then I guess closed the door. I thought that was pretty weird. Like that is like you don't want to be like, "Oh no," or like even pretend to be concerned. It's weird. Let me see. Sole reason for the flashover on Flora. Hi to everybody that I didn't actually specifically say hi to. I see all of you in here, and I'm just way behind. Lost brain cells during his smoke inhalation moment. Maybe. I'm guessing that was about Yoder. Oh, wait. Anyone remember when BP said she went home to get the girls' clothes for the dogs to track, and that's when they suddenly seen the clothes In fact, yeah, I didn't know that until I don't remember if it was Anna's testimony or her deposition that at one point while she was waiting for Abby's granddad to get back in town, she had gone home to get a piece of clothing to give to law enforcement for the dogs that they apparently had already called off. I still don't understand calling off the dogs thing because even Kelsey said that in the morning they all had walkie-talkies and the one instruction they were all given was to stay away from the end of the bridge because the dogs were going to be coming later and that's where they would be searching. Which is incredible to me because they still had to cross the bridge and cross over it anyway. So they just they still contaminated it. But that meant that they had to go walk underneath the bridge around the Weber private drive. And they spent hours. They got there at like 8 a.m. and they're saying that the bodies weren't found until noon. When you realize how compacted that area is, especially when you can see from across the creek to the crime scene. I don't get it. There's just things that I'm like, maybe they really didn't see them, but I just need to know how. How did you not see them? Even if they're on the ground, like one of them was nude. How do you miss that? I don't get it. Hang on. I remember Anna saying it, not Becky Patty. I know these are questions from like an hour ago, but I'm still trying to look at them. Shabug said, put half the town in prison. I don't trust any of them. I would say start with law enforcement if you're going to start, if you got to start somewhere because they have a low capacity in that jail. Start with the people who fucked this investigation up. Let me see. Have a journalist's photo of something just in the water, looking off to the left of the bridge, a fair way down on the far side of the bank, just in the water, and it looks like a person sitting against a tree. Ooh, that sounds creepy. Is that the one where the searchers are in the water? It'll probably be a while before I get to you answering that. Let me see. How does everyone have the same story for years until trial? That's a good question. I would like to know that too, because for years, game popped out. For years, Brad Holder's alibi was that he wasn't home yet. And I think it's very weird that for years, that's his alibi. And then at trial, he's like, just kidding. And then places himself at the scene of the crime. Hang on. I have Lana's Brad Weber thing. Hold on.
Brad Weber just left. Brad Weber, how'd it go? Brad Weber, did you do it? Brad Weber, did you do
it? Oh my God, it's never not funny. I love Lana. I cannot tell you the comfort I felt when I saw that she had gone to Delphi. When I knew she was there, I'm like, she takes no shit. She's not playing around. She will tell us exactly what she heard and saw. I'm so glad that she went. Let me see. Oh my gosh, I just auto scrolled my way out of where I was. Hold on. Okay, well, dang it. Let me see if I can go back. Hang on. I think I have one more. I don't know if woman is still in here. But I uploaded this. I feel like she should have this saved on her so that she can respond to anybody she wants to at any point in time with this.
Just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
I think about that on Twitter. There's so many times where a woman is like, please unfollow me. Please go. And every time I see that video, I'm like, I wish I would have sent that to her in time for her to be able to respond to the people that she wishes would unfollow her. Let me see. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was DB who said this about Lana, and it's I have not been able to unthink it since he said it because it's very true. She's very good at keeping her mind open to all possibilities in cases or like in circumstances or like in situations like this where we really don't know. None of us were there, and we are really just relying on the very little evidence we do have versus he said, she said. She's very good at keeping her mind open, and I feel like I'm at a stage where I'm trying to step back and get back to that point because I started out thinking they probably arrested the right guy. They must have something that they can't release. I guess maybe other people are involved. Like I thought it was very weird when we found out who they finally arrested. It made no sense to me because he was not connected to these victims in any way, shape, or form. And then we find out there's no criminal history. And then they sealed the PCA. And when they unsealed it, I had more questions than answers. And the way they responded to everything, instead of dealing with contradictions, they dismissed them as not a contradiction. And when people start telling me that this thing that doesn't add up actually does add up, I start getting real suspicious. And so then it took a long time for me to get to they probably still have the right guy. They're just dumb or like small town or just not equipped for this. And they probably fuck shit. Like they're just still catching their breath, getting their bearings. And eventually I ran out of all excuses for them and realized they're lying. It took me a long time for that to even occur to me that they would lie about anything like this, but they did. We now know that they did. And then it's just really hard for me not to just assume the worst about these motherfuckers because they've crossed so many lines and they've apologized for none of it. They've taken accountability for none of it. At worst, they're like, well, we didn't know they were mistakes when we made them, but also defense did worse. Like that's like that that's petty. It's coward shit. It's not an actual apology. It's not actually taking account for anything. And it also isn't an answer. Like they still have not answered the most basic questions. And if I hear Liggett say one more time, oh, well, Richard Allen answered all the right answers. He doesn't answer any of them or all the right questions. And even if you take one thing out, there's still a totality. That is not true. It's just not. But I do not know, like once people make up their mind, there's this thing that happens in our brain where, especially if like most people who think he did it, the way they have come to that conclusion is a series of things that in their mind does make sense and add up. Of course, all of it is just, trust me, bro, like it doesn't seem to matter to them if there's anything to actually verify it. They just, once it made sense and clicked in their mind as something that was plausible, that's all they needed, which is also why law enforcement loves confessions, because once somebody confesses, like people just turn their brain off and they stop investigating, including things that may be exculpatory. And the reason you're supposed to continue investigating, even if you do get confessions, you're still supposed to continue following the evidence to its actual conclusion, is because sometimes we know we have decades of data showing us that people falsely confess to crimes they did not commit. There's so many DNA exonerations telling us that this happens way more than it should. So anytime there's something like this, like when you start seeing things that are not adding up or you have more questions than answers, if you're law enforcement, that should give you pause. Just as like an adult who's trying to be objective, impartial, and not insert themselves into this, just for the sake of like basic fact finding. When you start seeing discrepancies, like that's what I do when I see discrepancies, when I'm looking in this, I start taking steps back and I'm like, what did I miss? Or what did I misunderstand? I always assume that I misunderstood something first. Like that's just the first thing I do because I have control over that because I can go back and figure out if I got it wrong or double check it or ask somebody else, hey, can you give this a second look? Is it just me? Like I do that a lot. It's an annoying habit because a lot of times it's stuff that a lot of us actually do believe and agree on, but I just do it because I feel like there's saying stuff out loud when you hear it out loud sometimes it doesn't make as much sense as it might in your head, and you don't know it until you say it out loud. And then sometimes you can kind of work through where a discrepancy is, that in your head, like our brains try to fill in blanks and just smooth everything over. And if we are not actively saying it out loud, I don't know. It's just, I don't think law enforcement did any of this. Like all of this, like I'm not even an investigator and I'm trying to do all of this to make sure I'm staying impartial and actually doing real fact finding. And I'm doing all of these things and I don't see any signs that they did any of that. It bothers me. Hang where did the other comment just go? What the Paul Bros. Yeah, it's just one of those goofy videos. Is true crime in is Grady in here? I saw somebody at her. If she's in here and I haven't seen her, hello. Let me see. 2 questions. Do you know what time Bree went home Monday morning? How she got home? No, I do not know what time she went home. I'm still not certain that she stayed the night with Kelsey. I think she did, but I've seen a lot. I'm pretty sure she did, but I still have questions about that. I really don't know. And 2, do you know how Abby and Logan met? Like, how did they know each other? They apparently met each other through the Westfalls. I don't think they met on Facebook. I know that's how they communicated, according to Logan and Holder and Libby's phone, because Abby was logging into her Facebook on that phone. And that's how they discovered her Facebook on I always say Friday night, on Monday night when they're still searching. They spoke to each other over Facebook, but we do know that I don't know if they met at Canal Park during one of the weekends that Brad brought Logan to the West Falls. And Logan would go to Canal Park to play basketball with one of the other kids, and Abby was just also there, or if they met at West Falls. Those kind of details are still a little fuzzy, but it was something in that realm of Canal Park and or the West Falls. Let me see. But with Bree, I don't know what time she went home. All I know is that around 11:30, Riley and her half-sister Anna walked from their dad's house to Bree Wilbur's house and picked her up. And they walked from Bree Wilbur's house to Riley's mom's house to get her other sister, Isabel. And then they all walked to Monon High Bridge. And they got to the trail around 12:25 because Bree uploaded a Snapchat photo from Freedom Bridge at 12:25. Those are the only things I know for certain about the morning. Everything other than that is just, I've seen messages, I've seen posts in different timelines, but I don't know for sure. Let's see. That's not a question for me. I think that's for someone else. Yeah, if you don't like it, you can leave the country. Thank you, Doug Carter. Very, very helpful. Carbaugh over time has become sus to me. The amount of times she drove around that day, coming forward long after. She didn't come forward. They came to her. That was another thing she said on the stand. I don't know where this story about there was some, like they set up a roadblock because they were stopping people to ask them questions or whatever. Because on the stand, what she said was that it's similar to what Cheyenne said. They found her in the tower data and contacted her. They contacted Cheyenne's mom first because I guess the phone was also registered. I don't know if they were on the same phone plan, but they contacted Cheyenne's mom before contacting her. She said that on the stand. And Sarah Carbaugh from the stand also said that they contacted her because she showed up in the tower data. Let me see. But Sarah Carbaugh did. She said she drove by several times because that's the other thing. She kept driving by because it was so crowded every time she drove by. And that's why she kept not stopping because there was just too many cars there. But then the state is trying to tell us that hardly anybody was out there at all that day. It's just the nonstop contradictions. I always hear people say there's so many coincidences. I'm like, I see more contradictions than anything. Let me see. A lot of this whole case reeks of criminal informants. Yes, I do. That's what I was saying way earlier. Like when I step back and look at because a lot of people did confess to this crime. And Keegan's, Ron's, and Richard Allen's were all while they were incarcerated. And they were under the care of the same dipshits who fucked the investigation up, and the same dipshits who are very bad at the read technique. There's I just have I don't ever I do think there's some merit to some of the statements that some of them made, but I don't like to legitimize confessions that are made in those circumstances. I just don't like even doing that because it makes the hill that much steeper for people who are legitimately in a false confession, wrongful conviction situation. But also, I keep going back to Elvis Fields to this day is the only person who voluntarily confessed to anything. He was talking about 2 girls being murdered when everybody else was still looking for 2 girls who are alive, about to be grounded for the rest of their life. And then you have Brad Holter's deposition where he's saying, well, he didn't want Logan to go search because he didn't want his son to find a girl that he liked in that condition. What do you mean that condition? Everybody else thought they were lost or hurt, but very much alive. And then you've got Brad just flat out telling his ex-wife, Westfall did this. He also was very likely involved. I don't know if I don't want to get into the Florida stuff. I don't like muddying the waters because that investigation has had more than enough misinformation and disinformation. I don't want to contribute to that. I will leave that to the people who've been on top of that case for a very long time. Please follow Meow for all things Flora. But my point is just these same characters who are also being looked into and called suspects by Doug Carter and Jay Abbott. They're saying things that were more accurate about what ended up happening than anybody else said. And Elvis voluntarily confessed to both of his sisters. And now that we know that he has a history of harming women and children, it's just, I don't know if they had anything to do with it. I keep pushing that angle and that whole aspect because it bothers me that they didn't complete that investigation. You got to either catch people or clear them. But the only way to do that is by actually following up on things until you can catch them or clear them. They didn't do that in this case. They just dismissed his sister as crazy. And then I really think Elvis played Holman like a fiddle. I do. I think Holman is the one who's developmentally challenged, but that's different. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Breathe. Oh, the litigator. Did she sleep over or not? No one acknowledges that she had contact with the victim less than 12 V hours before. Okay. I'm going to keep scrolling to see if that one got cleared up. We don't know if she slept over. I don't think. I don't think anybody's ever been able to confirm if Bree slept over at Kelsey's or not. I vaguely remember on one of the Vault episodes, Amy was getting into that, but I don't think we got confirmation. I think there's been messages and posts about it, but I don't know if it was just actually confirmed or not. But I mean, she didn't just have contact with the victim less than 12 hours. Like she said that she Snapchatted Libby back or messaged her back. I assume it was Snapchat. She said she messaged Libby about 10 minutes after they left because Libby was like, hey, are you still there? She was like, no, we left about 10 minutes ago. So, like, that's way sooner than 12 hours. I do think that has been acknowledged, though. Hang on. I'm still scrolling through these comments looking for questions. Hold on. I think this is a good point. maybe Delphi is a good example of why cops shouldn't be allowed to lie nonstop because they forget what's true. That is a very good point. They always talk about how it's just an investigative tool or whatever, but I do think at some point, especially with the Keegan stuff, because they went into that interview with Richard Allen thinking he was involved and connected with the Kleins, that he was their nexus to the Kleins, and after Holman's deposition, we learned that like a week or so later, Holman is like, "Oh, I have a good rapport with him," which is hilarious. I have a good rapport with Richard Allen. Let's go back up there and see if a week in maximum security has primed him before he gets representation. Let's go visit him again and see if we can get a confession after a week in maximum security. It didn't work out that way, but they had already crossed so many lines at that point. They still hadn't even finished extracting all of his devices until December, and Vito was still doing the browser searches in December of 2022. By the time that they realized there was actually zero connection between the Kleins and Richard Allen, other than in their heads, I just really think they crossed too many lines, and they had told themselves the same lie over and over so many times about Richard Allen being involved. And they're like, well, maybe it was just him. I guess he was just a lone wolf. And they just completely forgot that the only reason they even considered him in the first place was because they thought he was connected to the Kleins. And if they're saying he's not, you can't still connect him to the crime then. But they did. I don't think they understood how many things they conflated and just kind of like moved the goalpost and just glazed right over. Boyfriend name Tyler was a friend of Libby. That's who she was texting all night. I don't think he was anybody's boyfriend. He might have been, but I don't think so. I think she was flirting with him, but I don't think they were actually boyfriend girlfriend. I think our third parties are CIs for a white supremacist militia. I think that I understand why most people think Brad Holder is. I don't think Holder is. I think Westfall is. I believe that because mostly because of those emails between people who were monitoring the Vinlanders for a good year and a half, like, because some of them were trying to join the 3%ers, and they do actual vetting. And I don't know why I'm surprised it was so structured. Like, there's an actual hierarchy and an actual process, and apparently a lot of them are veterans and cops, and they really do look into these people. But I don't think Brad Holder could have been a CI because nobody really let him in very close. Like, he was not really liked. He was tolerated at best. He was kind of a loner, and nobody really trusted him because he was always like developing a new identity, like trying to find a new group to fit in with. One day he's a Christian, one day he's Odinist, one day he's the new Goatee, the next day he's stepping down. I don't know. I don't think he was, but I definitely think that Westfall was. But he's bad news. He's a bad dude. The private drive, hang on. Is the private drive a county road? Why is it listed on the map as a county road? How in the world did it become a private drive? This is wild to me that no one seems to question this. It's not that we don't question it. It's one of those things where it starts off as like there's a county road that goes all the way up past past Abby's house, and then past the Liebert's house, and then past another county road that it intersects with, where we got the surveillance footage from the Sandefers house that caught the white vehicle entering and exiting the private drive. But it doesn't continue being a private drive. It literally dead ends to where there's no other houses except for the Webbers. And so it's a county road until you get to the Weber property, and then it becomes a private road. It's not that the private road is also a county road. It's just that one turns into the other. Hang on, phone is ringing at work. Oh, that's not a question. Sorry. This isn't TV. This is realistic. Let me see. Oh, This is defense confirmed that she slept over on Sunday night. Was that in the brief or in one of the file? Hang on, let me make a note. I have no idea where that is in the. I wonder if that was one of the depositions. Bree slept over. I'm gonna look it up after this because I don't remember that. This is also a good point. This is the other thing. Especially once they've been sent to, quote, specialized training, law enforcement, they're trained to believe that any thought that pops into their head is somehow equally specialized by default of them having it because they are trained, because they do have a badge. Like all of a sudden they have some sort of specialized insight. It's what is the term for it? Where it's like the overconfidence problem. It's like overconfidence bias. I think that happened a lot, especially with these dudes. Like even with Liggett, I can't believe he said it with a straight face on the stand when they're asking him about the sticks that were clearly arranged on top of the girls on purpose. He said he believes that the sticks were used to conceal the girls because no one saw them when they looked there. That was he said it from the stand. Because they didn't see them when they looked there, because they had been looking there numerous times. The whole reason they called off the search the night before is because the fire chief, the police chief, and the sheriff met and they agreed, we have searched this area thoroughly, numerous times actually. We're confident these girls are no longer here. That is why they thought it was not worth risking anybody's safety because they were pretty sure the girls weren't even there. So they were like, why would we put anybody at risk when we are confident that they could not be here after how thorough we have searched this whole area, both sides of the creek? The fire chief was very specific in that HLN interview, the Down the Hill podcast or whatever. He said both sides of the creek, they were like grid searching it, and they had done it several times. The girls weren't there, so they called off the search. And Liggett thinks the only explanation for that is because they were concealed by sticks, because no one saw them when they looked there. I find that incredible. Let's see. It can't be 100% private because it goes under a railroad bridge. I think the distinction, I want to say True Crime with Eve might have been the one. She dug up a whole bunch of very interesting records, from property records to just interesting records from Carroll County. It might have been in one of the troves that she found, but I'm pretty sure the reason law enforcement was able to drive up onto Weber's property to look, like all the way up into the right underneath the railroad bridge, is because, I mean, they call it a private drive. It's one of those where, like, if you're not there for a purpose, like for law enforcement or official purposes, it's considered trespassing. But I think they just, he held a couple of people at gunpoint for being on his property. I think it's kind of wild, wild west out there. I'm so way behind still on these. I can't believe it. Hang on. How could Abby have texted her boyfriend from a non-existent phone? Was it from Libby's phone? She wasn't texting her boyfriend. She was messaging him on Facebook. They weren't texting. That's why I think, like, if she had a phone, she probably would have just texted him. But her only way of communicating with him when they looked at all these devices, it appears they only spoke to each other through Facebook, and her Facebook accounts were not logged in. Like, they were logged in on the phone that Libby was also using. I know there was a phone reset at the beginning of February, and even after February, Abby was still using Libby's phone, logging into her own Facebook, and I think she had Instagram. She had several different types of accounts, but they were all logged in on Libby's phone. But Facebook was one of them, and that's how she talked to him, was through Facebook Messenger, not actual texting. Hang on. Hang on. Cough. Sorry, wrong pipe. Yes, they did put a big gate at the end of the road. I believe HCC has footage driving up the private drive. When you get right past the last house on the county road, there's, I think it's like a green iron looking, it's kind of like the gate at Mears Lot, except it's green. It's kind of similar. You can literally just walk around it, but you can't get your car through it except driving through the drive. But yeah, he put there's a gate there. Apparently it was open on that day, and also the day I think that HCC drove out there. I'm pretty sure it was open too because he was able to kind of drive up through, like, he kind of drove into it. It's been a long time since I've seen that video. I don't even know if he still has it up, but he definitely drove up to the gate and maybe a little bit inside. Let me see. I go back and forth on the did Abby have a phone or not. I lean more towards she didn't, and she just used Libby's when she was at Libby's house. But in that Musically video, Abby, like, there's 2 phones in that video, and it would not be, I wouldn't find it odd if Libby took both of her phones, like, for the same, like, she didn't need 2 phones, especially at home. She's got her iPad, she's got her own phone. What does she need the other phone for? She's got 3 devices in that one video. She's using her phone to record the video. She's also holding another one, and then the iPad is also in the video, and I don't remember whose lap it was in, but all these devices, I don't think they took the iPad with them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they took the other one. But I would think if that was used to connect to the network or an app or anything at all, it would show up in either the tower data or the other stuff. But I also think somebody just needs to ask defense or the state, where's Libby's other phone? Because Mike and Kelsey went home to collect all of her devices. Mike was listing off all kinds of devices, even iPods, saying they went home and got everything they could find and they took it up to the sheriff's office to start looking at all of it. They would know if they looked at her other phone, like, is she missing one of her phones? Because if that's the case, then yeah, we need to talk about whether or not Abby also had a phone. I think it would have still been Libby's, but in the defense filings where defense is talking about the geofence, they do say victim 2, but at the time, Libby was considered victim 2 and Abby was victim 1. That's just how, like, when they redacted their names, Abby was always in the filings victim 1. And so when defense is saying, hey, we found a map, and they, like, it did say victim 2 phone, but it wasn't, hey, this is victim 2's phone. It does not belong to victim 2 or Richard Allen. Like, none of these phones that were on this map that Cast put together were connected to Abby or Libby. So even if Abby had one of Libby's old phones, like, even if she was using it at the trail, like, it wasn't that phone either. And they both had different Gmail accounts. So I would think if she was using it and that one was there, it would have, especially since it connected to the tower at some point, at least Libby's phone did. I don't know. It's one of those things where we could probably have endless series over and over and over discussing and speculating. But it would be so much easier if defense or state would just confirm whether or not they collected that phone or not. Because if they were able to go home and collect it, then no, it wasn't with the girls, and that clears it right up. But I don't know if defense ever did or not. I would think they did, and it's just not in the filings, but I have no idea. But some of this stuff drives me crazy because it would be so easy to just settle something if we could just ask and get it answered. But because some people just have full-blown meltdowns anytime someone does come forward with some new information, I don't know if we'll ever get some of those answers after all of the hissy fits that have been had. I see. It says, sorry, Logan is the boyfriend she texted and Tyler the night before. I don't know what the appellate brief is talking about with she invited Logan to the bridge that day. I assume that would have been over Facebook, but we've always heard that Keegan was the one trying to make plans with them. Everybody I know of who has either seen the phone data, like all the extractions or whatever, when they've been asked about it, they are very adamant that there's no evidence that Libby and Anthony Schatz were talking at all. And best I can tell, that was not ever even looked at by law enforcement until Kelsey said that Libby was talking to Anthony Shots, and Bree also. I think both of them were where that originated. And I don't know if they just came out and said Libby was talking to Anthony Shots, or if it was more along the lines. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, my cat. Hold on. Oh my gosh, Kitty. Hey. Oh my gosh. Hey. Oh my gosh. What? Buddy. Oh. Did y'all hear that? Oh my God. That was a fucking raccoon. Oh, hang on. Hold on. Come here, buddy. Come here. Give me a second. Oh my gosh. Booney's shit. Hold on. Hold, please. Come here, buddy. Oh my gosh. Come here. What are you doing? Come here. You okay? Oh my gosh. Hey, Liz? That was a kitty. Okay, see if you can find the floof. No, that other, that raccoon kitty came in. They were like, okay. Oh my word. Okay, all's well. A territory dispute. God. That was stressful. All the kitties are fine. This cat, I think it's a raccoon, but it could be a cat. I don't know. There's just like this street cat that like tries to come in. That's what we get for putting in a cat door. Okay, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh my gosh, I completely lost my train of thought. Let me see. Where did I leave off? I do think I at least cleared up the part when I was digging through, like coming through Anna's testimony and deposition and Derek's. Where I put it in the timeline doc. It's probably a little too, probably getting in the weeds too much to pull any of that up, but it looks like at one point both of their stories are kind of true. Like you can see in the phone data where Libby is texting back and forth with Anna, and it does kind of match up where Anna is like, she picks Abby up from, I think they met at the Walmart in Lafayette because she needed to pick Abby up because she had stayed the night with her grandfather, and they did the softball practice, and then she needed to get her tire changed. So they met at the Lafayette Walmart, and then she took Abby to meet Libby at one of the trails, it was at Riley Park. And she left to go back and forth. Somebody had called that day. She ended up going into work early because somebody asked her to come in. She was like, okay, fine. And she was going back and forth to either get, to help the girls get their stuff. Oh, man, I have to pull that down. I don't want to butcher it. I think what Anna said was actually correct, but it was one of those things where Derek was like, I'm going to go here. And then she's like, never mind, I got it. And then she ended up doing that. And this is the day before on the 12th, not the 13th. But I think they just were talking about different days, but the same thing. But at least I'll put a link to that document in there because there's like a 2-column thing where it's like, if not this, then that. But like they're sort of close. But I still don't know the Kelsey and Bree timeline. I'm very unclear on that. I need to look up that filing that where they said defense confirmed it. I don't know if that was at trial. I keep scrolling through these to see. Let's see. Hold on. Oops. Hang on. Yeah, it is a road on their map. That's because it continues being labeled, but I guess what it is, it's a county road up until the gate, and it's beyond that point, it's treated by the neighbors as a private drive. And I believe that the only time law enforcement has gone onto that property at all was during this crime when they were searching for missing girls, but they called ahead of time apparently to get permission. So even if it is technically a county road, it's treated like private property. I don't know if that's just like a local choice. That's just all I know. They took Ron Logan's teeth. That is, I mean, I don't feel any pity for him. I'm not going to act like I feel sorry after, I mean, he's got some things to atone for in his life. So I don't necessarily feel sorry, but I do, like, when it comes to the Logan stuff, I don't like legitimizing prison confessions, especially if they have had any sort of coercive treatment. And it has nothing to do with do they deserve it or do they not deserve it. It has everything to do with the worst way to do any fact finding. It's just, that really is what it comes down to for me. Greeno's fault. Yeah, I think so. I know, I feel like only people who are in the weeds enough to even know my channel exists or have followed me at all know that, like, it's more of me just poking the bear when I say Greeno is my POI. But it gives me pleasure to say he's a POI because then I can remind people all the times he confessed and all this other shit that he's done that's very suspicious, and his family thought he was involved. And there's more questions about him. He has an awful lot of questions about Kathy Allen that he frames as some sort of suspicious thing. Why did Rick Allen tell Kathy to get a lawyer, but he didn't get one for himself? Well, in the context of him saying that, it's because he had just witnessed them use her as an object to leverage her against him. And he just was saying that to be protective of her. Like, all the stuff I'm like, does he not have a single normal relationship in his life where he would understand? Like, I do that a lot of times too. Like, I do for others stuff that I probably wouldn't do for myself. Sometimes that's just a thing. Like, you worry about others, and they tell you in the airplane, put the oxygen mask on yourself first. I probably would be a very bad in that kind of emergency situation, because obviously if my kids are next to me, I'm going to be doing that first. Like, it's just instinct. Like, some people, you just, in certain contexts, when you're watching someone that you care about or are protective over, it's just a thing that happens. I'm not surprised that he does not have any kinds of those instincts. Maybe that's why his little brain is confused. But I do like to say he's my POI because I do think he's a lunatic. He spent a whole summer sending death and rape threats to people. He threatened to rape someone's daughter and slit her throat in front of them and then hang her from her parents' tree. I'm not a fan of treating him like just a funny joke or whatever. Like, I think something's wrong with him. I think he's volatile, and I think it bothers me. Hi, Dr. Vonda K. I haven't seen your name come up, but I see somebody saying hello to you. Baldwin said it in an interview with Defense Diaries. Okay, let me put that next to my note then so I know where to look. I think I've transcribed most of them, or at least copy and pasted the transcript from YouTube. They're somewhat searchable. Let me see. Defense Diaries. Interview. I really was going to read through all this, work through it, but my brain is so full and I'm trying to keep up with chat. One of these days, far in the future, I will get good at this. Someone in Indiana or who knows how to do a FOIA on DC starting on the 11th to the 13th. FOIA his logged in time and personal time. Are you talking about Doug Carter? I'll see. Do a FOIA on Doug. I don't know if they would release anything now that he's retired. They might. ISP is very, their legal counsel, I've seen some of her replies to people who have a lot of experience filing FOIA requests, and they have a very good record of having massive data sets and archives released through FOIA. Like they've done like they've sued certain agencies and won, and they can't get shit from ISP. Like, I don't understand it, because I do think it has a lot to do with the public access counselor not having, like, they can issue very pithy opinions, but nothing enforceable. Hang on. Let me keep scrolling. Let me see. Hang on. It says, I heard that too, Ellie. No one ever brings it up, and that is super important. I'm not sure which thing that is. Let me see. DC was Doug Carter. Okay. Are you talking about FOIAing his, like, basically, I don't know that he clocked in and clocked out. He's the superintendent. I'm pretty sure we at least have his email. Well, we don't have them, but like defense at least has the emails between him and Jay Abbott. The mention of them and context clues about what is in those emails between Carter and Jay Abbott. Oh, you're saying the 11th through the 13th, though. That would not be helpful. I don't know. We could try. I'll try. Let me see. Did anyone ever tell us what site Cecil searched for his water? And no, they haven't. And I've made a records request for it, and I didn't even get a response. And so I emailed him directly. Hey, man, mind telling me which forum you go, like, did you Google it and just pull up the first one? Was it a specific one that you usually, because it's pretty common for people who do digital forensics to have like a list of bookmarked forums that you always go check stuff. Kind of like in this case, a lot of people will go to Delphi Docs as a reference site. They're obviously not a legitimate government organized whatever, like it's not an official anything, but anybody who goes to it can find reliable information that's sourced. You can go all the way back to where it came from. Like it's properly, like it meets academic criteria for what is considered reliable information, both primary and secondary sources. A lot of digital forensics people do the same thing, where a lot of this is just a bunch of nerds figuring stuff out, reverse engineering stuff, testing things to figure out how things work, and then a different group of nerds who try to automate these processes and create libraries and catalogs of what's where and filing systems and how to parse it. And every year when they talk about a software update, that doesn't happen just by accident. It's because some nerds made a little bit of progress or figured a little bit more out or got to the bottom of something. They talk about a lot of this stuff though on forums, and there's just some very reliable forums where people who actually are making progress in these areas discuss these things, and they post it for peer reviewing. And so when I contacted him, I tried to present it in that context. Like, hey, that's very interesting. Would you mind, like, why don't you tell us, like, tell me more kind of thing? Nothing. He's a coward. I don't think he's nice. I don't think it's nice to testify to an unspecified forum about what other users self-reported experiencing with their phones, especially when all of those things were fixed by human intervention eventually. Troubleshooting, which requires a conscious, sentient being to troubleshoot it with. It doesn't just like magically go away on its own when it's having those kinds of issues. It requires somebody either cleaning out the port or resetting the software. It doesn't just have a glitch where it's, oh no, I've got headphones. Okay, now I don't register headphones. Like this, it's just not a thing, but that's how they presented it. And it bothers me that instead of testifying to what Libby's data actually shows and tells us, he testified to something else. It drives me crazy. I've scoured all kinds of forums trying to figure out which one he might have quickly found, but my Google algorithm is different than his probably, and so I don't know. It's just me guessing at this point, but it drives me crazy. I feel like that should have been put into the record more specifically so that it could be checked. And I'm very disappointed that they didn't say anything in the brief about the geofence data or the fact that the prosecutor requested it to be eliminated out by telling the judge that the tower data from AT&T and the geolocation data from Google was all one trove of like one complete thing. It was all tower data. He conflated it all together and said it's all the same reliability as tower data and no more reliable than that. And that is what Judge Gohl based her decision to exclude it on. That's false. It's incorrect. It's not true. And they excluded it. And I don't know why it didn't make the brief. Because that seems like an error and like an admissibility error. And it also affected all kinds of other stuff that on top of she didn't let in either. That seems like a compounded thing that's pretty significant. I don't know why it's not in there though. Let me see. I saw Huda says they claim that side wasn't searched. I'm not sure who they is, but yeah, some of them say, no, we just didn't, like when they were asking Derek on the stand, how far, like he said he walked all the way to the ravine and then down to the water when he was doing his search the night before. And then that's the same area he was assigned the next morning, and they had been searching there for hours, and he said the same thing. And when he's talking about it, he never sees the girls. But then when you get the law enforcement officers and the first responders on the stand and they talk about it, and then you've got even in interviews where David Riley or Sergeant Riley is talking about it, all of them talk about how when they came out from the cemetery to the top of the hill, you could just look down and see the girls just right there. Well, that's where Derek and everybody was standing all morning too. Like, not all morning, but at least from 10 a.m. on, they were all over there. And the night before, the fire chief is saying that they searched both sides of the creek. And people are saying they saw flashlights all the way in all of those areas. I don't get it. But even if they didn't see the girls' bodies, how did they not see the clothes in the creek? Those were not hidden they were not underneath sticks. They were on top of something in the water, and people were looking down at the water and across the water all night and all morning. I don't know why even the clothes took as long as they did to find, unless they weren't there while people were searching. One of them's a tie-dye shirt. How do you miss a bright tie-dye shirt? Especially when everybody's saying as soon as they get close to it, they all spot it. Okay, well, why didn't you spot it earlier when all those other people were there? It makes no sense to me. Let's see. County roads. I'm still scrolling through trying to see if I can catch up. It was unlocked on the 13th. Do we know if it was actually... Oh, you're talking about the gate. I don't know if anybody opened it on the 13th. It's more on the road. Let's see. This one says, like before my nieces had a true cell phone, they had old devices with Wi-Fi capability, which means the ability to talk to. That was kind of my point earlier too, is even if, like, I don't think it would be odd if Libby took both the phones that we saw in the Musical.ly video with them to the trail, but there's no Wi-Fi out there. So I don't, even if she had taken some pictures on it, she could not have possibly uploaded them unless it was connected to Wi-Fi at some point. But the only question I have about the phone data at this point is the battery levels. I guess when it disconnected and reconnected, I want to see all the data between 5:45 and 4:30 a.m. Probably 4:45 to 4:30 a.m. because there's all these crash log reports right before or right as it's losing connection to the tower. There's like 25 to 30 power log events, power on, power off, power on, power off. And then there's all these event forwarding. Like if you look on the little left column of Cecil's exhibit, it says like event forward, like it's forwarding stuff, probably all these volatile files that it's forwarding to different areas that it probably could eventually be like put into like a unified log and like looked at and pieced back together, but we don't have any of that information. It's very frustrating, but I do think it would be important to know if it lost connection to the tower because of the phone functioning or because it was in a different service area. Like these are things that are not impossible to figure out unless you don't have any of the data to even start with. Hang on. They did find another phone out there, though. I think that was way after the fact. Actually, I keep meaning to ask Truth Seeker about that because I believe she's the OG on that one. I think it was the flip phone. I don't know at what point I don't know how soon after the crime it was found. And I don't know if they ever determined who it belonged to. But I don't know that Libby ever had a flip phone. Let me see. Yeah, I think everybody's on the same page about even if you have an old device, if it doesn't have a cell phone plan, you can still use it when connected to Wi-Fi. And so Abby absolutely could have been doing that. But she was like all of her user accounts for Facebook, for Gmail, for Instagram, for a couple other apps, all of her user accounts were logged in on Libby's phone, not one of Libby's other old phones, on Libby's phone that she was actively using at least for the week of the crime. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about the other phones that Libby was using prior to that or prior to the factory reset. But at the week of the crime, I don't know why she would be logging in to Libby's phone into all of her user accounts on Libby's phone and possibly the iPad if she also was using the old device. That's really what I get hung up on. It's not that I'm not open to it. Like maybe Libby just gave her one of the old phones and she would use it and just like kind of keep it hidden. I understand kids do that a lot too. I just need like where we don't even know if that one's missing or not. Like if law enforcement, if that was one of the ones that was collected and turned in, I think it'd be easier to force either the state or defense to check on that. Let me see. It's more of the railroad stuff. I keep thinking, I think I'm almost to the end. Bean's back in chat. Yes, Kitty is okay. I'm just now getting to those. That was like, I got husband and wild child swooped in. They were like right outside the door. And I'm telling you, I don't know one of these, we need to get like a game cam or like a trail cam probably set up to get a picture. There's this, I keep calling it a creature. It could be a cat, but his tail looks just like a raccoon's and his eyes, like he doesn't look like a raccoon, but he doesn't look like a cat. He's like something in between. I don't know what he is. We only see him every now and then. And he apparently let himself into the cat door. And our cat that thinks he's a dog it was a territory dispute. but he's fine now. It just like scared the shit out of me. It sounded worse than it was. They were just like hissing at each other and like knocking because there's a lot of boxes and stuff because the cats like the boxes. So like after Christmas, we usually end up living around all these empty boxes for like a week because we feel bad taking the boxes away when they're having so much fun. And it sounded worse than it was because they were knocking stuff over in the process. But they're all fine. I'm just now getting to all the panic. Is everybody okay messages? Yeah, very sorry. Everybody's fine. Hold on. Still scrolling, still scrolling. I see. So sorry. I don't even know how long it took me before I came back. Let me see. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. Still scrolling through those. You don't know if it was Kelsey and Bree that told police about Anthony's shots. That's what you said before the territory dispute. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've tried to look through all of the stuff, trying to figure out, one, why the FBI was executing search warrants at his house on February 25th, 2017, and then nothing really happens. And then all of a sudden in 2020, Vito gets assigned to the Anthony Shots case, and Mike Patty is giving interviews saying Anthony Shots is a puzzle piece. And they have the family going out giving interviews, putting out all this information. You should not ever be using victims' families to do this side of law enforcement. But of course they did, because they don't actually give a shit about these families. They just use them, just like they did with Kathy, like objects for their own personal gain. And that's literally all it was. And I don't like it. It bothers me. It feels very icky, but that's what happened. But Vito, when he starts calling Bree back in 2022 and she's being re-interviewed, and then all of a sudden all these old stories about from what I can tell, Bree and Kelsey and two other girls in their friend group were off and on talking to Anthony Shots for an extended period of time. But when all this stuff happened, for some reason, law enforcement came away with the impression that Libby was talking to him. And then we find out Kelsey is deleting stuff. And then we find out Kelsey and Bree are catfishing Libby, according to Kelsey. And then that's not actually the case. And then it turns out, she's like, I did talk to Anthony Shots at night. I reached out to him. Actually, no, I didn't. I was messaging him on Libby's stuff. Well, I just have so many questions about, like, I have no questions about any of the stuff they found on Keegan's devices, because that speaks for itself. There's really no debate about any of that. We know the descriptions of what it was, and it has to be held in a special facility. It was listed in a discovery notice turned over to defense as part of, they have to turn over anything that anybody else was looked at. But even if defense wanted to access it, they would have to go on site, and like it has to be scheduled and under certain guidelines, because you can't just like go look at something with CSAM on it without like it being like an official, like it has to be like a formal thing as part of like an investigation. So I do think there's not actually very much mystery about what was in the Dropbox and who all is connected, because more than one defense attorney has had the opportunity to at least review it or verify it. But then when you put Vito and Kelsey and Bree in the same investigation, all of a sudden it's like a whole different thing. And the FBI had a very different impression than what Vito had. I have so many questions about that. Clearly there was something on his phone. So yeah, apparently the FBI either missed it, or I really don't understand who dropped the ball there. Somebody dropped the ball in 2017. But there's no record. There's like lots of evidence and girls willing to come forward and saying, yeah, I was talking to him. We were back and forth at this sleepover. These people were talking to him. but it doesn't appear that Libby ever was. I think it just is weird to me that Kelsey would even suggest that when there's no evidence of it. And come to find out, she was talking to this Tyler kid all night, not Anthony Shots, and all morning she was talking to Tyler, not Anthony Shots. And then we find out that Abby is messaging Logan, I would assume, through Facebook, talking to him to make plans to go to this. I don't know that we'll ever get clear answers on that, because it's kind of like once Holman is on something, you're never going to get a straight answer. They lie so many times that it's hard to really even figure out what's true versus what was just in there from where they're coming from, some investigative technique that they're not even good at. Let's see. Hang on, where did the other one go? Yeah, as far as I can tell, all of this stuff about Libby and Anthony Shots was actually just that came initially, as far as I can tell, from Kelsey and Bree, not from the phone data of Keegan or Libby. And so I just don't know how. It's hard for me to give that much weight when first of all, when it's coming from Kelsey and Bree and they've changed their stories, and then there's all this other weird mean girl stuff going on that they have never really taken account for. And then you add Vito to the mix. I'm like, there's no telling if that was complete bullshit or if there was a kernel of truth to it. I don't know. I know it's not in the phone data. Do your cats have rabies? Yes, they do. They do have their shots. And I'm pretty sure it's been about a year, but we have a neighbor, like kind of down the, like the closest neighbor is not real close, but they're close enough to like where we chat enough, like on occasion. About a year ago, they told us that they took that cat into the vet to give that cat shots even because that cat was coming around theirs too. So they just they used one of the traps and they like caught it and then they took it to the vet and got it shots and then brought him back. So ours are, but like, I'm pretty sure that cat is too, unless it's a different one, but I don't know. Like I gotta get a picture of this cat one of these days. His tail is floofy like a raccoon's, not like a cat's. And his eyes look like a raccoon. And his ears are weird shaped. They're not like a cat. I don't know how to explain it. He's like, maybe he's half and half. I don't know. Yeah, I do wonder if Cecil even remembers. Like, did he even bookmark that page? Or like after, did he close that out? Like, would he even be able to find it again? I don't know. Because they didn't really even admit it into evidence. Hang on. Ask if you had contacted the PAC for assistance in obtaining records. They were refusing. I haven't yet because, one, they can't enforce anything. I am really trying to just be a squeaky wheel and get as far as I possibly can with I need Gull to go on the record saying, I am not giving you ACR forms. Because when I spoke on the phone to the appellate court clerk numerous times, but the most recent time it was, I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes, because I was trying to explain to them. They were like, no, you need to talk to the trial court. I'm like, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I'm being referred back to you. I've gone through the clerk, like the actual county clerk, the court reporter, and I'm just like, look, this is a special judge situation. So her court reporter is the one doing all of this, not the actual clerk. And there's no order. When the clerk has requested this information, she's not getting any progress either. And I do think that Sharon should probably, I know she would continue requesting it if possible, but I feel like she's constantly put in a really bad situation. Like even with the PCA, when we were trying to get page 8, Nick was refusing to also give it to her. And so it was putting her in an adversarial situation. She's an actual professional. She's on the up and up. I have nothing but respect for her and gratitude for her. And so I'm trying to do as much as I can, even though it is still her job to like continue pressing. I just feel bad putting her in a position where she's having to, even though they are the ones putting her in that position, not me. These are things that should just be standard. You should be able to request it and get them. But that's not how these people operate. And so if they're not going to be considerate of her in the position it puts her in, I'm going to. So that's also why I'm trying to be a squeaky wheel. But I have considered contacting the public access counselor, just not yet. I'm still trying. And I'm also trying to get somebody to file into the system or into the case and like do a motion to compel just to get it actually on the record. But nobody wants to do it because its goal is she's very good at demoralizing people and just making you not even want to try. Let's see. It's been a while. Whatever happened to Bree's brother? I believe he went to the military, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know which branch, if he's still in the military, but he apparently, after graduating, he moved away. I don't know if he's married, but I believe he joined the military. I don't know if it was National Guard like most of the other locals do. I'll look it up, but I'm not sure. Hang on. Anderson working. Wait, what? Are we talking about Bree Wilbur? Let me see. I don't know if Goal has ever had geofence before her before. I think some of the cranks have looked into whether or not she has. Actually, I think they might. Oop. I think they might have looked that. Hang on, what was that? Is it my phone? Yes, it is. I think they were looking to see if Nick actually had had any cases with it. I'm not sure. I'll try to circle back and find out. I'm a deed researcher, trained, under hire, self-employed. Tomorrow I will leave. Oops, hang on, that's the wrong one. I'm trying to do this one. I will have a more comprehensive explanation on when and how property divides from. Cool, thank you. Yeah, we don't know for sure. I will say, even if that is like what I'm going to predict that even what you find, that may be the case, but Carroll County doesn't seem to actually follow even their own local rules. And I think that's really the only discrepancy we're experiencing. It's not that we're saying that's how it actually is, we're saying that's how they operate. Like, it is a county road, but when you get to the Weber Gate, both law enforcement and the neighbors treat it as if it's private, even if it's not. But I wonder if that affects the kinds of records we can request. I'm going to have to follow up with that. Hang on, let me write a note so I don't forget about that. Hang on. Oops. I have so many notes from this. Daytime raccoons equals rabies. Yeah, okay. Hopefully, that's why I don't know what this thing is. I call it a cat because I have not ever seen another raccoon out here, but he looks like a raccoon. Was it more noise than fight? I hate cat order. I don't know what. I think they were knocking more stuff over, but they were doing more hissing than actually fighting. Like when I opened the door and actually looked, they were like in a standoff. Like there was space in between both of them. But while they were hissing, like they were knocking over the boxes because they're stacked up high. Because one of the kitties likes to like do obstacle course, and so like during the little hiss standoff, they were also knocking stuff over, and there's also lots of like noisy cat toys in it. So it probably sounded way worse than it was, but it still scared me until I was able to visually see everybody's fine. Okay, were the easements transferred? Okay, I'm gonna let y'all keep talking because I don't actually know. Yes, agreed. Okay, more kitty messages. I'm getting towards the end. I can feel it. I'm getting closer. Let me see. Wait, Lafayette Walmart. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think that was when we were talking about the Anna deposition. She was explaining how on the 12th, the afternoon of February 12th, she had met her dad and Abby at the Lafayette Walmart to pick Abby up after she stayed the night with him. And she chose Walmart because she needed to get her tire fixed. And then after that, she took Libby, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. After they left Walmart, she took Abby to meet Libby at Riley Park. I don't know if Libby was already there or if, oh, that might have been what it was, where she picked Libby up on the way to then take them to Riley Park. And then later Derek picked them up and took her home to get art supplies. Or it was vice versa. I will get the link to that because I finally just in a regular Google Doc at least wrote out all of the different things they said to try to put them in order, and then I compared it against the text messages from Cecil's exhibit with Libby and Anna that day, where even she's like, "Hey, can you bring us water?" And Anna's like, "Sure, I will." And she's like, "Never mind, we don't need it anymore." And then later Libby's like, "Hey, we've been playing for a while. Can you come get us now?" And it kind of lines up along the lines of what she's also talking to Tyler. She's like, "Hey, we're at the park. We're practicing. We're doing, it seems to match up, but it seems to be a matter of there was more than one time that day where they needed to be picked up and dropped off from somewhere the night before they went to the trail. And I think that's where the confusion came in. I'm still not positive, but I think there's what both of them were trying to say is somewhere in there. I think maybe if we had more of the pages from the deposition that were excluded, I think it might fill it in. I'm trying to get those pages. I have no idea how long it's going to take to actually get Goal to redo this, because it's going to take her issuing an order for Jody to she's going to have to unseal them. Even though they were improperly sealed, it still requires an order to unseal them again. And this happened one time before in the case. Oddly enough, it was the murder sheet, their motion to intervene to request certain things that had been filed confidentially improperly. Kevin asked, please either give us the ACR form or the filings, and Gold ended up giving them the filings. Part of me is hoping, I'm like, okay, why isn't Kevin? They said they were they even in their book, they took credit for Gold unsealing all of these things. They were very concerned about transparency. That's what they said in their book. They were so concerned about transparency that they filed into the case to challenge the exclusions and got Gold to release all these records that had been improperly filed as confidential. Well, that's still happening, and they're not filing anything. So I don't actually think they were concerned about transparency. But I almost wish, I'm like, if she'll cooperate with Kevin, cool. Then come on, Kevin. Why don't you file in? I don't know why he won't, though. Hang on. Let's see. Still scrolling through. Rat cat. Hang on. Track what down? Let's see. Can you all eyes or anyone in this chat give me the approximate date that the photos of the clothes were gave to the public? Oh, I think the first time they were released was January or February 2023, when Gavin Fish posted them on his website, and they were like watermarked with his name all over them so that people could eventually track them down. But I recently saw on Amy's Facebook page, they have the pictures from the family that don't have the watermarks on them. His show the metadata. I haven't checked the ones on the Facebook page. I just remember seeing them thinking those are not watermarked. So I'm guessing somebody else finally handed them over. But I do think the first time the public saw them, like everybody in the public, was when Gavin Fish got them. And I believe it was February, sometime in the January, February 2023, I believe. I'm sure there were some people close to the family who had them sooner, and maybe like friends of the family who maybe have seen them sooner. But when it comes to when the public saw them, I'm almost positive that was the beginning of 2023. I swear I saw a bunny cat, but no one believes me. I don't know what's called this thing. I mean, obviously it's most likely a cat, but it does not look like one. I just never seen a cat like this before. Pretty cat. Oh my gosh, I must be getting delirious. Hang on. Always wondered if LE, FBI were setting up KK for a CCM bust that went horribly wrong. That's why all the cover up. Yeah, I get so frustrated with it because now that we know what was found on his devices, I feel like there's absolutely no excuse for anybody dropping that kind of ball. There's just no excuse for it. But I do think that case is completely separate from what happened to Abby and Libby. And I don't know that. I do think it is weird, though, that they did not. They love giving themselves awards every time they have like a big high profile case that they solve something. And that's probably the only reason I still leave space open for maybe there is some shit that was covered up. Because as far as I can tell, all of his discovery and stuff was turned over and it's not actually being withheld or hidden. Like defense could have at any time gone to the prosecutor's office and accessed it and looked at it and done whatever they need for to prepare the defense to like show evidence from all that connecting him to the girls or whatever. And I think that's the only reason they didn't is because one, what they did have was evidence placing him and his devices at a home on the day at the time it was happening, and a whole bunch of other stuff that was just not directly linked to Libby. Otherwise, they probably would have used all that. But if stuff was missing, I feel like they would have, like in the same way they talked about the missing interviews with the Frank suspects. I don't know why they wouldn't have done that with Keegan Klein as well. I do wonder if part of the reason, like I know some people think that Rozzy has a conflict. I think it's a different one than having to do with Ron Logan or Keegan. I think it has more to do with the fact that Rozzy's brother was one of the investigators who investigated and eventually arrested Shane Evans' uncle, who was arrested for violent crimes against children or a child. I feel like that probably was awkward in the beginning when Shane was the deputy prosecuting attorney on the case against Rozzy. I feel like that was more of like an uncomfortable situation than any kind of conflict. But I do think that explains more about why Holman is randomly bringing Josh Rozzy up during the deposition, trying to act like there was any confusion about what Josh Rozzy was or wasn't doing. There's documentation from ISP that he was one of the people who's checking phone data. He was not, like, the FBI was in charge of collecting footage, only the FBI. There's documentation of that. So for Holman to act like Josh Rozzy had anything to do with the Marathon gas station footage is just, in my opinion, it's slimy bullshit from Holman. And I think the reason he did that was because it had more to do with previous investigations that Josh Rozzy was involved in, involving the former deputy prosecuting attorney, now sitting judge. I think that is a bigger clusterfuck than the conflict of interest speculation. I don't know. That's just me. Sounds to me they had to wait on Anthony shots to be computers. I don't know what they did. Other than drop the ball, like them dropping the ball in 2017 with him. I'm very clear on that. I'm very clear on the disgusting shit they found on his devices. Those are the only things that are clear about any of it to me. But I do know they never charged Keegan Klein with anything having to do with Libby. So even if they had offered him immunity or any kind of plea deal, there should still be if they were like, oh, they didn't charge him for that because he pled. Okay, well, it would still be on his original charges if they were ever going to even try to charge him with that. If he was soliciting Libby, they should have charged him with it, but they didn't. And I don't know if that's because that was another ball that was dropped or if it's because there's no evidence on either of their devices that he solicited her. It drives me crazy that we can't just ask and get a straight answer, though. It is a cat coon. Maybe it is. I think that's my new favorite name because we never know what to call this thing. Every time we do see it, like either out and about, like when we're driving in, pulling up the driveway, we see it sometimes. We're like, I don't know what to call it. Contacting the PAC might bring the attention that is needed to the right people. I do agree. What I'm trying to do, though, is get as much information as I can. Goal still has refused to tell me what rule or statute Jody excluded these things under. She won't even, how she doesn't like to, the defense had to file a motion, like compelling her to cite case law for her decisions because she wouldn't even do it. She does the same thing with records requests. It's hard. You can't really appeal anything until it's kind of like until they deny something, you can't raise it on appeal. It has to be denied first. She won't even do that. She's still just very vague. And I think she is very good at exhausting people and wearing them down. Let me see. I think I accidentally scrolled backwards a little bit. Hold on. Oh my God, I think somebody said Cheshire Cat. I'm pretty sure if that's the cartoon I'm thinking of, yes, except not orange. Except it is literally like gray and black. It has the like stripes like raccoon tails do. Like the horizontal ones, not like zebra stripes. And I did scroll back a little bit, but I think I'm scrolling back through. Trying to see if I get to the end and gets all the questions. What I'm going to do is read the last paragraph of this document because it really does wrap it up with how misleading like it really was. Let me see. Even the CCM, it could be sealed. Even if it's sealed, the existence of it can be sealed. Like the actual content of what is being withheld or excluded, you can't access the content, but you will know like this specific item, whatever, like it's still like that information. You can't seal the existence of a case or like identifying information. All you can do is seal the actual confidential information itself. But you also have to cite a rule. And the rule usually will also indicate, oh, it has to do with a minor or it has to do with this. Like they have these specific rules for a reason so that you can identify what's being excluded. It's kind of like when they talk about like the NSA, like they can only see your metadata. They can't actually see your messages. It's not actually true, but like it's kind of the same concept. Like they have to at least leave the metadata of what it is so that you know, okay, this is a text message or a phone call or a filing or an exhibit, even though you can't actually look at the exhibit. So even if there was stuff with his case, like even I think it was Holman's deposition where he's like, yeah, well, the prosecutor tried to offer him immunity. Okay, well, even if they did, it doesn't, like in that case, you would be even more clear about, like they have to tell you what he's been given immunity for what offenses, like those things you should still be able to verify. It doesn't just like make the charges disappear, never exist. It still has to be in the record. And the fact that there's no charges anywhere for Keegan soliciting Libby, it just makes me think that the same way Vito did this shit with Richard Allen, oh yeah, there's all these disturbing searches. We found all this evidence on his devices. No, they didn't. I do think he did the same thing with Keegan Kline before he did it with Richard Allen. I think Keegan Kline absolutely had disgusting shit on his devices. It just had nothing to do with the crime with Libby. And I do think he was soliciting. I think it's weird, though, that he wasn't charged for soliciting Kelsey and the other girls either, if that was the case. Like, I have all kinds of questions about that side of it. But until we can get a straight answer on why even the girls who are coming forward saying, yes, I was solicited by him, Why was he not charged with it? I find all of it very suspicious. Oh, I did get to the end. Hang on. I don't even know for a fact that defense ever did go. It's in the discovery notice, the one from January 30th. Hang on, let me just pull that up real quick and see which prosecutor office it said it was at. Let me just pull it up. It'll be easier than trying to remember. That notice was, I think it was January 30th. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I'm about to find out though. Oh yeah, addendum. The original drive was found to contain CSAM in the, what is that? Kunskek warrant folder? These files are connected to Keegan Klein's device extractions in relation to his Miami County child exploitation case. The Klein extractions contained in this drive were withheld because they contain CSAM. The 8110 original hard drive is available for full inspection under supervision at our office upon request. I don't know if our office, if that means the Miami office or if that means Carroll County office. But it is like, I don't know if defense ever did go inspect it or not. Hang on, did I share the right screen? Can y'all see? Oh, it's highlighted a weird part. Hang on. Let me highlight this. Like, I guess I'll just like hover over it where it says addendum right here. So I don't think defense ever even made a comment on whether or not they did, but I do know it's not being withheld. Wait, hang on. Let's see. Let me scrub it here. I don't know if they saw the Dropbox, but the Dropbox was, I do know, what is the word that they used? Not with the extractions, but like basically his entire case file. The actual hard drives are where it wasn't really, I feel like they made a weird distinction between devices versus Dropbox and which one versus the other had the actual explicit material on it. They made it sound like it was the hard drives, but I think what it was they downloaded all of the stuff from the devices and the Dropbox onto one hard drive to basically contain it in one thing instead of having all of these loosies everywhere with different whatever. I think they they put the actual devices in like a storage locker or whatever, and then all of the stuff that has to be turned over, it is compiled onto one hard drive, and that is its own thing, and it is only available under supervision for like in-person inspection. Other people have to be there to witness it. Like there's a whole system in place to make sure that it's not like a bunch of weirdos going to inspect it. But I wish they would have at least acknowledged that. I don't know if they didn't though, because it was eliminated out where they couldn't really bring anybody up or what. Those are the kinds of things that would be so easy to clear up if we could just ask directly and just get an answer. But for some reason, I don't know why we can't do that in this case, especially after all this time. I would think the more things we could put under ticket off a check mark, I would think the better, because then we could put a lot of this stuff to rest and have a much smaller pile of things that still need to be dealt with. I don't know. It's structured a lot like, oh, yeah, I agree on that. Oh, yes, they would. Unified Command would make for a great South Park episode. That would be hilarious. I go back and forth with this one as well, because when Chapman was talking about the software that he used to enhance the bridge guy image and audio and all that, even though what he ended up producing was worse, like the audio was worse than just the regular video. He could have just released a regular clip of what was said, and that would have been better than what he released. And the image was worse quality. Like, I've seen so many good enhancements for the missing pixels that people have done just from their iPhones than what he did. But he used Axon 5, which is widely used by law enforcement. It has built-in photogrammetry tools, both for, like, even they have a whole algorithm library to determine height of things out, even in an outdoor setting. I don't think they needed to actually spend $10,000 to get height analysis. I think they already had the capability to do it in-house, and I do think they probably did do it, and they just acted like they didn't. I still have more questions about what they spent $20,000 on with this DNA stuff. I don't know if they contracted like a Othram type play. I don't know. It bothers me that they won't specify that. I'm pretty sure by law they need to, but there's no mechanism in Indiana to force them to, other than a court order. But I don't see Goal ordering them to do it. I don't know if there's an avenue to go above Goal to force them to, because Indiana law seems to go through the public access counselor. That is it seems to be the only mechanism in any of the laws or statutes to pursue it through. But they took away the public access counselor's ability to enforce anything. So that seems strategic to me. I thought the Anthony Shots guy lived in Alaska. I do remember a long time ago, before I was doing any of the All Eyes stuff, and like now, anytime I see anything, I screenshot it, and if I don't have time in that moment to name it and file it and put it in the right place, I put it in a miscellaneous folder. I would have done that with this video had I seen it at the time, like had I been doing the All Eyes stuff at the time that I saw it. But I found a video that was Anthony Shots. It was like it wasn't like all the pictures we've seen. It was the actual video that those pictures were taken from. Like, there was an actual video where he's like walking around and talking and doing stuff. And I wish I would have grabbed that video, because the date on it was prior to 2020. And I've tried so many times to look for it, but after the news, like, it's hard. Once news breaks of something, the Google's like it. I'm pretty good at Boolean searching and filtering stuff, and I've still never been able to dig it back up. But it was on YouTube. But it was prior to 2020. The date on it, the first time I came across it, I want to say that was probably around the time of the like when all the shit happened, when defense was getting kicked off, and I was just trying to like look into all this stuff, because I was still somewhat new to all of this. Like, I hadn't really gotten fully into the weeds yet, but it was prior to that for sure. But I remember finding it and thinking it was crazy. Hang on. What do you mean, what am I smoking? What did I say? Did I say something crazy? I don't even know what that's in reference to. I could have said something crazy. I just have no idea what that one's about. No, Slick Nick is not a good person. Could you be more specific about that? I think he did Jennifer Barnes. Who did Jennifer Barnes? I haven't heard that name in a while. How do I keep scrolling down, and I keep thinking it's towards the end, and then it just keeps going and going. Hang on. Why would they solve a case that brings in nearly $500,000? Yeah, well, but at the same time, they cannot resist holding an awards ceremony to pat themselves on the back. And I do think that is suspicious that if they could have tied Keegan Klein to the Delphi stuff, they would have. And we would have never heard, they would still be throwing parades for themselves for that one. I think they were very much hoping that they could find a nexus, because even though they had evidence basically saying there was not a connection, there's plenty of connections with Keegan and other crimes, but not this one, but they still wouldn't let it go. And I think that's why they did get so crazy when it came to Richard Allen, because he was like their last shred of hope that they could sort of somehow pull a rabbit out of a hat to make him the nexus. Like, okay, if he's coming from Peru and they're in Peru, like maybe like I really think that was the angle they were at. But I don't know. I don't know if it's okay. I'm pretty sure I saw that. How am I scrolling down and it's repeating itself now? It makes zero sense that the only KK was prosecuted, he was sharing with others and others with him. That's the kind of stuff I have questions about. Where did that come from? Was that from was that in one of the extractions of his devices, or was that from the interview transcript? Because I'm not going to dismiss it just because it was Vito and Keegan, but if that is the only place it came from, I just need more. I think they were trying, because they kept saying it is the biggest case of CSAM, the biggest CSAM bust ever. They also said Anthony Schatz was a puzzle piece, and that there was other people involved. Like, they say all this stuff all the time, and then when they end up coming up short after making these claims, they just never own up to it or say sorry or issue a correction. They just act like they didn't say it, and anybody who's still harping on it is crazy. And they do that so often, and that is why I don't get too convinced by it or find it too compelling, because they just say whatever they say whatever they need to say in any given moment to get what they need, or to get away with what they need, or to make excuses. So I'm like, were other people sharing it with him, or was he just downloading it himself like other sickos do? They find these websites and they find ways to access it and download it, and that's all it was. Like, it wasn't him sharing with somebody he knew or exchanging it. I think he would, like, they all just download it. Not all, but you know what I mean? It's just, I think it's too gross for me to even probably form a full thought on, because it just, when I think about some of those descriptions of how young some of those kids were, it's just so fucking disgusting. I don't know how someone can have that on any of their devices and still be left walking around for years. But that's the other parallel I have, is that what happened? Because when you look at even how Dan Doolin reacted in 2017, when he's told to his face, hey, I was there at the trail from 1:30 to 3:30. That's what he's saying he was told in 2017. Yeah, he told me he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and he was wearing the BG costume, and he saw a group of 3 girls, and he went onto the bridge. And the way Doolin reacted to that was by letting him walk free for years. But all of a sudden in 2022, when he's presented with supposedly the same information, the moment he's presented with it, he leaps into action and starts looking up his fishing license and start looking up everything else, and he takes immediate action. The fact that he reacted immediately in 2022 but not in 2017 tells me that somewhere along the way somebody changed what the information actually was. I don't think that he could have ever in any reality been told this. The day that Doolin interviewed Richard Allen, they were actively manhunting a man who was on the trail at the same time as the girls went missing. All the local news stations were running the same picture and the same little headline title. Police want to speak to a man seen on the same trail around the same time as the girls went missing. So for me, I really struggle, especially with Dan Doolin, who loves arresting people. And even when he's presented with information that this person did not commit the crime you're accusing them of, like with Jesse Snyder, even after a judge threw his ass out of court, tossed the case, was like, it was complete bullshit. They lied to get the search warrant. It was tossed. Even after a judge found it to be bullshit, he spent a whole year harassing Jesse Snyder. I think it was a year. It was a long time after this, where he's still like writing letters to his employer, trying to get him fired, trying to convince everybody he's actually a domestic terrorist because he was actually just playing paintball in his own barn with his friends, and he had like a couple of pot plants for personal use. Dan Doolin is not afraid to arrest someone or to like leap into action. So it's just hard for me to imagine that there was ever a scenario where Richard Allen ever placed himself on this trail from 1:30 to 3:30 ever. Otherwise, Doolin would have reacted the way to it immediately in 2017 that they all did in 2022. I see some parallels with that in the Keegan stuff. I'm not saying he's not a sicko, because apparently a lot of people have verified what's on there, but I have a lot of questions about why it's such a pattern of them reacting one way years apart from each other. It just makes me question, like, okay, there might be some there, but it might not be what they actually presented it as. And that might be why everybody has all these lingering questions, because they're not telling the truth about what the actual facts are. That's just where I always end up back at. Hang on. January 18th, 2023 is when Cabin Fish put those pictures out. Thank you. I knew it was sometime in that time frame, because then in February, Prosecutors Podcast tweeted about it. And apparently even after Gavin Fish put those pictures out to the public, Mark Robert Cohen and Thomas Frost and that other guy whose name I always forget started circling back to those same people saying, well, hey, we actually have pictures of the victims' bodies, like the actual crime scene pictures, not just of Delphi, but also of Flora. And I never got confirmation about or clarification on whether, when they said victims' bodies, if that was only pertaining to Flora or if that was also the Delphi ones. But those, MRC can't be trusted. He's a liar and a coward, and he throws everybody under the bus for shit he did. And then he cries foul, and everybody's out to get me, whatever. Let's see. But I do think, I'm pretty sure the January to February 2023 thing, the Closing the Creek pictures were also the same as when the first set of crime scene photos also started circulating. Hang on. Do you know where Ellie got their 5.6 to 5.8 range for BG? Could it have been from that software? I really would like to know, because if it wasn't that software, where did the FBI get their height estimates? Because they were very clear about their physical descriptions. I don't know if they used their own software to come up with that, if they were basing it off of whatever ISP initially used. I keep seeing, I'm not inhaling a vape. I keep having to use my inhaler because every time it rains, I'm like that little kid on Secret Garden. I'm allergic to every grass and tree except for a sweet gum tree. I'd be having allergies and sinus right now. It's actually my inhaler. I didn't know y'all could hear that, though. I keep trying to mute if I have to use it, though. Yeah, I don't know where. I think Sleuthy has on one of her spreadsheets, she has every one of the different billboards and the evolution of the time and the date of the different heights and weights and when they took stuff off. I'll have to look it up. I'm pretty sure it's in her spreadsheet that she's posted on Twitter, but I'll try to track that down because I don't know off the top of my head. Um, which, which podcast is that? Ran. I hate it when I find a good podcast that I like, and then they say something where you're like, oh fuck, they're one of them, and it just like makes it hard to keep listening to them. I went to school with the Kowalskis in Muncie. What? Okay, hang on. I went to school with the Kowalskis in Muncie, but I think he is originally from Illinois, or his grandparents are. I don't think the FBI was giving them what they needed for the connection. Speculation. That's interesting. I know that Holman says that the FBI was not sharing information, but I also know that Greg Ferenczi was trying to send Unified Command everything that he was finding and coming across and making sure that they were seeing it and looking at it and following up on it. Hey, can we get a search warrant? Can we get authorization? Like, he was almost pestering them for quite some time, and they just kept ghosting him, just ignoring him, not taking him seriously. And then when the FBI CAS team was requesting Libby's phone data, Cecil told Holman, hey, they're requesting this. Can you forward it? Holman's like, yeah, man, for sure. And then he never did. And then when Click is contacting Holman, hey, Alicia Cole contacted me. She found the Goldilocks phone. You might want to go pick it up. Holman's like, yeah, for sure. I'll go get it. Click follows up with her. Nobody from ISP ever came to get it. That's the only reason he sent it. But I do think the FBI was sharing information. I think they were giving them, they started the whole fund for the reward fund. They were the first $25,000 to get it started. They gave them anything they asked for. They continued offering stuff even when it was turned down. They never withheld anything. As far as I can tell, they were as cooperative and almost like, hey, please invite us in as possible. And ISP still kicked them out. I don't think the FBI was the one that was not sharing information that they needed, whether it was Keegan Klein or the Delphi stuff. I don't think that, because Doug Carter and Jay Abbott were besties. They had dinner with their spouses. Like, they're very close. If Carter needed anything from the FBI, he would pick up the phone and get it with a phone call. I think ISP was the one that was withholding. I do think that is where almost all of the roadblocks happened, where all of the wrong turns happened. Let me see. Alaska, a police officer. That's what I remembered. He had to get them somewhere. I don't think he produced any of it. I was under the impression that he downloaded all of it, like from just predator websites where I'm pretty sure you pay for it, but it'd be like going to Pirate Bay. You don't actually know the person who's pirated video, like the bootleg video you download. It's not like you actually know the person. It's not like you're actually giving it to them as like I am giving this to you. It's just a site where people can come and go on their own accord. It's available there. A transaction has to be made. I don't know how much or how little of that aspect was actually verified. I don't know if defense looked at any of it. My understanding was that Keegan was just downloading it. I don't think he made any of it or produced any of it. He was seeking it out and then storing it. He's such a sick dude. The one where it's like literal toddlers, I don't understand. I just don't understand it. Is KK a stalking horse for more than one LA agency? I should probably, instead of saying that I don't believe it or that I don't give it much merit, it's more of I need more, because what they're the way they frame it and present it is not, it doesn't match up with the other things we do know for a fact about, like, the types of things that were on there and how many different devices, that kind of stuff. All of the other stuff seems to have been more about generating leads, hoping that if anybody was, and I think a lot of it does actually go back to the Ron Logan confessions that Reese was reporting, because they were talking about how they were helping him with the cell phone and they were trading it back and forth. I think a lot of that was like, well, maybe more, if we can't get anything out of Ron, because eventually Ron did die, they needed someone else to come forward and either make the same claim or like give them more to go on. So I think a lot of these things in these interviews, I think a lot of it was them trying to generate leads. And it was more about bluffing than it was about referring to actual evidence. And I think they're so reckless with this side of investigating that they end up having a lot of people go off on wild goose chases, because most of the other people are making reasonable assumptions and being cautious and properly skeptical of Keegan and like what he could have been doing and all the other stuff he could have been mixed up in. I do think it's I think there's value in double checking it and looking in that direction, but I'm more hesitant because I'm like, no, no, no. I feel the need to force law enforcement to give me something to go on to even take them seriously. Otherwise, they will just they'll just bullshit you and have you running in circles, and there's no telling it how close or how far away it is from the actual truth. And so when I don't really, it's not that I'm trying to dismiss other people's theories about it or any of that. It's more about like, I think we need to put them back on their back foot. Like we keep taking the burden away from them to give us something to go on, and it allows them to just continue bullshitting and bullshitting and bullshitting. Yeah, a 2-year-old, and they let him keep doing it. It's fucking disgusting. Like, a part of me, I think, is just like probably defense mechanism. I would prefer to think that they lied about what they found than to think that they did find it and just dropped the ball. I'm pretty sure that's more of like a defense thing. I'm aware that that is a thing that I would prefer to believe, is that they lied because they found something kind of gross on there, but not that gross, like not a 2-year-old. Like maybe it was just like with Ron, they were talking about how they found like animal stuff. They're all disturbing, but like 2-year-old man just breaks me in a different way. Like that just, it like is gut wrenching in a different way. It just is, at least for me. So I prefer to think they just fucking lied. But I do think it's important to keep getting these law enforcement officers to actually say something that can be verified, because they have demonstrated an endless amount of energy to just literally keep bullshitting people off of a bullshit cliff if that's what it takes. And they have no remorse for it. Hang on, what was Lana reading off? Hold on. What woman say? What did I miss? Has Lana read the brief yet? Does anybody know? I haven't seen her do stream yet. Hang on, I'm looking for a woman's comment. I don't mind people thinking Rick is guilty. It's inevitable. I think certain things don't have to be revisited every time we meet. That seems, yeah. I agree. Hang on. There are statements where various investigators who took part in these investigations took over when other investigations branched off. Huge and compartmentalized. There's a lot of that. I mean, even when I look at the dates that, like, Purdy was reassigned a month after him and Ferenczi interviewed Elvis. And then you look at when they were moving Vito on and off the Delphi case, and then to the Anthony Schatz case, and then back to the Delphi case. It's always the same cast of characters, too, that are producing the same results in all these cases where there's just somehow never seems to be any real answers that come from it. It's all just trust me, bro, and he said it during this thing, but they don't ever verify it. I feel like that's more dangerous than the other. I'm not a fan of the read technique stuff and the bluffing and using, like, putting false shit out into the public, hoping it'll prompt some other fucking, like, I don't think the person who did this to the girls is ever going to feel remorse. Like, you don't do that if you're capable of remorse. I don't think he's ever going to come forward or apologize or help law enforcement or give the families answers. He's not going to apologize for it. If you can do this to 2 children in broad daylight, you're not going to feel sorry. You're not even going to pretend to be sorry. I don't think you're going to brag about it even. I think it's something that you have to be really sick to enjoy, and you would never share it with anybody because you wouldn't want to risk your next opportunity to, like, engage in that kind of behavior. I don't know. Let me see. I missed the thing that whatever Lana read off. Hang on. Oh, wait. They did cut parts of the interviews. Yeah, actually they did. And it was all about the Keegan Klein stuff, apparently. They did leave one excerpt in. I don't remember if it was the Liggett and Mullen interview or if it was the Holman interview, where he's like, I don't know, like, I wasn't involved. I didn't help any do this. I wasn't scheming with anybody. That part of it got left in. And I'm like, scheming? Why would you, of course, the jury probably thought, well, why did he volunteer that? Even though he wasn't volunteering it. It was probably because they were like, are you the mastermind? Are you actually engaging in this? And he just, I don't know. Hang on. That lady, Alexis, I don't think Alexis is the one who, I think she typed it in, but I can't tell if Alexis is the one who spoke to Rick or if Holman was. Actually, hang on. He did come in his interview. He did say something about, hang on, where's this one? Let me pull up his transcript. And he's talking about the sheriff's office. Hold on. Because that would actually clear that part up if it was a girl or a guy that came out to him and Kathy. Hang on. Sheriff. Am I sharing the right one? Let me see. I think y'all can see that. Hang on. Okay. I don't remember. Oh, he said, I don't remember who it was, came out and talked to me and said that he would get my name and information. And then I was driving downtown. So it was a he. And then if you look at that very first intake sheet, it says received by Holman. I think what they were doing, if you look at the other ones, like these officers, even Doolin said, oh yeah, I printed it out and I walked it over. And then Kathy Shanks on the stand saying, yeah, we would type it in for them. Like, the officers were doing the interacting with these people, typing up the reports, and then they would go hand it to one of the analysts, and the analyst would type it into the system and start sorting through them. And then it would be forwarded to, like, Liggett, Hammond, I think Davies was one of them, Peasley. There was like 7 or 8 of them who would be the ones who would review and evaluate each tip and determine whether or not they would approve it for further follow-up. But on that very first information, Holman could have been like, oh, I was there. Like, we don't know if Rick said I was there between what did the 1 to 3 time frame, or if that's just what Holman said. Because Rick has been very adamant, and every time they asked him, even when he was referring back to what he said to Doolin, he's like, I remember telling him noon. It would have been around noon. And he's like, I stayed about an hour. And at one point in the interview, he also says, I don't know, maybe I left around 1:30, 1:45, depending on what time I got there. He couldn't remember the exact time. He's like, I would have thought it was around 12 because I left my mom's around 11. So I think the only reason he even said, I don't know, 1:30, 1:45, when he was saying that, it's because they kept pressing him. He had already told them several times, 12. I stayed about an hour. I mean, I guess it could be 1:30. I could have gotten there a little before noon, a little bit after noon. Like, he's just trying to be cooperative with them. And now that we know about more of his personality type, he doesn't like it when people are mad at him. He doesn't like to tell people no. He wants them to like him. So he's just trying to like, even though they're asking very tedious, exhausting questions, he was still trying to be accommodating to them. And I think Holman is the one who fucked up the tip the first time, honestly. Yes, it is, though. I do agree because ISP has a culture of scumbaggery. When people are like, oh, that requires a conspiracy. How do all these people keep, how would they all keep that secret? I'm like, it's not a secret. It's not a conspiracy. It's just a culture. They just took each other's word for it. Nobody checked anybody's work. And they just were like, I don't know. And they were vibe checking half of these people. I think everyone that was at the trail that day seems to be connected. I'm not ruling out RA. I feel like someone could have testified or verified his alibi in some form, but didn't. And so I wait. I hear ya. That's where I was for a very long time. Like, even up until trial, I'm like, if I see something placing him on the trail after 1:30, I will entertain that he could have at least done it if he was there and present on the trail. But there's no evidence. Even their one, like, aha, or like what they thought was like a gotcha with the Hoosier Harvester video, now that we know it literally could not have been Richard Allen's car. Even with that car's driving away from the trail at the time he's telling them he left. So, like, I don't, like, even with that, I'm like, even that clears him. Like, all of their evidence, there's 3 phones within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene between 12 and 5, and 2 of them one of them happens at 3:02, and the other happens at 3:27. The one phone, I don't know if they're the same phone at 3:02 and 3:27, or if they're 2 different ones, but neither one of them are connected to Richard Allen or Libby. It was another phone. It was none of Libby's. It was none of the devices, because defense even specified no device at all associated with Richard Allen. Nobody that Richard Allen. It's not associated with anybody he even knows. And then they said the same thing about Libby. It was not associated with Libby or anybody she knows. And then Nick filed a reply saying, well, we've identified all those people and cleared them, but we never heard anything about it after that. We have no idea if they did actually identify them and actually clear them, or if that was just more bullshit because he got it lemonade after that. And so it was excluded and nobody really got to do anything with it after that, not even scrutinize it. It wears me out because I don't know if Nick could have even identified them, because you have to go through several rounds back and forth with Google to actually get to the point where you would unmask someone. And I would think that if you're at the crime scene within 60 to 100 yards, that would get you to the 3rd round where they're going to finally unmask the device identity. But if that had anything to do with Richard Allen, we would have never heard the end of it. And then when you look at Holman's deposition, he says that, I don't know if he's talking about the Google geofence that was done by CAST, or if he's talking about the geofences that Robert Ives subpoenaed. He didn't clarify that, and he kind of said 2 contradictory things. But apparently Richard Allen's phone does show up in some sort of phone data that law enforcement had, but Holman said it placed him at his residence. So I'm like, everything that I held out for, like, okay, well, maybe I will leave space open for they can place him there with this, but every single piece of evidence that law enforcement has about what was occurring at the trail that day clears Richard Allen. They literally cannot place him there. The bullet was the last ditch effort, but they never even connected the bullet to the crime. I don't think they realized that. They were saying that they heard a bullet being cycled through a gun by the bridge. They never were able to connect how a bullet that was ejected at the bridge in the act of coercing the girls ended up across the creek in the dirt. because on the other side of the creek, a different weapon was used. There's no sign of a weapon being used to coerce anybody on the other. He already had their submission by the time they were on the other side of the creek. And unless he's an ambidextrous stealth ninja, like, does he have the knife in one hand and the gun? Like, why would you pull a gun out when you've already subdued them and killed them? What possible reason would you have to put your knife away and pull your gun back out to even rack it again? Like, I don't think they've even connected the bullet to the crime. It's just a bullet that was in the woods, where there was also people would hunt all the time, and there was also makeshift target practice things that were set up out there. I don't think they have anything that actually connects them. And the stupid bullet Melissa Oberg, she had to fire it because the first 6 attempts to match it to Richard Allen's gun failed. She would have never fired the bullet if it actually matched. If it had a sufficient agreement to show a match, which it probably would have if it came from his gun. But it didn't match. That's why she fired it. I think all of their evidence continues clearing them. Hang on, what interview was Lana reading? I don't know. That's what I was trying to find, and I missed something a woman said. I don't know if she's said it, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. I feel like Doolin took his Word doc to Unified Command, and they did what they do best, nothing. I thought that for a very long time, but Holman was very clear that ISP, as a state agency, they do not file reports on Word documents. Doolin was a DNR officer. That's state. He uses the same IDAX system that ISP uses, the same RMS, the same everything, because they're both state agencies. They all file through the same system, the same portals, the same whatever. Doolin's report was a Word doc. I think that's interesting. It looks nothing like any of the other narrative reports that everybody else filed. I have no idea when that Word document was actually typed up. They could have typed that up on their own and then showed it to Doolin like, hey, this was your report. Or they could have gone in and added that, attached it to it, because it says that there's only one thread on Mr. Allen's tip narrative, but that's not true, because there's more than, like, there should be, like, if you look at Ron Logan's, the ones that we saw in the motion of correct error and the replies, you can see there's, it tells you what other tips it was in reference to or triggered by. With Richard Allen, there's none of that, which makes no sense, because you do not get a follow-up interview with anybody unless you have gone through the system. Like, by definition, when you are meeting with an officer to follow up on your tip, you are being followed up on, and it means that you went through the system, through all of the channels, but we're only seeing this one thread of his, and I find that suspicious too. Hang on, paintball and M80 fireworks of his own barn. Yeah. I will never, like, the shock factor of that to me will never wear off. This man was playing paintball in his own barn on his private property with all of his veteran bros. That's all they were doing. And Dan Doolin literally smeared him as a bomb-making domestic terrorist. It's like disgusting is not a harsh enough word for what Doolin did. Let me see. I don't know what I think about the Kelsey thing. I think she I don't know if she was 16, 17. I feel very strongly that she was traumatized, first and foremost. I try to picture like how one of my daughters would react if that happened to my other daughter. I don't think their brain would work for a while. I don't think mine would either. Like, it's hard for me to really even imagine what that's like, because my brain rejects it. Like, even trying to sympathize and empathize with, like, it's just, I'm pretty sure I would just might as well be a vegetable in a coma. I don't know how I would cope with that. I think it would be even harder for a child to cope with it. But I think they like, even with that live stream with Kelsey and Doug Carter in their living room, it's inappropriate on so many levels. But when I saw that, I'm like, okay, I just think they've been using the families to do their investigative public narrative pushing. And I think a lot of that happened in the interviews too. I don't think that lets her and Brie off the hook for the mean girl shit they were doing. I think there's a very real conversation to be had around that. But I think simultaneously, I think these officers were doing that to not just Kelsey, but the families too. Yeah, I don't, Doolin's word is worth less than shit as far as I'm concerned. Let's see. Thank God we have Cash Patel to turn to now. Yeah, Mr. Bug Eyes, man. I'm like, is he nocturnal? Why does he always look like he's trying to see something in the dark? I don't know what to do with that man. Besties and handlers are not the same things. That is very true. That is true. I don't think there's one. I've got to dig it up. Like, we know there was a case in the area where the FBI came out and, like, there was way too many agents executing this search warrant for someone. I forget which town it was in the area, but it was the day before. And when people talk about how the FBI was already in town, it wasn't the FBI that was already in town. It was Rich Davies. He was already in Delphi on the 13th. He was the FBI agent. He was part of the search starting on the 13th. He was there first thing in the morning, going back out. And when they found the body, like, he was one of the first people who went with Holman from the sheriff's office to the scene as soon as all of the calls went out. Like, we found out we've got to secure the scene. Richie Davies and Holman rode out together with Buckley, but Richie Davies was already out there. Like, when people say the FBI was already there, it was just Rich Davies because he has family there, which is why he also, even after he retired, they allowed him to return as a special deputy. He's very shady. He's very shifty, shady, sketchy, unreliable. He's the one who wrote the report saying that Fred Rogers cleared Holder like a month after it happened. Nobody's ever seen Fred Rogers' report, though. It's just Rich Davies' report that was suddenly, all of a sudden, finally written one day after Ryan Boucher calls Liggett and gets hung up on, and then gets in touch with Winters, and Winters contacts them like, hey, I just talked to this person and set up a Dropbox with all of this stuff, all this information that we've been begging the public to provide us. This guy called and provided us these very specific things. And then all of a sudden, Rich Davies writes this report clearing Holder. And Holder and Fred Rogers have mutual friends and connections. Like, I don't think the FBI was actually in Delphi investigating shit. I think it was just Rich Davies. That's just where I'm at with that one. Because how do you have a militia training and nobody sees it? Nobody can actually tell you who was there. Like, not a single person knows who was actually there, not at all. And then there's, like, the FBI, there's paperwork with everything. There's no record of them actually being in there, but there's a record of Rich Davies already being there with his family. Like, even when people talk about Greg Ferenczi's part of the investigation, they always refer to it as the FBI. He was a JTTF task force member, but he wasn't the FBI. He was actually Terre Haute PD. He was just also on task forces. It doesn't mean he was the FBI. Like, he's on an FBI task force, but, like, they kind of use that word almost colloquially, even when it's not actually applicable. And so I think the FBI probably should have been in Delphi doing that, but they weren't. Let me see. I don't think the FBI came back around with Flora for any other reason other than to rehabilitate ISP, because ISP has no credibility left, especially with Flora. I think all of that was just fucking PR. I don't think any of that had anything to do with a new lead or fuck about shit. I just don't. I think that was trying to rehabilitate the same losers that didn't solve the Delphi case either. That's probably a little too nihilistic, but that's just how I feel about it. The girls sending nudes thing, best I can tell, that was started by MRC because for some reason he had access to their Instagram messages. I don't even think defense ever got that. That's why I have a lot of questions about the crime scene leak, because he had things that defense didn't even have at that stage. Defense didn't even get Libby's phone data until September 6th, 2016. He was already sharing all this stuff with Fortson and Woodhouse prior to that. Fortson didn't get any of that from Mitch. MRC already had it. I don't know how you get your hands on Libby's private Instagram messages, but he was making his own conclusions based on those messages, and he was saying that they were sending nudes to kids in class. I don't know that they actually were. He's the only one who's apparently seen all of those messages, though, and whatever law enforcement officer gave it to him. I don't know how else you get your hands on those unless you're law enforcement, because defense didn't have them yet. But that's also why I kind of doubled down on some of this. Like, I don't see any proof of it. It's because there's other things that need to be accounted for, that just saying that as if it's true, it lets certain people off the hook who do not deserve to be let off the hook. If that ends up being true, then I'll help everybody shout it from the rooftops. But we need more clarification on that, because there is no actual evidence, and the only person I have ever been able to find who is making that allegation with anything remotely close to a receipt is MRC. And it's because you can see in the screenshots that Woodhouse posted, MRC sending them to him. Woodhouse didn't have those. Fortson definitely didn't have them, because defense was still asking for them. Actually, no, they didn't get it until October 4th. Hang on, October 4th or the 6th. As of this September 6th, they were still requesting it, but it was not turned over in discovery until October, after the leak. So how were they supposed to have all this? Like, MRC already had all this shit. He's still fucking little weasel about it and still telling sob stories and pretending like he was the one who was mischaracterized or whatever. He's a liar. I don't know that we'll ever get a straight answer out of him. Lord knows Holman's not ever going to come forward and tell the truth. And Lord knows Murder Sheet's not ever going to. Let me see. Oh, hey, Cleveland. I don't even know where you came in, but I keep seeing people because other people are saying hi to them. I have not said hi to Cleveland in a long time. I'm going to have to wrap it up after this. I always do this. Every stream I ever do turns into a marathon. I don't know how it can't ever turn into one. There's too much shit. Do you guys remember the Haley Dunn case? The mother's boyfriend was believed to have CSAM on some devices found at his mom's house. They didn't charge him for a long-ass time, if even ever. I only know a very small amount about the Haley Dunn case, but I have more questions than answers on that one. I don't remember hearing any of that aspect of it, though. It's been a while since I've even Googled that one. I remember when that one happened. And that's another one. I don't understand what law enforcement was doing with that one either. I'm just going to leave it at that. Hang on. Yes, it's the 1800s. What? Hang on. What was that? I think they have been starting fires for the cover-up for a long time. I mean, who do we know? I think somebody just said it. They have been since the 1800s. Who do we know that love symbols, burning things, doing weird-ass rituals in the middle of some field whether it's Hate Rock Fest or burning crosses or doing their just fucking weird, like, tradition rituals or whatever in their weird little costumes. I don't The only people I know of who have a history of burning vulnerable, like, marginalized groups are the ones who wear hoods. They noticed different patterns showing 2 different users at the Klein house. When I looked at it, it was essentially he was logged into one device, and then he logged into his other device. And at the time, I mean, I was looking up all kinds of every developer forum, webpage, Snapchat thing I could find for the time. If you logged into one device, it automatically logged you out of another device. Both of those devices were in Keegan's possession and were connected to the Wi-Fi at his house. Like, I understand what people are saying, where, like, other users were doing, and I understand he also tried to say his dad did it, his roommate was also using it, but then when they actually tried to start pressing him on, "Okay, well, when could they have?" He's like, "Well, I mean, I guess when I went to the bathroom or when I was looking away, they could have just, I don't know, logged in." I all of the these devices were in his own possession the whole time. He was trying to drag other people into it, but he wasn't able to actually do that. I think he was the only sick fuck that was accessing that shit on his devices, and I think he tried to bring other people into it to save his own ass, because that's what the actual extractions and things show. And I think it's hard for people to understand that because law enforcement were twisting it, and kind of like they did with the Richard Allen PCA, like they acted like they had all this crazy information, all these disturbing searches, and they always do that. They're used to doing that. They're used to saying whatever they want, and people just having to take their word for it because there's nobody to actually challenge them on it. And so they always just do that. And then even if that's not the case, they're like, "Oh well." And with Keegan, it's hard to argue because it's kind of like, well, I mean, he's already going to be. Like, I almost wish they could have found a little bit more to connect him, even though I don't think he actually committed the crime. It'd be hard to feel bad for him, even if they got the wrong guy. At least if it was Keegan, at least he deserves it. I think we would all kind of agree on that one, except for the fact that the real killer would still be walking around. I just hate that they're used to just saying whatever and people just have to take their word for it, because it's hard to hold a judge, a prosecutor, or a sheriff accountable. There's not actual, other than voting them out of office, there's not any meaningful mechanisms to force accountability in between elections. Doug Carter said he kicked the FBI off the case. Baldwin responded, they wanted to show that they were still on the case. Nick asked for a sidebar and it all went away. Not really. It was pretty, they actually were just trying to get a time frame out of him. I do think they wanted to press him on whether, because Holman gave one story about why the FBI was kicked off during his deposition. Liggett gave another story. Murphy and Click have a completely different story. I believe Click and Murphy out of all of them, because half the time Carter's just repeating what Holman told him. And Holman is the only one who said that the FBI was kicked off for conflicts and because they weren't sharing information, even though they were. Like, Carter kicked him off because he thought he was backing his own officers up. And it was really nothing more than that. He didn't do any verifying of anything Holman told him. He just took his word for it, and everything Holman said was bullshit. But they didn't do it until after Ferenczi was killed. That is the one thing we know for a fact. And at one point, Carter tried to present that as if it was closed because it was just a dead end. There was nothing else, no further leads required. That was not true. But I wish they would have asked Carter a whole lot more, but I think they knew that he literally would have lied on the stand to protect his officers. And then the jury would have actually found it credible. And I think that is the only reason they didn't ask him certain follow-up questions, because it would have backfired against the defendant to no fault of their own. It's just because we've seen Doug Carter has been lying to people's faces for years. I don't think he would even flinch at lying on the stand. I just don't. Yeah, I definitely think Diener left partially because of the safekeeping order, but I also think a big part of it was because he is an actual man baby. Like, he was talking about how people were putting his family on YouTube. I've scoured every website that hosts any sort of videos at all, where people can upload stuff or post it. I've looked and looked and looked. The only instance that I can see where Diener's family was talked about publicly was the WTHR report, where they were doing like almost like a spotlight feature, like a puff piece on Diener and also Judge Cole. And in this piece, they're talking about how Judge Cole was the person. This is on the 3rd, before she was actually appointed. They're like, oh, yes, they're consulting with her to see if she's available and if she'd be able to take on this case as a special judge. They actually asked her first. They didn't just appoint her. They contacted her and they're like, hey, do you have time for this? Can you do this? Can we appoint you to this? And she was able to consider it and say yes or no. And she ended up saying yes. I think the only reason she said yes is because at that time, the trial was scheduled for March 2023. She thought she was going to be done with this shit by March. I think part of her bad attitude is because it just kept dragging on and on and on and on and on. But Diener had a meltdown because they put his family on the news. They weren't even, it was like a puff piece. They weren't talking bad about him. They were talking, it was just very neutral, and it was just very to the point. The former judge was asked to recuse himself and requested a special attorney, and they showed a picture of him and his wife, and that was it. And he had a whole meltdown over it. Other than that, there was nothing anybody was putting on YouTube. I don't know what he's talking about. Hang on. DC is there to take the bullets. He made 0 executive decisions. Absolutely. He's just a figurehead, and he's a shitty one, because all he ended up doing was providing cover for dirty cops who were doing shit police work. Because he's never been a detective. He couldn't, I mean, I don't know how many detectives it would take, though, to spot the bad apples right the fuck under all of their own noses. But he definitely couldn't even do that. Like, he's just not, he's like a ceremonial figurehead. He serves no function. And I think he did more harm. He confused the shit out of the public for years. I don't even understand how anything he did was useful. Everything he did seems to have undercut everything they were doing anyway. It drives me crazy. If Ellie believes there were 2 users at the Klein house, it would take time to figure out who downloaded what and when. Not defending that disgusting filth, just contemplating why the wait from Ellie. I don't think they started introducing the notion of more than 2 users until after they went to go interview him, and he started saying, well, maybe my dad could have accessed it. Maybe other people could, because in his mind, he seemed to be under the impression that as long as he muddied up whether or not other people could access their devices, they couldn't pin it on him. And that's not true. Like, they can still extract his phones, and if they can't prove that other people did in fact access it, I mean, it had passcodes. If he can't say, like, yeah, I gave people my passcodes, which he didn't, like, then all of it was really just, the Keegan Klein case is such a good example of why the Reid technique works and why law enforcement officers want confessions. Because once there's a confession, anything else that even remotely appears to confirm something they confess to is treated as gospel. Even if the thing that they're saying, oh yeah, well, they thought there was another user. Okay, they have the extractions. They don't need any, like, all this other information. The only purpose it serves is to get people to just stop asking any more questions, because the law enforcement officers are done. Once they get confessions, they're no longer investigating whether there was or wasn't. it wouldn't actually be that difficult to figure out what was downloaded when and who was home when, and whether or not Tony Klein's device was also logged in somewhere at the house. I do know they did extractions on the phone. They were able to place both of them at home, but Keegan was very clear about he logged into this device, and the phone data backs that up because it's logged into one device and automatically logged out of the other device at the same time. So if he is logging into it, he would by definition be the person operating both of those devices. Like, that's just because Snapchat does that automatically. He doesn't get a say in whether or not he stays logged in the other device. At that time, you could only be logged into Snapchat in one place at a time. That was just how it was set up. So it doesn't really matter what Ellie believes. It matters how Snapchat functioned. It doesn't matter even what Keegan Klein said. But if they extract his phones and his phone is showing logging into one and the other phone is showing it's being logged out, and even you can just check the Snapchat history login sessions. Pretty sure those login sessions are saved unless the user deletes them, which is another thing that bothers me about Libby's data, because you would be able to look at that and see where else she was logged in, and it doesn't appear to me that law enforcement even did that. Let's see. And isn't it odd that DC didn't do the AS public request for... Yeah, it is. Everything about the Keegan Klein thing is... That's my frustration with this. They only used it in areas where they felt like it was useful to them, to a case that they... like to a theory that they already had. And if it didn't help that theory, they just didn't use it and they ignored it and were dismissive of it. And that's why it's hard to know what is real, like what's what with this case. Other than the actual CSAM found on his devices, that's the only thing that seems to be reliable and verified and true. Everything else seems to be an actual mind game started by the weirdest, most frustrating dipshits with badges I've ever had the displeasure of having to sort what's what with a case file. Like, it's just, I don't know what to do with it, because it could confirm what Keegan said, but it's hard. It's just hard to know, because a lot of it was just, I mean, they were trying to talk to the killer at the 2019 press conference, to the killer who may be in this room. Okay, to the killer who has no remorse. Yeah, I'm sure he has just a little bit of a conscience left. I'm so sure. Like, they're just, all they were doing was playing mind games. They had Anna giving interviews saying old bridge guy sketch had been interviewed and found and identified and cleared, and he was no longer anybody that we should be looking at. It was all about young bridge guy sketch now. They literally just make it up as they go, and then they never ever provide any clarification on all of the different areas that people end up chasing. And if the information is valid, then yeah, a lot of people have some pretty strong theories, but it bothers me that we don't have anything to actually base those theories on. Like, when you try to go back and like, okay, this case is no longer open and active, he's in prison, we should be able to verify some of this, and the fact that they won't makes me think it was mind games. And sometimes I hope that, like, challenging them on it, sometimes their egos get to them, and I'm like, maybe if I'm like, nope, I don't believe you, one of their little minions will get so triggered by me refusing, like doing the hippo tweet. Like, if you say something wrong, there's a certain type of person out there who cannot handle it, and they will blurt out information that you otherwise might not be able to get, because some people just will never pass an opportunity if they think they can prove you wrong. I try to use that sparingly, but I definitely do that a lot with the Keegan stuff, because it bothers me that they just bullshit their way through the Keegan stuff. The kind of shit that was on his devices, I feel like, of all cases, that is the one time where it should just be very clear that is not an appropriate situation to like bullshit bullshit people with. Like, you can't just make shit up for investigative leads. Like, you just should really follow the evidence and track that evidence down and do all of these extractions and be very thorough and figure out who actually did have access to it and who didn't, and be very clear about it instead of just like pretending like, oh, maybe his dad did, maybe his roommate did, well, maybe these other unspecified people did. How about who the fuck actually did? The phone will actually tell you that. Who all had access to it, an opportunity to it. That's a good place to start, but they never want to get into that. And I think that's a red flag, at least to me. Doug Carter is worse than snake shit. True. He is the worst. I do think one of these days we're going to find out he was the weirdest of them all. Like, something is definitely off with him. I agree with I do think there's a divide with the CSAM, Delphi, and FBI and Unified Command. They had their own little fact, kind of like even on the pro defense side, we all kind of have our various theories. I actually like that we do that because I think it's impossible for any one of us to be thoroughly in the weeds with all of the different aspects. And so I think it's good that some of us are just ended up following one a little further than the others, because then we cover more ground, and eventually one of these will either come to its conclusion or lead somewhere. But with Unified Command, what they seem, instead of everybody continuing to follow things and like making sure each different possibility was thoroughly investigated, Holman was running around just like shutting some down until like dismissing the other ones and blurring the lines. And I think that's where they really ran into problems, is because they couldn't agree. And instead of coexisting and them all like just, okay, let's all treat all of these with the seriousness they each individually deserve, all the different aspects, they just started fighting over which one and only that one deserved to be investigated. I think that was a bad move. Let me see. But he never said he parked at Mayor's entrance. In fact, he said he knew he didn't, so that couldn't be his car. I know, that was my point though. Like, even if I were to give them he parked somewhere over there, even though he didn't say he did. Like, even if I were to say, like, maybe he did park over where they say he did, well, then why is he on camera driving away from the trails? Because nobody ever was actually able to place, in the same way they couldn't actually connect the bullet to the crime, they never connected that black car on Hoosier Harbor Store to the CPS building either. All they actually did have was a car driving away from the scene 20 minutes before the girls were dropped off. And they're acting, the way they presented that, though, was actually evidence of him driving the back roads from his house and then showing up on the trail minutes later. There's no indication of that at all. They twisted everything like that, though. And that's why I'm trying to, even with all the POIs, I'm trying to like go back to all of it and be like, okay, what did they actually have? And I really don't understand how we have an FBI agent who they had an affidavit at trial. He's the one who collected the Hoosier Harbor Store video, verified that it was 54 minutes fast, and he's supposedly the one who identified all the cars seen on Hoosier Harbor Store video. So who, up until Richard Allen came into the mix, whose car had they assigned that to previously? Because that car was not a concern of theirs, even though they knew that the girls spotted someone at 1:30 until Richard Allen entered the picture. I still don't understand that aspect of it. Let's see. That is the part that makes me insane. The bullet literally has nothing to do with the crime. Someone just made that up. The PCA is pretty much copy pasta of the search warrant. The only thing that they added to the arrest warrant was the bullet and the information about the victim mentioning the word gun. They weren't real concerned about the victim mentioning that in the search warrant. It didn't pop up until they needed to file an arrest warrant. and they had no new information to file it with. Holding a gun on one girl while attacking another with a knife and keeping both completely silent, yeah, while crossing the creek and holding on to apparently his own phone or his car keys. Like, where was this other stuff? I don't understand. And like, if it was in his pocket, like people are saying, they're like, maybe the windbreaker is an outline of a gun. It's facing the wrong way. Like, if you were to put your gun into a pocket, you would, like, the barrel would go in first. The barrel is facing the wrong direction. So even if he's getting to the end of the bridge, how did he even get that out of his? It looks like he would have had to like finagle it to get into that pocket to even get in the first place. I don't even know how you would get that out quickly and then rack it and be able to just like somebody who's fiddling around like that. The girls would have had. I mean, they already had 10 seconds before he even got there. You can see the Weber house from there, and there's a straight shot with a path. They could have walked straight and then just made a beeline to the Weber home. And at the time, if they're saying Brad Weber was driving by around all this time, they would have seen that he was there. They could have just made a beeline for it. It's so close to where they were. They had plenty of opportunities, and they didn't appear scared up until that point. They didn't seem like they were running from this guy. Like, they were still just kind of like, they looked to me in the video more like they were waiting for him to get out of their shot. Like, he ruined the shot of the video Libby was trying to take of Abby crossing the bridge. Like, she's making it to the finish line. I'm trying to get her on camera. Fuck, there's a dude in the background. It looks like she was more like, waiting for him to move. They didn't seem scared of him. I don't know if it means they knew him. I don't know what to make of that. I don't think we can base anything off of what we saw in that video. I don't understand it. I don't know where they got a gun from, though. That is never not just fucking ridiculous to me. I can't believe he had the nerve to actually put that in the affidavit. This is the path. That be a gun. Like, it's so stupid. Hang on. I got some Bose headphones to hear the most ratchet line ever. And it's a shame that the Odinist stuff was shared with such sensationalism. This is absolutely a post-Christian KKK-like group. Okay, here's my one excuse that I give to defense, especially now that the more we know about Baldwin, like we've seen him in enough interviews on Defense Diaries. If you have never heard, like, I had never heard of Odinism prior to this. And I remember how fucking weird it was, where I'm like, I've never heard of it, and now all of a sudden everybody's coming out of the woodwork. I'm an Odinist. I'm an Odinist too. Oh, my dad's Brandon Woodhouse is like, I'm an Odinist too. Oh yeah, so is my dad. And we've got these Odinist cops. Oh yeah, I'm an Odinist too. Like, how is so prevalent in that area? I remember just thinking that shit was shocking to me. It just was. I've never heard of it. It's the craziest shit I've ever heard of. I thought it was crazy how many people were part of it. This is the first time that Baldwin and Rosie have ever heard it. And then when you find out more about Greg Ferenczi, even in his eulogy, his police chief was talking about how you would never just get a standard threat assessment from him. You're going to get the whole background history of this person. And he says the words dating back to like ancient times, pre-Crusades. Like the ancient and oral histories of it. That's probably why he's probably one of the only cops that I don't just inherently distrust, because it's kind of like he's a deep diver. He's clearly like in the weeds, trying to look as far back and as far and wide and into the weeds as he can to fully understand what the fuck these dudes are doing, what they actually believe, what is their actual ideology, where did the history come from, where did it splinter off from what it, like, obviously Odinism is like a bastardized bullshit weird version. It's more gang shit than religion shit. I don't think they're true believers. I think they're just cosplayers But defense, for the first time, when they're reading these reports from Ferenczi, when you realize how detailed and historical he gets, and then you've got this report from Turco where he's being asked, do you think this could be extremist or ritualistic crime? I just think we got their in real time, extremely normie reaction, like a boomer reaction to it, where they were a little bit hysterical in the way they presented it. But I do think that was their genuine belief based on what they were reading in all of Ferenczi's reports. And then you've got Murphy saying, I don't know, it was like satanic almost, because they almost didn't have the vocabulary to describe what this was. So they were doing the best with the vocabulary and the frame of reference that they had. I don't think they were trying to make it sensational. I think they were genuinely freaked out and stunned by all of it. And I think if they had had more time between the prosecutor turning over a massive trove of all of these documents, and they had like 3 weeks before they had to file the Franks. Because Gold told them you have to file a Franks memo before I'll reset their suppression hearing. So they're trying to do that. And then while they're working on it, they get this huge discovery notice of all this shit from Click. And it included a lot of shit from Ferenczi and Murphy. And I just think we got their honest reaction. And I don't mean to excuse it because I very much wish that they had taken more of the gang shit angle, because these, especially with the VSC, they're just degenerate fuckwad criminals who have very long histories of abuse against the women and children in their life. But I just think they were like, what the fuck, with all of the Ferenczi stuff and the detailed stuff. And then they were consulting other experts and they're looking into that. And then you've got the FBI criminal profiler stuff where they're talking about this Nordic shit. That is how I feel about how it was presented. I understand why some people like the people who think that defense attorneys just lie for a living and they're totally cool with having murderers out on the street. Like defense attorneys don't have their own families. Like they actually are okay with just getting murderers off the hook. I don't think that's true, but there are some people who actually believe that. As dumb as it is, they're just very simple minds who don't think any deeper than that when it comes to that. And so from their perspective, sure, maybe I could see why they think it was just to be colorful and dramatic. But if you're being honest with yourself, especially once you have a little bit more insight into Baldwin, I think it was just, that was truly their perspective after having a very short amount of time to process a very fringe, bizarre group on its own in itself. Like, it's just, that's how I feel about it. And if I remember correctly, the defense said one phone was found to be 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. There was 3 phones within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. One at 302, one at 327. Actually, I guess technically 4, because they had a timestamp for one at 12:39 and one at like 5:49. But the ones at 302 and 327, those were the ones that, according to this map, there were little pin marks and markers with a range of accuracy of 60 to 100 yards between 3 and 3:30. I think that's important. And neither of those phones were associated with Richard Allen or any of his, or Kathy Allen's devices, or any of the devices they've ever had, or victim 2, which was Libby. Let's see. I don't know if Betsy Blair called that night or the next day. I can't remember if she said it was that night or the next day. But yeah, all of her information. The thing about Betsy Blair is, for some reason, all of the narrative reports, except for Dan Doolin's with Richard Allen and Betsy Blair's, they all have the agency case number for ISP. But Betsy Blair had her own separate incident number. and I guess technically Daniel Pearson did too, when they were followed up with, they had their own incident numbers. And I don't know if those were entered into the Orion database or if those were just in Carroll counties. They have not been very transparent or accountable about either of those. I'm not sure. Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne went to the end of the high bridge and stepped off the side. Yes. Cheyenne did not get to the end of the bridge until closer to 4. So 3:02 and 3:27 would be way too early for when they were even on the trail. I know that there are some people who for a while said that one of the phones was Cheyenne's, and that is not true. She was identified in the tower data that was subpoenaed by the prosecutor in the early days, and the FBI followed up on that, but nothing about her was ever associated with the geofence data from Google. That was really narrow parameters around the crime scene. There were other geofences like around the trailhead entrance and all of that was done, as far as I understand it, with the tower data that was subpoenaed. But when it came to CAST, their area that they focused on specifically was the actual crime scene. And that's separate than the other stuff that, like Sarah Carball said, she was found in the tower data and all that. Let's see. There's one more let me see. Where'd it go? Okay, here it's I believe Kelsey knew the girls were meeting Anthony Schatz. I try to be open to that one because I think it was Sergio who's making a good case for that when he was doing the statement analysis on Kelsey. I'm open to it, but we now know that apparently Abby was trying to meet Logan, and we know that Libby was actually talking to Tyler for most of the day and Bryden. So I don't think she knew that, because I think Kelsey has always known that she was not being truthful about Anthony Schatz in the first place. I think she definitely knew something, but I don't think it was related to Anthony Schatz, but maybe. I mean, Sergio did make a good case for that. I always go back and forth on it because Bree and Kelsey, I don't think were truthful about the Anthony Schatz stuff in the first place. It's hard for me to get beyond that. Let's see. Can't quit thinking about the timeline. If Kelsey dropped them off at 2:30 and then the dad picked them up at 3, how is that enough time? She dropped them off at 1:49 or by 1:49. And what's weird to me is that Kelsey was driving away within 3 minutes of Betsy Blair showing up on Hoosier Harvest Store and parking. Like they would have been able, like the girls would have been right behind Betsy Blair. And the guys she saw standing on platform 1 would have still been on platform 1 when Libby and Abby reached Monon High Bridge. But then you look at her first picture, and there's nobody on the bridge all the way down. So he would have had to have been behind them when she took the first empty bridge picture. But the problem with that is, I don't know, like less than 2 minutes later, she's on platform 3, turned around, and there's nobody at the other end of the bridge either. So this guy goes from being on platform 1 around 2 when Betsy and then Abby and Libby both are walking up, and then it appears that whoever that guy is leaves. And if he's supposedly a younger guy, when we look at the sketch that she saw, that's a younger guy. I don't know where Bridge guy came from. I still don't know if he came from the south end, like after they took the 207 picture, then he comes up from the hill and then starts walking across, and then he turns around and like kind of kettles them into the end of the bridge. I don't know. I feel like everything about this crime comes down to literally 207 until 213. Where did he come from? Because he couldn't have made it to the end of the bridge by the time Libby took the 205 picture to be out of sight, and he could have walked to the trail split, or at least out of the line of sight of the picture for the 207 picture. But if he did that, he would not have had enough time to get back to the end of the bridge by 213 to be on her video. And I get stuck in that loop because the only other thing that makes any sense to me is that he came up from the south end of the bridge, like came up the hill, like he was already on the south end of the bridge, and then he came up. Because if he had been on the secluded path, like walked from Ron Logan's side of it, you can see pretty clearly across, like there's no actual body there. I don't know. They were dropped off prior to 149. Like Kelsey, the way she drove, she wasn't on Hoosier Harvest video dropping them off. She was not on that video until she was going into town to go to her boyfriend's house, leaving the trail. And that was at 149. So, and she even says that when she pulls up, they actually sat there for a minute or so because she's getting sweatshirts for them and talking to them for a minute. And then she waited until they made it to the trail split before she drove off. So she would have had to have gotten there 147, 148 in order to be driving away by 149, because it would have taken them at least a minute to walk from the car to the trail split. So I don't know. The timeline with all of that is very tight. Beach video was at 213. Yes. That's why it takes about, if you're walking quickly, it takes about 8 minutes to get from Mears Lot to the north end of the bridge. And then if you're not stopping, passing go, taking pictures, or doing anything, and you're just making a beeline across the bridge, you can get across 6 minutes is the earliest I've seen anybody do it. And that was not their first time doing it. That was like a, got your game face on, it's go time, I'm going to see how quickly I can get across. 6 minutes is the fastest I've seen anybody do it. Abby that was her first time crossing it. I assume it would have taken them longer. It took them even 7 minutes at least to get from the north end of the bridge just to the third platform. So if Bridge Guy's not even in the shot at 207 while she's at the third platform, I just think the timing doesn't work. Like, he would have had to have sprinted across, but he's not sprinting in the video. He's just walking. Let's see. The news reports initially reported that they were dropped off around 1, and then at some point, the common thread was they were dropped off around 1:30, and then after the PCA was unsealed, we found out it was actually 1:49. They just kept kind of moving the goalpost. I don't understand Lolette's thing. It is weird why all these folks downplay. Nobody's downplayed the FBI role. I feel like everybody's pinpointed it pretty precisely. What? Hang on. What, like spending $50K tax dollars to hide the 911 call? That shit was crazy with the Florida stuff. I have that in the folder somewhere, that case where I can't believe they ruled in favor of them. I think it was actually $60,000, not 50. As a parent of daughters, what reason would your husband have to never speak if one was murdered, but instead to put your surviving daughter in front of him? Yeah. I have a big problem with that. I have a problem with the grandparents doing it, the parents allowing it, and law enforcement exploiting it. It's weird. It's inappropriate. I don't think it's ethical. It's not normal. It's just not normal. I think Libby's phone was unplugged at, I don't remember the exact time, but it was definitely like right before they got out of the car. Is it possible the FBI is investigating Delphi officials? It's possible. I don't know. I don't know what the holdup is. I think if they were going to do anything, they would have by now. There's plenty to work with. They don't seem real interested. FBI only investigate if they go after powerful people. Well, they're supposed to investigate corruption with public officials, but they seem to use a lot of discretion about when and how to actually pursue that. Why did the defense abruptly stop and not even try to defend RA? Do you mean when they rested their case? I don't have an answer for that. I still struggle with that. I have no idea, other than they were pretty sure that nothing they could say at that point would help because Gold just couldn't ever. I mean, the objections were nonstop, and anytime they tried to push back, Gold was almost retaliatory about it. And it got to a point where they were having to weigh the harm that it was causing their client versus continuing to fight. Because it's kind of like, okay, if she's doing this because of us, then we've got to back off because it's actually, she's like overcorrecting. She was trying to punish defense, but she was only ending up punishing the defendant ultimately in the end. Hands tied by judge in the court. They could not be, yeah, it was. She put them in one, I feel like, impossible position after another. Like they were not ever able to choose a strategy of their choosing. It was just constantly having to pick the least bad of all the options available to them. Let's see. Fiend's back. I'm up way too late too. Same Torzel, same. There was a cop across the street that would have been able to access their Wi-Fi. Across from which street? Hang on. Ain't nothing wrong with a marathon, all eyes. Yeah. True. Hang on. I'm about to write that name down. Hold on. Why does the last name sound familiar? Hang on. I feel like I have misspelled that name before. I can't place it, but I have a vague memory of misspelling that name. Maybe did you do a typo? I think that probably is right. Hang on. She can do death penalty cases in 3 days. Yep, she does. I think she did a terrorist case in like 6 or something. That's not enough time to get to the bottom of it. Let's see. I have no idea about the Ron Logan, what was tested or not. R&M is the librarian on all things Ron Logan, which is probably one of the only reasons why I haven't gotten into the weeds on that, because it would just be duplicative at this point. I feel like nobody will ever be more thorough and have unturned every possible stone than Ange and Yellow Jacket. But I'm not actually, I don't know. I know the basics, the bullet points, but I don't know about the search warrant returns or any of those specific details. But I'm guessing it's either in one of her videos or on her Twitter timeline somewhere. Okay, what are you talking about though, Fiend, about him being able to access whose Wi-Fi? He was across what street accessing whose Wi-Fi? Oh, are you talking about Keegan? Hang on. The email exchange between Carter and the FBI requesting the investigative product. Yes, that was in relation to the Frank suspects because they were interviewing Holder and his son, and they were calling him a suspect at that time. And that is why defense was so adamant that there was missing phone extractions for Holder. And all they had to make that assertion was, well, there's missing interviews for them. So surely there's missing phone data because you've got these 101 other extractions for people who don't have any remote connection to the victims, at least not anywhere near as much as the boyfriend and the boyfriend's father do. So how is there not a phone extraction for him? That was what a lot of those emails seemed to be about, and the reason why defense brought them up. But the investigative product was the interviews that were happening that they were referencing in those emails. That was on like the 16th, the 17th. Let me see. Let's see. How do they still have jobs? Because I don't know how they still have jobs. I believe they know the bad apples. They won't expose them due to fear. I think there's this thing that happens where they don't view misconduct for what it is when the state does it. Like when a judge is evaluating a situation, Nick straight up violated Gold's order from December 2022, and there was no repercussions for it. None. He wasn't even reprimanded. She just took it off the docket, and that was it. Holman and them literally hid the Purdue professor to obstruct defense from deposing him they were trying to do a speedy trial strategy at that point. They needed to depose him. Holman was straight up lying and hiding him. They knew they had already identified him. Several agencies had confirmed it. And he's still pretending like we may not be able to find him / her as late as September. While at that point in time, they were preparing for speedy trial. And no, Gold did not see a problem with that. There's nothing weird about it. No misconduct. They don't see it. And officers do the same thing with each other. Like even, I use Ruckus as an example. I think he's a good example of it. He is absolutely a dirty cop who lies a lot. I think if he's ever touched any case, somebody should probably reevaluate every one of them. But then he goes into certain circles and he's welcome, like, hey, Ruckus, how you doing? And people are super nice to him, even though he's done some really shady shit. He's done a lot of, and I do what I want, Mr. Ruckus. He's untrustworthy. He's unreliable. He has no remorse for any of the lies he's told or any of the harm he's caused. Mr. Steve, I think, is an honorable man. But he's like, hey, Ruckus, how you doing? Like, they just don't recognize it in each other. In their minds, they treat it as, well, they have to do it because they're dealing with really bad people. Ruckus is not on this case. He wasn't dealing with any bad person. He was just behaving badly. And he shared the crime scene photos to more people than anybody else. And then he had the nerve to report somebody else for having CSAM. For having photos that he shared. That's some dirty shit. That is a dirty thing for someone who says they were an officer to do. And he did it with no shame, no remorse. And I think Mr. Steve is an honorable, I think he's genuinely nice. And I think he genuinely doesn't even see the red flags in Ruckus. I don't know if it's blinders. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a mental block. But they don't view shitty conduct as, they're always like, oh, there's a reason for it. It's because they're dealing with bad they have to be a monster to beat the monsters. But they never stop to realize, like, okay, that there's not a monster in this scenario other than the cop, though. It drives me crazy. I don't know why they don't see it. Sometimes they are willingly, knowingly covering for each other, and then sometimes they're just blind to it, and I don't understand it. It's hard to watch it play out even. So many evil people involved at that point away from RA. Yeah. Let me see. I don't have a clear theory on who did it. Bunch of suspicious actions by lowlifes surrounding this case. Absolutely. I have more questions than answers. I don't have a theory. I'm still at the stage of We know who was assigned to what part when. We know who was on scene. Like, I mean, I've got even the chopper footage. I know whose vehicles were arriving at what time. And this is just from their trial testimony. I've like reorganized all of it. We know who arrived when. We know what investigations they were working on in sort of close counties, but not actually in Delphi. We know who was in Delphi and what they were doing. The only FBI people who were in Delphi on the 13th was one Rich Davies. That's just a fact. There were no other FBI agents in Delphi except for him. He was walking around with people at the search. I don't know why people think a bunch of FBI agents could be somehow all over the place in Delphi, but not on. I mean, there were WTHR, all of these people were all. We have so much footage of the 13th and 14th. They were not really even present until later in the day on the 14th because they were at the school trying to like interview all the kids in relation to the kids and like going to collect footage. They were only able to like jump in and do that because they had plenty of time. The scene was already secured. They weren't actually already in Delphi. If they were, they wouldn't be doing the errand boy stuff, like collecting footage and going to the school to ask any of the kids if they got screenshots. But also we have more records now of the CAD reports, of the dispatch logs. We do have some of it. We're missing way more of it than I'd like. But the same red flag characters are the ones who keep showing up every time a wrong turn is taken. Drives me crazy. The FBI turns over copies of their work to the state police, who then hand it over to the DA. The defense has to ask for the FBI files from the DA. Yes, and that is what Angé was initially brought on to do, but they ended up sending her chasing a non-existent FBI agent. Like, they had a reference to someone in one report, and I think she was actually ultimately looking for Vito, and it's because he wasn't actually a federal agent. He's just on a task force. Like, all of these people are in a task force. They're not actually FBI. It's very common for all state troopers to be part of one task force or another, and they have rotating assignments. It's very standard, very common, and they don't always get a say until they reach a certain seniority. They get assigned to whatever they're assigned to. And Dan Doolin, I think it's weird Dan Doolin was the only person who wasn't sent out as a team. I do find that very suspicious. But I think Vito was the one she was looking for. And when we hear about the BAU report, when it comes to like the phone data and stuff, that was actually just Vito doing browser searches. He wasn't actually doing digital forensics. He was just doing his own side quest. And it got treated as if it was an actual federal report when it was actually a state trooper report. But they do a lot of that. It's very annoying. Hang on. DNA will probably match Ron and his animal rabbit hair. But will the DNA be tested? We have no idea. They said they didn't want to test it because that would use up the entire sample. Which, why is that a problem for people who think they've got the right guy? I don't understand that. I wonder if Ellie could have hidden test results. I mean, they could, but there's traces of that kind of stuff everywhere. Like, you can only hide certain things. Like, even with sealed things, you can't seal the existence of a case. Like, there has to be a record of it on a docket somewhere, and there has to be a record of the fact that it was requested to be sealed or removed. You can't just like disappear all of it. It like once it's entered on a docket, you can't disappear it. Like, I don't even think the software works that way. Like, it's not like anytime they make an error even on the docket, they can't go back and edit that one. They have to make a new entry to explain amending this entry for this, because it's Scrivener's error or something. Hang on 2 seconds. Hey, you can open it real quick. I just muted. You can open it. I just muted. I'm wrapping up. You beat me to it. Yeah. I'm on California time. What is that?
Mr. Goodbar.
Oh, that's
What you want?
huh?
I got Waterburger. You didn't respond to me to the text.
Let's try to wrap it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh. What are you on Zoom, Teams? What are you doing?
This one's Streamlabs.
Streamlabs, fancy.
Okay, sorry. All right, let's see. Where did I leave off here? Let's put Holman in solitary confinement for 13 months and give him Haldol. What would he say? He might actually start confessing to some crimes because Lord knows he's actually committed some. I still can't get over the fact that this man was in solitary confinement for 13 months. They had all that time to dig through his entire life. And they, to this day, have not shown that Richard Allen committed any crime of any kind on any day ever. I think he got a speeding ticket once, but that's not actually a criminal offense. That was just a traffic citation. I find that incredible. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely harder to defend an innocent person against a corrupt system, for sure. Is Bree's phone the one at 12:39? They were not. Well, she was at the. I feel like that Fiend would probably be able to answer that better if the range of accuracy is within 60 to 100 yards, because they went underneath the first trestle of the bridge to take pictures at a certain point. And I think that could be close. Hers could have been the first one at 12:39, but I don't know who else got anywhere even remotely close to that at 3 or 3:27, especially when we're told nobody else was really out there. But at that time, Shelby and Daniel Pearson were on platform 1. I don't know if that is, I don't actually know how many yards it is from the crime scene, even across to the other side of the creek. Like, if you're talking a straight shot, I don't mean like, if you have to walk around stuff to get there. But if you're talking strictly point A to point B distance, I don't actually know how far that radius reaches. I do have one Google image somewhere where it kind of shows, but I don't know if within the range of accuracy, if that could get caught in that fence or not. I really am not sure. Greeno now says that Daniel Pearson is a wholly made-up person. Did he really? It's funny. He might have. I don't know if that's a joke because it could be. He very well could say something like that. Let me see. Yeah, almost everybody who was out there that day stayed about an hour, except for Dave McCain and Betsy Blair, because she went twice. Let's see, Daniel Pearson and Shelby. Well, Daniel Pearson apparently drove his own car there, according to the incident report. But Shelby was on Hoosier Harvestor at like 2:48. But we didn't have a departure time for them on Hoosier Harvestor. We only got the arrival time. With Dave McCain, he got there at 2:44 and was leaving at 4:11. I think he actually was on the trail longer than anybody else. I think he's the one who, like, when we're talking verified timestamps, he definitely was there longer than anybody else did that day. Everybody else, it was about an hour. What's up, JC? Let's see. Hang on. What did I miss woman say? Where I'm scrolling. Well, I don't want to scroll too far back because then I get way out of order. Had to jump back. Okay, yeah, I guess that does technically make more sense than the RA theories. I think almost every POI that I'm aware of in this case, some are more compelling than others. But even with Ron Logan, I th- I think the only reason defense didn't go with that is because all it would take the state to say is, well, of course his phone pinged in the area. He lives there. It would be weird if his phone didn't ping there because he was home. Yes, he lied. Like they could have just. I think there's too many semantic games the prosecutor could have played to just neutralize any effective argument the defense could have tried to make. And I don't think that is a very satisfying answer for a reason why they might not have used Ron Logan, but even with him, like I am one. I don't know why the alibi shit is weird. Like I have no explanation for that. I don't see how they ruled him out. Like there's not a good explanation for that. Because even if he was like, well, I didn't want to get caught driving, well, then why didn't he ask for an alibi earlier? And why did he go to the fish store? Like, did he need to go to the fish store that day? He just had to go to the transfer station to get rid of stuff, and then he just had to go get some fish. It's just weird. I don't know. And then Pat Brown knocks on his door, and he's like, "Hey, there's 2 girls missing," and he straight up says, "Quote, okay," end quote. That's fucking weird too. But then Elvis, why is he telling his sister that he was on a bridge with 2 girls who got killed, and they spit on one of the girls, and they put leaves and sticks on them? Why is he telling his sister that before anybody else even knew the girls were killed? Why is Brad Holder saying that Westfall did it? Like, there's all these things, but I don't think any of them answer all of the right questions. I think some answer more questions than the others, and I can't tell if the reason we have all these other discrepancies is because we're missing information or because they just don't actually fit. And you kind of have to start making excuses for different things. I think that's the thing that exhausts me the most about this case is this is not what a solved crime looks like, first of all. Second of all, it should not be this hard to just figure something out. You should be able to just check something and find out if it's this or if it's that. Except the state is just like, they act like it's kryptonite to just verify basic things. I don't understand it. I find it very weird and irritating. It's hard not to think that there's like an actual, very real systemic issue. Because nobody behaves that way if they actually want to solve the crime. I just don't know how else to put it. Let's see, but it's definitely not normal. None of this shit is normal. Let's see. Hang on. The Weber house had a drone. I know they had trail cams. Are you saying they flew the drone over the Weber house or the Webers had a drone? I do like the jetpack theory. I think that is definitely my favorite one. And it does make the most sense. I wonder about if the other 2 defense attorneys stayed on too, especially since they did their first actual filing was to say, hey, there's some merit to this Odinism shit and to this problem with the safekeeping order shit. There's all these problems going on. Please address them. And I do wonder, for a while, I'm like, maybe it would have been better if they stayed on. Except when you look at the first reply that Nicholas McClellan filed to the new defense attorney, he did the same shit to them that he did to the defense attorneys. He's like, oh my God, they're being so dramatic. They said they had to wait for an hour. I looked at the video footage and it was only like 45 minutes. And he was being so petty and acting like they were just being so dramatic and exaggerating, even though they were not. I don't believe that Nick checked the footage, and I don't think I think at most there was a 5-minute discrepancy when they finally got to the bottom of it, but Nick was the one who was stretching that 5-minute discrepancy to, like, a 20-minute discrepancy. But his whole shtick is no matter what the defense says, he accuses them of twisting the facts and being dramatic and colorful and trying to garner sympathy for poor Mr. Allen, as if there's not, like, it is all they the state made Richard Allen sympathetic by the way they treated him, and they're blaming that on defense. I find it incredible, but he did the same just gaslighty bullshit to the new attorneys as they did, and I think Gold probably would have also done that. The start. I just about fell over when I finally saw the interview where Becky Patty says that. Well, the state deserves a fair trial too, as if that's actually a thing. It's not. The state has burdens and obligations, not rights. The state is an agency that is accountable to the public, and they have burdens of office and obligations mandated by law. They do not have constitutionally protected rights as a person. The fact that Nick actually got that to stick and had people running around repeating it was incredibly effective. And I know a lot of times we call him a dipshit because sometimes he is, but he's an excellent defense attorney. I think he did a real good job doing criminal defense lawyering for the criminal law enforcement officers and their investigation than he did prosecuting a case whatsoever. But yeah, I can't. Every time I hear that, I find it as funny as I do irritating because the burden shifting that did with such little effort is very hard to undo. Oh. Let's see. What happened to Carter? They kick out the FBI, right? In August, I always forget if it was August or October of 2021 is when he arbitrarily closed Ferenczi's investigation and requested that the FBI send over any investigative material that they had, which is weird because Todd Click had all of it because it wasn't the FBI that had all of it. It was Todd Click, Greg Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy. They had all of their investigative materials, and they were trying very hard to give it to Unified Command. So the fact that Carter was pretending like he had to request it in the first place is just really interesting to me because they could not get Unified Command to look at it for a very long time. And now Holman's acting like they had to beg for it. It's just very sleazy. Let me see. I'm behind too, Fiend. Way behind. Why did RL ask for an alibi at 2:30 p.m.? What time does the state say Libby's phone stopped moving? At 2:30. Hang on, what time? I think I actually put that. He didn't ask for the alibi. Like, he didn't actually call his cousin to request the alibi until the 14th. But I don't remember. I actually think he called right after Giancola called him. Because we learned at trial that Giancola went in pretty early in the morning, but around 9 o'clock, he started having to make phone calls to all of the property owners, asking for permission for them to go out searching because they were trying to dispatch. There was like 9 different search areas, and he was tasked with looking at all of the city maps to identify and contact all of the owners. And Ron Logan got the call at like 9 or 9:30 in the morning. And then within minutes of getting that phone call is when his cousin was saying he was getting the phone call from him, like, hey, I need an alibi. If anybody asks, that is how it appears according to trial testimony to have actually played out. But again, I always feel nervous saying anything about the Ron Logan stuff because I'm not the librarian on that one. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember off the top of my head, though. I don't think the state will even pretend to look for the girl's real killer until they're forced to accept that they got this one wrong. From the north of the bridge, as the crow flies, maybe 700 yards. Really? Yeah, at any time there's an echo effect. 700 yards. Yeah, I don't think anybody who was on the bridge then could have been mistaken for someone in, at least not that like when you're talking 60 to 100-yard radius, I would think that's like Google search follow-up number 3 before you can even get to that point to have Google even tell you how close they are. I don't even know if they were unmasked. I really don't know. It's hard to know just based on what we have in the transcripts, but I have to actually look at a map. I'm trying to visualize 700 yards. I do think that's probably way too far. You can hear that distance, but I don't know about the geofence stuff, if that would actually overlap. Let me see. What does Susan Hendricks see that we don't? Why is she all about protecting the family versus finding the truth? Explain multiple hairs in a hand with the root present. That's what I mean by the issue with law enforcement befriending a family when you're telling everybody you can't clear anybody. You need to have a very clear professional boundary with the family. You can't be befriending the family. It's going to cloud your own judgment. That's how you end up missing things. But that's also how, like, it's not even just with law enforcement who should have those kind of boundaries. If you're a journalist and you're covering a case, you have to have boundaries with people. You just do. Like, you cannot get too close to these people. Sometimes it's hard not to, like, once you get to know someone, especially if you're doing pretty extensive interviews and follow-up interviews, it's hard not to get to know someone. But that's why the boundaries are important, to keep you from remembering that even if you feel familiar to them and feel like you've known them forever and have spent a lot of time with them through your professional work from interviewing them, you have to remember that this is still a professional relationship. It's kind of like a psychologist probably gets to know their patient pretty well too. You cannot ever for a second let yourself view it as a friendship. It is a professional relationship. It is just as important for law enforcement to maintain that professionalism as it is a psychologist and a journalist. And none of the law enforcement officers maintained that professionalism with the family. And it's weird. And they also were like inserting themselves into family dynamics where they're edging Carrie Timmons out while they're cozying up to the guardians. And they're taking guardian words over the mother's words. And it gets real messy and ugly. And I don't understand why they didn't see the problem with that. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I think there were 2 separate time frames that he asked for, and both of them were very suspicious because it ended up being right when the phone stopped moving and also right when the phone disconnected from the tower. Because there were 2 or 3 follow-up interviews with the cousin. And in one of the interviews, the first time that he finally fessed up, he did admit to the 2:30, like he needs alibi at 2:30. And then at a follow-up interview, it like got even worse than that. But I cannot for the life of remember when the second time frame was. But I do think he started calling after after he got off the phone with Giancola, and they were like going to like search the property, and I think that's what makes it real suspicious to me is because he's like, oh shit, I do need one for a very specific time. Like if that is probably one of the ones where it's like it's hard for me to even entertain the thought that that's just a coincidence. I don't have an answer for it, but it's I also don't know that he would have had enough time to get to the fish store in time either. Like I struggle with all of that. I think like maybe he just put them in his house to hide them while I went to the fish store to create an alibi, and that's why he had to move them is because he like stashed them at the house, and then I also I know people say, why would he put them on his own property? But if he was drinking that day, like some people say he was, he might have been too drunk to realize that he hadn't sufficiently gotten them off of his property. I don't know. I just I don't know what I do not know. I have this weird thing about Ron Logan where for some reason I'm very resistant to it. But at the same time, I'm like, I mean, it really looks like it. And I think most of it is just because it's hard for me to trust anything because so many things have turned out to not be true that law enforcement said in the first place. And so it's just hard for me when something does start adding up. I'm like, I don't know, man, that sounds like it's adding up. It must be made up because nothing else in this case does add up as much as that theory. And I don't know what the block is in my mind where I think, no, it couldn't have been him, except the one thing that's probably silly, but it is the one thing that I am actually aware of. In my head, I'm like, why would he be walking in that direction on the video? Like for the longest time, I just didn't even entertain any of the Ron Logan stuff. I wasn't like I couldn't have told you anything about him for a long time because I'm like, he's walking the wrong direction. Why would he be walking towards the south end of the bridge when that means that then he's got to cross the creek to get back home? It took me a long time to realize that that was actually the mental block initially. But like that, like for me, that kind of stuff, I'm like, wait, why would he cross the bridge and corner them in the most inconvenient place to corner them, especially when he's very familiar with that area? Except then I have to remember if it was opportunistic, it wasn't planned, like, it wasn't the plan A, like, this is my ideal choice. It might have just been like that's how it worked out. But I'm telling you, the Ron Logan stuff has me on loop all the time because even though I'm resistant to him as the POI, like for some reason, I'm like, I just don't like if I'm doing vibes, I'm like, I think he's capable of it. I would not be surprised if we found out the DNA did link to him. Like that wouldn't even surprise me. But like I think it's just that I have too many questions. I'm like, why couldn't they place him there then? Like why his DNA should be on there. What if his blood dripping from his nose was one of the mixtures? I don't even know if they tested it though. Reese's story does seem plausible. I think it's the most plausible one out of all of them until he starts getting into the Keegan stuff. The Keegan stuff is usually where it's hard for me to not check out because it's all of it. Anytime you bring Keegan into it, it's instantly volatile and just hanging by a thread because it can all be complete bullshit and it's hard to get a straight answer on any of it. I think if the Reese stuff just pertained to Ron Logan, it'd be a lot easier for me to be like, okay, yeah, that's all. I'm pretty convinced. But it's just hard. I just don't trust anything that I can't look at myself. Have you looked at the Devil's Den Killer? Yes, I have. Not a lot, but some. He walks just like the bridge guy. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of similarities. That's another one where I'm like, that definitely makes more sense than the theory about Richard Allen. I don't know if it makes more sense than the Ron Logan one. But I think out of all of them, Ron Logan is the one where there's more things that I can't explain away. Sometimes they say that you need to try to prove someone innocent first, and then if you're not able to, then you can start trying to prove them guilty. Just to like do gut checks and stuff. But with Ron Logan, it would be very, in some ways, it'd be better for everybody if he was the culprit, because I think if they would admit that it was him, they might actually test the DNA and be able to do more specifics. Like they would be able to request more specific types of DNA testing with very specific mixtures and certain, like with some of the samples, like, okay, which one fell on the clothes versus Libby in the area where it would have bled from his nose. And you might have better luck actually getting some results from the DNA when we're dealing with the samples that have mixtures. I just don't think they'll ever admit their mistake. Look into Jesse. Oh, you're telling Sutter, yeah. I thought that was for me. The only part about the Ron Logan confession story is that, like, I find it so ridiculous to think that whoever the killer was, that they used a box cutter. Like, that part is just so strange to me. Like, it just seems too cartoonish. And maybe they did use one. And maybe that's why Libby's injuries were different, because it was too dull by the time it was used on her. I don't know how these little box cutters, I just don't know how the box cutter could do that. At least not as deep as it went. I think they did use the DNA to exclude RA. There are some samples where they couldn't include or exclude anybody, but when you go through Bozanovsky's testimony, there were hundreds of samples. I mean, they had so many samples. Some of them ended up being useful, some didn't. But as far as I understand it, and I've asked every which way to make sure I'm not misunderstanding it, with some of the samples, there was enough unknown male DNA not to develop a full profile, but it was at least enough to exclude Richard Allen. Like that to me seems pretty case closed, because if there's DNA on this girl's that they're saying came just from laundry and it survived the creek and then being undressed, washed, and redressed, and it's still on there just from laundry, I would think that something a little more up close and personal, like literally placing your hands on them and cutting them and then bleeding out and you redressing them and all of that, I feel like there's gonna be some of your DNA on them somewhere, whether it's a mixture or not. And if you can get that many samples and you don't turn up in any of them, I feel like that's a pretty clear indicator that you got the wrong person. But they don't seem to view it that way, and I don't understand it. I agree, Chester. Same. Hang on, I'm going to read this last part, and then I got to wrap it up before they send in the search party for me. Hold on. Trying to go to the last one. Okay, yeah, it's like 3 paragraphs. Hold on. Rick and Kathy went to the Indiana State Police Post on October 26th with the understanding that they were there to pick up the 2016 Black Ford Focus law enforcement seized. Sergeant Jerry Holman told Rick he needed to speak with him before releasing the vehicle back to Rick and Kathy. When asked, Rick advised that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow his Sig Sauer. When told the unspent cartridge found in the ground matched his gun, Rick immediately called bullshit. Rick denied knowing Abigail or Liberty and denied any involvement in their murders. For more than 2 hours, law enforcement re-techniqued Rick and Kathy, including lying to Rick and Kathy that witnesses had identified Rick, that experts had forensically linked Rick's gun to an unspent cartridge found at the crime scene, and experts had forensically determined the video and audio of the unknown male in Liberty's video was matched to Rick. When Rick challenged Holman to arrest him if those things were true, Holman shouted using profane language and threatened to find something, anything, on Rick before placing Rick in handcuffs, despite the allegations being lies and law enforcement simply wanting to use it all as an investigative technique. After Holman took Rick into custody and booked him into the Carroll County Jail under an alias, the Indiana State Police began making arrangements to transport Rick to White County Jail while preparing a request for safekeeping order to allow law enforcement to send Rick to the restrictive housing unit in solitary confinement under 24-hour surveillance at Westfield Correctional Facility at a maximum security prison approximately 7 hours away. I need to double check that because I can't remember if it was 7 hours from Delphi or 7 hours from Baldwin and Rossi. Through the statements and photographs provided by witnesses, investigators for some reason determined the unknown male they observed is the same male depicted in the video from Liberty's phone. Through his own admissions, Rick Allen went to the trail on February 13th, 2017, and video from Hoosier Harvest Store captured a black vehicle investigators believe resembled a 2016 black Ford Focus owned by Rick and Kathy. It is unknown who Special Agent, that's his name, that's what I was trying to name earlier. Special Agent Jeffrey C. Robertson, previously identified as the owner of the unknown vehicle captured on Hoosier Harvest Store, driving westbound at 127, because he apparently identified all of them, and then all of a sudden in 2022, they're like, I guess they unidentified him? I don't know. I used this little graphic that Yellow Jacket made because these measurements, even with the angles, like this red thing goes halfway over to the wheel. The one on Hoosier Harvest Store, it's not there. Hang on. A male subject matching Rick Allen's description was not seen on the trail after 1:30 p.m. A reasonable person, this is me now, a reasonable person might think that that indicates the person is no longer there. If nobody sees them after that time, and that is about the time they left, it's probably because they're not there. That might be why nobody saw them. But according to investigators, they identified individuals on the trails between 1:30 and 4:11, and none of them saw male subject matching the description of Rick Allen on the trail. Furthermore, I'm using all of Liggett's words here. That's why it's so choppy, because I really just replaced his false statements with the true ones, and so it's super choppy. Rick Allen stated that he only saw 3 girls on the trail. Investigators determined that Rick Allen was not seen on the trail after 2:13. It was the only way I could make these statements true, was just for them to be very pointless statements, because it doesn't indicate anything. Rick Allen advised he had not been on that property where the unspent round was found, and he did not know the property owner. He advised that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow his gun. Detective Liggett, along with investigators, are aware of the time of death of Abigail and Liberty remains undetermined. Carroll County Sheriff's Department Detective Liggett has been part of the investigation since it started in 2017. He's had an opportunity to review and examine evidence gathered in this investigation. Detective Liggett, along with other investigators, have inexplicably, I think I meant to write independently. Yeah, it's getting late. Determined that Rick Allen is the male subject seen on the video from Liberty's phone, and further that he forced Abigail and Liberty down the hill at gunpoint, ultimately leading them to the location where they were murdered. And then this is the funniest part to me. I think it's in the search warrant where Liggett goes on about his, it's in the search warrant, not this one, where he goes on and on about his detective experience. You will often find, if someone commits a crime, you'll often find evidence of it on all their devices, and therefore I'm requesting their devices. It's almost like a little kid wrote it. But all of the stuff that he requested in that search warrant and the reasons he was requesting it and what he's insisting that he truly believes they're going to find. It, it's like a checklist of everything that they did not find. But I left this last paragraph, as choppy as it is, to show that, like, in the end, none of this points to anything. Yeah, nobody saw him after 1:30, and they were able to determine that nobody saw him after 2:13 either. Yeah, he still wasn't there. If he left before 1:30, he's still not going to be there. But then they try to twist it as if that actually indicates that's because he was in the woods doing a quick double homicide for the first time in his life. He's never committed a crime ever before, but he just randomly did a double homie in broad daylight. He just developed a whole new personality for exactly 19 minutes. And then instead of ever reverting back to his debilitating anxiety, he just went home, cool as a cucumber, like nothing ever happened, and he somehow managed to do all of it without having any wounds on his hands. Like, even when I wear gloves and I do yard work, I still get scratched up. So if you are out in the middle of the woods dragging these giant ass tree branches, and especially when you're 5'4", one of those tree branches was literally taller than he was. If you're dragging that shit around through the woods, you're gonna get some owies. No, he went to work the next day. Nobody at work noticed anything on his hands. His wife didn't notice any injuries. And when he went to go meet with Doolin didn't notice any either. And his phone wasn't water damaged. If they had crossed the creek and he's only 5'4" and it was in his pocket, it would have gone underwater, and it would have been underwater the entire time he crossed the creek. He did not have a damaged phone when he went to meet with Doolin just days later. It was fully functional, and he handed it right over. Just, there's all these things, like, just nonstop. I feel like they clear him and make it even crazier for them to even say or even make the leap that he's anything other than a witness. No blood on his clothes, none of that, not in his car. Kathy didn't notice anything. Who owns Ron's property? I think his son owns it now. Oh, here, yeah, Torso already answered. I'm pretty sure his son still owns it. I heard that at some point he was trying to sell the guns and the house, but he ended up selling the guns and keeping the house. But that's the extent of my post-Ron, post-mortem knowledge, at least about the house. Let me see, about the... Wait, the Morgan Nick case. They found her DNA in the suspect's truck 30 years later, after 4 other people had owned it. What was it? Blood, I guess. I think blood is probably the only one that could last that long because it actually stains. That's crazy. I need to Google that one. Yeah, they definitely had tunnel vision, and they didn't seem to realize it. I am at some point going to condense this, but at least I know this document is way too long for what it is. But I need one document where I can search all of the same dumb shit that the Guilter people always just repeat as if it's true and gospel. I like having the footnotes where it has the minute mark of his statement. So being able to just on the fly say, no, this is when it happened. At this minute mark, he actually said this specific word, because then you can pull up the little PDF and then you can just copy and paste the exact excerpt that he actually said. I find that to be, that's usually what I do on Twitter a lot. I spend most of my time on there trying to answer questions and just keep, like, I've got all my stuff organized to where if somebody's like, hey, do you know, like somebody today asked me, when did Richard Allen have a heart attack? I have no idea off the top of my head, but I was able to pull up this transcript and just type in heart attack into the transcript PDF, and it pulled right up, and it happened in 2010. And I was able to figure that out in like 10 seconds because it was just already there and available. That's kind of the purpose of what I do most of these reconstructive reports for, so that I can compile all of the information in one place, and so that people who aren't new to the case can really see, like, there's 20, like, it took me 24 pages to talk about all the people that were on the trail, and that didn't even include all the people that were on the trail. Like, it is somewhat useful to give them an actual comprehensive overview that's at least shorter than the appellate brief, and it kind of gets into some of the issues. I tried to stick to those too, but it's hard to know how to break this case down into digestible parts. I always tend to go chronologically because that's just how my brain works. Because when I start going topically, I go way all over the map. Let me see. Nothing. Yeah, there was, as far as I can tell, they took all kinds of samples from his car, and they took like all of his clothes and tested all of those. They took a water bottle from his house, I think, just to develop the full profile to test against. But I mean, there was nothing except this so-called bullet. It's the only type like that in. The other thing is he didn't have that kind of ammunition in his gun. He kept it in the nightstand. The only time he took it out of the nightstand is when they would go on trips. Like, there's no indication that he even used it since, like, for any reason, that he ever carried it in between the crime and when they pulled it out. So, like, if he had been using that ammo that day, why why would the magazines be full of blazer rounds instead of the ones that he racked out that day? I don't, even that doesn't add up, and they don't seem to, those discrepancies, it just doesn't seem to bother anybody. Yeah, he did not own that blue jacket at the time, which is incredible because I don't remember if it's Nick's opening statements or his closing arguments where he makes this big deal about how they follow, they revisit this tip, and then they find this guy, and then he says he's there, and he basically presents it as if Rick Allen showed up and said, I was there when the crime happened at the exact time it happened. I was wearing the BG costume. Come and get me, kind of thing. Like, he's presenting it as if Rick Allen just showed up and gave them every aspect that they needed. And then he's like, and so we get a search warrant. And surprise, surprise, we find the Bridge Guy starter pack or whatever. He calls it the Bridge Guy starter pack, which is ridiculous. That's a weird thing to do in a court of law. It just seems a little corny and kind of, I don't know. It's just a weird way to do all of it. But he acted like they found the Bridge Guy jacket. And I am curious why defense never mentioned before, because apparently Kathy said that in the interview. Why didn't they bring that up sooner? I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe RA is in witness protection, safe from all of this madness. I wish. I mean, I don't think he is. I don't even know if they've seen him more than once in person. I know there's been at least one in-person visit from new counsel. Other than that, I don't think there's been a second one, but I'm not actually sure. We are fishy. We are so, how I can't not do a marathon every time. I try not to, and it happens every time. It's because I wait too long in between doing these. Y'all should just know by now, if I do an impromptu, it's going to be a marathon. That's just how it goes. Nick is more than sleazy. He's a very good defense attorney. I'll give him that. But I think we learned a lot more about what kind of defense attorney he was than we have learned about anybody else. Like, I think he's doing a whole lot of, all of his accusations are confessions and projection. He's worried that defense is doing that stuff because that's the kind of shit he was doing. I know. Actually, he probably didn't. Like, it has really just been nothing but ranting. And I didn't actually even read this full thing, even though I've been on here long enough to where I should have been able to read through it from start to finish. But I keep going back and forth on all of it. I'm trying to, work through correcting the rest of this, because I also made an outline of the appellate brief where it's just the bullet points. And I'm trying to find ways to make it all more digestible and look for other, I know it'll probably be years before it even gets to that point, but post-conviction stuff, what I'm worried about is that it is gonna take years. He's gonna end up having to be on a wait list before he can even get court-appointed counsel, and then it's gonna be so far into the future that even if there's an attorney out there who's vaguely familiar with the case, they're gonna be starting over from scratch, and all I know to do is to make it easier, like, find ways to just make it easier for someone to start at the beginning and dive in and be able to just get to everything one click at it, like, just one click access. It's right there. Here's the filing. It's linking to this, linking to that. Here's all of the stuff is now compiled, like even the prison timeline. I've even got all the Wallace stuff. I feel like it would at least get someone acclimated sooner. And so maybe one day, if there is an actual person willing to take it on pro bono, like maybe the person who can make the recommendation to the big time attorney who would take it pro bono, I would think they have to get somewhat familiar with the case first. I'm just trying to find ways to make it easier. I don't know. I am now on the Delphi Marathon. I'll go. I don't know how the I try not to talk about the jurors because I do not have anything nice to say because I am aware they were spoon-fed a meticulously curated narrative, and that is not their fault. But I still don't understand some of the reasoning that the juror gave for some of this shit, and that's as nice as I can be about it, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. Let me see. Scary Nick talked about, oh my gosh, yeah, the folder of people he's going after. That's why I use a pseudonym to do my records requests, because we know that Holman will straight up cross that line. He'll get somebody underneath him to file a request to have someone's phone pinged across state lines. This is the only, this whole experience has been weird because I'm not accustomed to being private. Like, I'm usually, like, it just feels weird to not ever acknowledge, like even sometimes I catch myself because I don't ever want to give away too much identifying information because there's so many weirdos. So, like, sometimes I'll, like, switch it up a little, or I'll, like when I'm referencing someone in my family, I try to change it a little bit, but it's hard to do that. It's hard even when I'm trying to, like, change it up. It's hard not to just instinctively just accidentally say, like, something a little too close, but it bothers me that I have to even think like that. And if it wasn't for the fact that people have been swatted and law enforcement was involved in the swatting and the false police report, and the fact that other people are just already trying to, like, dig up my hypothetical family members, and even though my children are supposedly fake, they're still trying to find them. Like, I don't want people like that anywhere near anyone in my family. How am I supposed to explain people like Greeno or the other people that I'm not even gonna acknowledge anymore? Like, I don't even know how to begin explaining. Like, I don't know, have y'all ever had to have to talk, like, sit your family down and be like, "Okay, let me tell you about this person, Greeno." I have told most of my family about Greeno, but it's the others. It's like, okay, if you've already told them about Greeno, how do you explain the others? Because I don't know anybody like them in real life, and it's just very. I find it, I find it hard trying to describe it to someone who's just unfamiliar with them. Wait, what is that reference, Fiend? Yeah, after all of this stuff about like when we finally got more information at trial and actually saw pictures of the supposed bullet in the keepsake box or whatever, I went out into the garage and I was looking at my husband's ammo stash. He's got like 4 way too ginormous bins just full of all kinds of, some of it's for cleaning, some of it's just straight up ammo, some of it's just magazines. So, like it's just a whole bunch of different stuff. But it has all these other little compartments that clip open and shut. I found so many Lucy's that I'm like, I'm not sure how they got here, but every Lucy that he had a box that it belonged to. Like I was able to find like, it wasn't just one loan all by itself. And so part of me is like, did they really collect all of, like they're making it seem like there was just this one lone one. I don't know. It's just, I'm not really even sure why it matters because Melissa Oberg fired it. She only fired it because I think it was 6 full attempts. She tried 6 times to do the accurate, like the proper testing where it's apples to apples. She did that 6 times and she failed to produce a match. That's why she fired it. I can't get past that. It drives me crazy. Hold on. Did Ari go home from the first interrogation before they served? Yes, they drove him home. They went to his house, knocked on his door, went into, like, he let them in and they talked politely. And they're like, actually, can you come to the station with us? And then they took him to the station and they did that so that they could contact his wife and his family and interview them. And then that ended around noon. And then they drove him back home and they stayed there for a while. And then they started searching his home. And then Diener didn't even sign the warrant until 6:30. And I don't understand why that wasn't a problem either. I don't know. They definitely did some searching outside the house, but also like in the garage too. Like they were somewhat in the house. They were, in my opinion, they were particularizing their search. Hang on. I'm trying to go back and see where the other one is. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, dang. Oh, I don't want to even know what Keegan Klein is up to right now. There was one more about, let's see, blood would saturate the foam and the fabric, can never be washed out, would have to be completely replaced. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. And even then, it might leave traces. Yeah, I don't know how you'd get all of it out. But they took all kinds of samples from his car, and there's nothing in there. Nothing at all. Oh, Kathy and Rick were outside waiting while they searched. Yeah, and that was before daylight. And Diener signed the search warrant after sunset. At that time of year, I think it was sunset was like 6:20, and he signed it at 6:30. And there's pictures of them standing outside of the van because she had her minivan at that point. And that's apparently what they were sitting in. And at one point, she had to go use the restroom. She had to run into town because they wouldn't even let her in the house to use the restroom. And Rick had to stay put with Holman. And that's when Holman's supposedly saying that Rick was saying all the suspicious stuff. Like, I can't believe it's happened. I guess it's all over now. Well, yeah, when police are at your house, search your home, that's actually a normal thing to say. The fact that Holman thought it was weird is so fucking stupid. I can't with that man. I don't understand. I do think the one thing that was very satisfying to hear was when he was like, oh yeah, I put in for a promotion. Because they always presented it as if he just kept rising through the ranks because he was just earning one promotion after another. Turns out you literally just request one. And that's all he did. He just requested it. Like, that's incredible. At least we're not pretending he earned it at this point, I guess. Oh my goodness, I just saw even more what time it is. Lord Jesus. Let me see. I'm going to scroll back a little bit further. I feel like even if I found another question to answer. At this point, my brain's fried. I can't believe how many people are hanging in there for this right now. Let's see. Well, I guess Bean can go back to sleep for what, the third time? Oh my gosh, yeah, sorry about the cat earlier for whoever heard that. That was, I mean, for like 10 seconds until I got to the point where I could open the door and visually see. I mean, I was having a little bit of a mini stroke because I'm like, I thought like there's like an actual, like, I don't know, circle of life thing going on. Like, I thought I was about to find a injured kitty out there. It was just a standoff, though. Oh, you've been awake the whole time? I thought you dozed off. Yeah, we do have. I definitely have insomnia. I'm usually reading through it. I definitely read more than I sleep. It's probably not very healthy, but that's just how it is. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here too, and my wildest child will probably be up in a couple of hours. I feel like I'm used to it though. Like, it's just at a certain point, you just almost, I assume that's probably how nurses are. You just kind of at a certain point, you adjust to it. And then sometimes, even when I try to go to bed early, then I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't go back to sleep because my body's not used to sleeping that long. And then I'm up way early, and then the whole day feels like it's way longer than it actually is. Let me see. Let's see. I'm going to end it on this note because it's a good reminder. Always ask for a lawyer. Even Elvis did. People always say Elvis is too dumb or challenged to do any of that. Well, he's smart enough to lawyer up. Like, it should not, like, even dumb people commit crimes, and even smart people don't lawyer up when they should. Like, that is just everybody who, the first thing law enforcement does when one of them gets arrested for doing something, the first thing they do is lawyer up because they know the drill. And everyone in their family, that is what they tell them to do. That is how they, like, so when they try to pretend like it actually makes you look suspicious if you're lawyering up, they don't actually believe that. They know usually innocent people especially should lawyer up. Do not ever let them. It's probably a lot easier to say it when you're not in that position and they really are making you feel like there's something like guilty about it. Just if you can get through that uncomfortable, I don't know, interim of them, because they are also trained to let you sit with that discomfort. They're like, let them feel, they're not going to make you feel more comfortable about it. They're going to say something that makes you feel like you need to justify it or explain it. No, ask for a lawyer and then stare at them. Let them sit with that dumb shit, because they will do that on someone, whether they're guilty or innocent. And a lot of times this shit works on innocent people just as well as guilty people. And then these bozos mistake it for confirmation that they're on the right track. It's so stupid. You can't tell them otherwise. Never let them in your house, for sure. Also, that's a pretty big one. Mr. Allen just invited them right in because I think Andrea called him a sweet idiot. That's probably the best way to put it. He really thought these idiots were finally trying to reopen a case that had gone cold, and that he was welcoming in people who needed his help, because it never even occurred this day. He didn't remember what he was wearing, where he parked, or anything, because nothing about that day stuck out to him other than what happened. He remembers all the same stuff that everybody else remembers, but not anything personal to him, because outside of the fact that, like, the town is plastered with what happened that day, our brains do not keep the memories that are not actually significant. So he couldn't remember. And of course, law enforcement, they don't think about that kind of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, especially in Indiana. Hang on, let me see if there's a video that will play you guys out here. can't tell if I have the Holman one in here or not. Okay. Hang on, let me see. Nope, that's not it. All right, y'all are going to get the DB one because that's the only one I can tell what it actually is. I have no idea if anybody has been here the whole time or if people are trickling back in, but whoever is still here, thank you for hanging with me this whole time, because everybody knows what is it, my like once every 3 month live stream where I try to do a check-in on all of the ridiculous shit I have been trying to work on. I end up having to talk through it because once I start hitting walls, that's just where I'm at. Let me see. I appreciate all of you. Let me see if I can make sure this actually plays. Yeah, I'll see y'all around the streets one way or the other. Appreciate you being here. Everybody enjoy the rest of your night, even though it's also the beginning of your morning.
I've got a loaded question for you. What about this case bothers you the most? Or even DB's top 3? There's not much time before this trial starts. I don't need help getting focused. I need help prioritizing because I'm having a hard time picking and choosing between what matters most amid a sea of shit that matters a lot to me. Tell me, if you can't tell me DB's top 3, what's the one that bothers you the most?
So for me, there's a lot of cases that have gruesome scenes, gruesome facts, and every kind of beautiful victim you could ever imagine. Even victims that are hard to feel sorry for. Victims that you couldn't help but to love. But I don't see this case as that kind of true crime case. I see it as a book that I could be reading in 20 years about how somebody was found innocent. Just like all the books I've read about that. All the memoirs of defense attorneys, all the innocent project attorneys who started their own nonprofit to help people, all of those cases. They all start somewhere. And I became obsessed with those cases. And the second I heard they sealed the PCA, that was it. That was it. I called that a clue. The preponderance of the evidence said, that ain't right. The second they fucking unsealed that PCA, I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck about anything else that was in that PCA. I seen eyewitness testimony and that bullet. The number one thing that bothers me about this case, that bullet. It's a perfect specimen of a state's power. And you have that false confession. All these wrongful convictions have in common. A lot of them. This case to me is about junk science and false confessions. So if the 3 things, you asked for 3, I'll give you 3 in this order. Obviously, if it's in order, number 1 is the systemic power of the state against the indigent defendant is absolute. The weight of the machine. And obviously, that's my backdrop to everything. Number 2, the bullet. Number 3, false confessions. At this point, I just want an innocent man left alone. An innocent man that said, no more. A tough little motherfucking dude. Once the attorneys got removed, Rick glanced over to his wife and his mom and said, it's okay. And they weren't going to break Richard Allen. They might have broke him. Doesn't mean he's not tough. But they could break any man. in those conditions, and they have over and over again. So yeah, I'm not bringing you the best of news, but for me, there it is.